بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تيست 1 2 3 تيست 1 2 3. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كاوس ديكلاريشن. خلي واحد يتكلم. ايه خلي واحد يتكلم من هناك لهنا.
تسمعك.
كويس كده.
لازم واحد لحد اي 7 ايوه كده ممتاز. بس عشان الشاشه مشكله.
Good to see you here.
See you again. How are you? How's everything?
Things are good. Things are good. How things going for you?
It's all good. All good.
So you have to travel from Dammam?
Every week.
Every week.
Every week. Every week.
Good to see you. Are you staying for Saudi Agriculture as well?
Yep. Of course.
Is that going to be a book for the...
ايه تمام الحمد لله.
Here we are
بس هذا تسلم.
something a little bit more bigger. We're going to be a sponsor for some stuff, and we will have our spot as well.
But for this year, no.
This year we're going to just attending. Yes.
No, this year you're shopping.
We're shopping.
This year you're shopping.
Exactly. Next year we're going to be,
Next year you're exhibiting. Mostly, we met up with Sui.
شوي مفتوح الهواء على بالنا.
ادخل الباب على اليمين.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all of you here in Riyadh, and good morning to all of you watching us online from elsewhere around the world. Thank you all for being with us today. It is a great honor and my absolute pleasure to be your host today, and I would like to extend you all a very warm welcome. We are here today for a conference on sustainable food security in the kingdom, which we at CAS Center for Desert Agriculture have designed in partnership with the ministry and with the support of many other partners and sponsors, which I would like to thank collectively here, and which we will have the opportunity to thank individually in just a minute. A few words on our topic. Saudi Arabia is considered stable when it comes to food security, with key strengths in affordability and availability. Yet, as in other parts of the world, the food system in the kingdom faces increased risk from climate change, biodiversity loss, resource scarcity, in particular water, and geopolitical instability. Within the context of rapid population growth and the need to improve nutritional intake, given the high prevalence of obesity and other chronic diseases. The conference today built on CAF's workshop for sustainable food security, which took place in March 2022. Our objective, together with key international and national stakeholders, is to think through strategic priorities to achieve sustainable transformation of the Saudi food system based on the issues identified last year, and deep dive into smart technical solutions to address those challenges. Before welcoming our first speakers, a few words on the agenda today. After the opening, we will have three main panel discussions looking at strategic priorities, policy options, and investments. We will also have three deep dives to look at innovation and solutions in key relevant areas: agriculture and crop systems of the future, animal and fish farming, and sustainable
والمصادر المستدامة.
We will also be privileged to hear from NEOM about the food ecosystem and from MEWA about the technology deployment roadmap towards food security. And just before closing our event, we will host a fireside chat to look at what's next for food security and innovation in Saudi Arabia. As you can see, we have a very rich and very diverse program with amazing speakers, so we really hope you will enjoy it greatly. And now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming the President of King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, Professor Tony Chan.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor and privilege for me to be here with you this morning discuss important topics about food security, agricultural sustainability, and also culinary practices, and the future of food in Saudi Arabia and beyond. From the outset, I want to thank many people. First, His Excellency Minister, our family, as well as Deputy Ministers, His Excellency Al-Kamshi, and also His Excellency Dr. Al-Malik, and also their teams at MIWA for hosting us today. But also in addition, for the collaboration that we have already established at MIWA with CAPS over the past years since our founding on many different projects, including the Saudi Green Initiative, and of course this particular forum for security and sustainability. I also want to thank some people at CAUS, Professor Ron Wayne, who's the director of our Center for Desert Agriculture, and also Professor Mark Testa. He is here. He's a deputy director. Very much, the two of them are very much the brain behind this meeting. Of course, Anne Lamore, who just gave an introduction, and Dr. Rebecca Waller. And they together really have been initially conceptualizing, but also organizing and leading on this Saudi Food Future Initiative from our side. If I understand, this is the second year we're doing this, right? Every year there's a new topic. I also want to thank the partners and sponsors. You can see them on the wall here. Of course, the organizing sponsors other than CAUS, you see them here. It's of course MIWA. The strategic partners with NEO, and also IEON, we know very well. And of course, there's also the private sector in the food business. PepsiCo, Almarai, and Nadec or Nadec, I don't know how you, Nadec, yeah. All right, all this, every week I go shopping and this is what I buy. So this strategic cooperation with MIWA on such critical issue of national interest with impact at its core embodies the very essence of why CAUS was founded some 14 years ago. And also, as some of you know, CAUS, we announced a new strategy. It was announced by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince a few months ago. So our new strategy, I should mention that His Excellency the Minister is also on board very much of that effort. The new strategy calls for alignment of CAUS with the kingdom on initiative exactly like the one we're focusing
نركز عليها اليوم ضمنها حول أمن الغذاء والاستدامة. بالتالي هذا يتسق إطراء يحقق الكفاءة ويسرع من ذلك التأثير بالتسريع على الأثر هو الجزء الأساسي في الخطة الاستراتيجية. وأيضا هذا أمر هاما لأن لدينا المعرفة التي يحقق الكفاءة ويسرع من ذلك التأثير بالتسريع على الأثر هو الجزء الأساسي في الخطة الاستراتيجية. وأيضا هذا أمر هاما لأن لدينا المعرفة التي نحتاجها أثرا وكذلك لدينا أيضا لموضوعنا اليوم أيضا كنت أترأس مؤسسة جديدة في المملكة تسمى ODIA الإبداع والتكنولوجيا. هيئة الإبداع والتطوير هي لجنة مستوى عالي لتطوير أربع أولوية إحداهما هو التي أترأسها أنا حول البيئة والاستدامة في التنفيذ والحاجات الرئيسية الأساسية. فبالتالي هذه كما تعلمون المياه والأغذية والغذاء احتياج في قائمة الاحتياجات الأساسية. المياه والغذاء كبشر نستطيع 10 سنة. أيضا كذلك في مجال آخر بعضكم يدرك أن في ماي هذا العام الجامعة استضافت في مؤتمر حول التنمية مؤتمر التنمية الاستدامة. هذا أول مرة يتم استضافة المؤتمر تضم حوالي آلاف الأشخاص. كذلك أيضا بعضكم كان مدير المؤتمر. أيضا
We cannot look at these separately.
الموضوع هو الاستدامة
Food security
والغذاء
is
والمياه
systemic
والزراعة
transformation of
أيضا
the way
جزء
we
من
produce and
هذا
also
الجزء.
consume.
وتقدر تكون في
These
عمل
essential resources
مترابط.
are essential for any
يمكن أن ننظر
country. But in
التكنولوجيا بصورة
particular,
منفصلة.
for Saudi Arabia,
الغذاء الآمن وكذلك
the harsh
التحول
environment,
المنتظم كيفية الإنتاج واستهلاكي
so
هذه
this is
الموارد
a
الأساسية،
major,
وهذا
major
ضروري لكل
challenge.
بلد، لكن بالتأكيد للمملكة العربية السعودية في الأساس والمنطقة بسبب البيئة القاسية وكذلك قلة المياه العذبة، وهذه تحديات جوهرية وأساسية للمملكة. كذلك عامل آخر هو أن التحديات في ذلك الإطار أننا نعيش في عالم يتغير بصورة سريعة متسارعة من الجانب الجيوسياسي، ذلك ونشهد بصورة يومية تلك التغيرات مع كذلك حالات الطارئة وحالات نسبة الغذاء وندرة المياه، التدهور البيئي، كذلك أيضا الأمور المتعلقة بالصحة والتغذية، كلها مع بعض تسبب تلك المشاكل والتحديات. ولكن أنا مسرور للغاية أننا نضع جهودنا مع بعض هنا اليوم سويا وننظر لنطلع إلى النقاش ثري وحيوي وحلول بحيث بإمكاننا أن نترك أثرا ملموسا على حياة ملايين الناس في المنطقة ما بعدها في العالم. بالتالي من المهم أن أكرر استخدام هذه المداخلة، عبارة استخدامها دائما في المطور الكارتاكيني، لكننا أن ننتظر للتعافي لمعالجة المشاكل. نحن هم نقوم بالتعافي، لا تنتظرون. شكرا جزيلا.
Please now join me in welcoming on stage His Excellency Engineer
شكرا جزيلا بروفيسور تشان. سيدات والسادة، نرحب معي أيضا في المسرح بصاحب المعالي المهندس عبد الرحمن الفضلي، وزير البيئة والمياه والزراعة في المملكة العربية السعودية.
معالي السعادة، السيدات والسادة، حضور الكرام.
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, gracious, Prophet Muhammad, and His Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, at the outset I would like to thank King Kaus for organizing this important event at the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. I'm happy to talk to you about an important issue that is the future of food in a joint journey to achieve food security and sustainable agricultural development. Agriculture is the major pillar in supporting livelihood for communities and contributing to provide job opportunities and stability, economic stability for communities. However, there are so many challenges related to the efficiency and the cost efficiency, easiness and accessibility, which are requires us to unify our efforts or government entities, academia, private sector, farmers, to focus on the empowerment factors and working together for innovation and to apply and develop our food systems. Innovation is a major pillar in transformation into sustainable food security, including water and agriculture, and to launch different national strategies depending on innovation, technology, to promote the efficiency of natural resources and improve the product of agriculture, and to secure the food chain, and also to address the climate change and addressing degradation, soil degradation, to address water scarcity, in addition to allocate resources, sufficient resources to support and promote agricultural resources and developments and technologies to ensure based on the innovation, progress and technological progress. Farms sector employs different technologies and starting from different applications to the different aquaculture and other digital application and remote sensing technologies and other technologies of producing food in the future and protein and food agriculture-based technologies, which has a promising future to be included to maximize the use of water resources and increase efficiency for production and to minimize waste, and to believe that our scientists will play an important role in developing these technologies to enable us to create and to pioneer innovation to turn the agriculture sector into transforming the agriculture sector. And this climate change and direct threat on the food security, global food security, and our region in particular is prone to the negatives on its consequences on the agricultural products. We need to promote our different efforts exerted by different research institutions and academia at different areas of smart technologies, and to produce new high productivity seeds, and that can deal with the climate change and all the stuff that can cope with different climate change to ensure sustainable contribution in this area. We need to cooperate with the Ministry of Agriculture and different other institutions, academic institutions, plays an important role in supporting the agricultural sector. The universities have been always at the cornerstone, develop ideas and to exert different resources and a role model to follow. In the ministry, we have cooperated with COUST to develop the fish farming with different international innovations, achieving an unprecedented growth. At conclusion, I'd like to confirm that future food security depends and will continue to depend on the scientific research and innovation, and this is joint responsibility to request us to work together to unify our efforts and exchange ideas, innovations among ourselves to trade the agriculture and ensure food security for the future generations. As a Minister of Water, Environment and Chairman of the Authority for Food Security, I urge you to continue research and explore new opportunities in modern technology and technologies to achieve progress and development and improve the economies. And in this context, we commit at the Ministry of Water Agriculture to support different efforts and work together to support a flourishing agricultural sector to achieve sustainable and resilient agricultural system. I would like to thank you again. I'm looking forward to cooperate and work together for more innovation and development. Thank you so much. Peace and blessings be upon you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and for the support and great strategic and cooperation of your teams at the Ministry. Many thanks also to
Thank you so much. شكرا جزيلا صاحب المعالي. هذا التعاون الاستراتيجي من فريقكم في الوزارة ومن قبلكم وكذلك أيضا للرعاة والشركاء الاستراتيجيين لدعمهم المادي والاستراتيجي. أود الآن أن أدعو إلى المسرح الدكتور خبير توم، مدير في شركة اليوم للأغذية. مدير الأغذية والتكنولوجيا في شركة اليوم.
Thank you, Mayor. I would now like to call Ms. Yasmin Fansa, Head of MENA Sustainability at PepsiCo.
شكرا جزيلا اليوم. أود أيضا أن أدعو السيد ياسمين فانسا، رئيسة الاستدامة في بيبسيكو. نعم أنها موجودة هنا.
Salisbury, Vice President of Almarise. Please join me in applauding Richard and
رجاء أيضا أود أن أرحب أيضا في المسرح ريتشارد ساسبري، نائب الرئيس في ألمارايز. رحبوا معي بالسيد ريتشارد.
Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Sulaiman Al-Wariji, the CEO of NADEC.
شكرا. أيضا رحبوا معي أيضا في المسرح الدكتور سليمان الوريجي الرئيس التنفيذي لنادي.
So then, I think we would like to give a token of appreciation also to the
هل
ministry
هو
and the
موجود؟
minister. Thank you.
ليس بعد. حسنا.
Please join me in applauding.
إذن أعتقد أننا نود أن نقدر للوزارة أيضا وللوزير أيضا أن نعبر عن تقديرنا. رحبوا معي أيضا بصاحب بالشكر صاحب المعالي وزير البيئة والمياه والزراعة. شكرا جزيلا معالي، ما كان ذلك ممكن بدون تعاونكم.
Let us now turn to the issues at stake today. Food security exists when people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets the dietary needs of
الأمن
food
الغذائي
purposes for an active and
عندما
healthy
يكون
life.
الناس في الأوقات لديهم
As elsewhere in the
إمكانية الوصول
world,
مادية
the
واقتصادية
challenges now confronting the
لغذاء
kingdom
متكامل
make clear that
وكاف
without systemic
ومغذي ولديهم
transformation,
إمكانية
food
الحصول على
security
تحقيق
will
التفضيل
not be
الغذائي.
achievable.
وكذلك كما هو الحال في أنحاء العالم الأخرى، التحدي الذي تواجه المملكة قد تحدث ذلك بدون تحول منتظم، فإن الأمن الغذائي لن يتحقق على المدى البعيد. كذلك أيضا الاستدامة، أهداف الاستدامة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية، وكذلك يجب أن نتعامل بصورة سويا. وكذلك إطار أولويات 2030 وإطار أولويات المملكة الوطنية، وكذلك أيضا أهداف التنمية المستدامة في الخاصة بالمنطقة. وحديث عن هذا الموضوع حول تلك الأمور الأساسية والتحديات الجوهرية. رحبوا معي بروفيسور مارك تيستر، العالم ونائب المدير في مركز التصحر والزراعة. بروفيسور تيستر، تفضل المجال لكم. بروفيسور مارك تيستر، صاحب المعالي، تفضلي نائب الوزير سيد توني جان، وكذلك السادة الضيوف الأفاضل السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم. واعتذر لا أستطيع الحديث باللغة العربية لأنها لغة صعبة جدا، حاولت جهدي وفشلت، ولكن آمل أن وكذلك نتمكن من العلوم كالمملكة في أود أن نرحب أيضا اليوم بهذه الورشة حول مستقبل الغذاء السعودي لمناقشة كيفية تحقيق الأمن الغذائي المستدام في المملكة العربية السعودية. الاستدامة يجب أن تشمل ليس فقط الاستدامة البيئية ولكن أيضا حلول أيضا الجانب الاقتصادي والعملي مع قلة دعم الحكومة، وهذا ليس بصورة على المدى البعيد. علينا أن نكون حريصين في تعريف الاستدامة حيث أن الغذاء متوافر في الوصول إليه وآمن ومغذي وكذلك مستدام. وعلينا أن نكون حريصين على أن نخلط ما بين الاستدامة مع الاكتفاء الذاتي. الأمن الغذائي بإمكانه يتحقق عبر الاستيراد وكذلك عبر الإدارة الجيدة وممارسات الإدارة الجيدة. في سنغافورة على سبيل المثال إحدى أكثر البلدان أمنا من الناحية الغذائية في العالم، بالرغم من أنها ليس لديهم إنتاج محلي قليل جدا. سنغافورة بحدود الأراضي، وهنا السعودية نحن محتاجين الماء قليل أيضا. أود أن أضيف شكر الشخصي لصاحب المعالي الوزير الفضلي ونائب الوزير معالي الرئيس الدكتور المالك لدعم هذه الفعالية. أود أن أشكر أيضا الفريق الموجود في الوزارة وكذلك فريقنا في الجامعة الرب العزيز لتحقيق هذه الفعالية ممكنة الحدوث. أود أن أشكر أيضا الرعاة وكل من شارك في دعم هذه الورشة. وكما ذكرت الآن في البداية من سنة ومضت في مارس 2022 الجامعة استضافت ورشة تقنية حول الأمن الغذائي المستدام بحضور 700 مشارك من منظمة المصلحة المحليين والدوليين اجتمعوا لمواجهة أمور من الغذاء في المنطقة العربية السعودية. عملنا لتحديد القضايا الرئيسية وتطوير الحلول اللازمة ومناقشة الحلول، وخلصنا إلى إعلان حول الأمن الغذائي المستدام بعشر نقاط رئيسية بحسب المصلحة في قطاع. علينا أن نناقش هذا الأمر الآن خلال اليوم وأطلب جميعا أن تفضل هذا الأمر كيفية مساهمة في العام الماضي أيضا ناقشنا كيفية الضمان أن كافة القطاع المعنيين يتشاركوا ويساهمون في هذه الحلول حول التحول المنتظم نحو الأنظمة الغذائية. من هذه المبادرات الأولية طورنا تلك الفكرة، هذه المبادرة الطموحة سميناها مستقبل الغذاء السعودي، الغذاء السعودي حول الغذاء في السعودية والمنطقة وما خلفها، وكذلك حول السياسات عمل سويا في إطار كذلك الرؤية 2030 وكذلك المجهزات الخاصة وهم التنفيذ للشركات الاستراتيجية في هذا المشروع. وأيضا نحن هنا اليوم تجمعنا اليوم في فعالية رفع المستوى على مستقبل الغذاء في السعودية في خطوات المستقبل في المستقبل. كذلك انتقلنا من الجامعة إلى هنا في الوزارة، وهذا ليس أمرا رمزيا فقط، هذا يعكس حركة وتوجه من النقاش الفني إلى أكثر جانب استراتيجي وسياسي ونقاش الاستراتيجيات والسياسات والتنفيذ. نعمل سويا لجانب مختلف أصحاب المصلحة. وأشكر جميعكم لحضوركم وأتمنى لكم الحظ الأفضل للعمل من أجل مستقبل الغذاء المستدام في المملكة العربية السعودية. مستقبل الغذاء المستدام في المملكة العربية السعودية. شكرا بروفيسور تستر. سوف الآن يكون لدينا استراحة 5 دقائق، وأيضا سوف نعود الساعة 9:40. شكرا جزيلا. بعد استراحة 5 دقائق.
تاخذ انت قال
لا يا باشا لا والله انت تصور ظبط.
انا لو صور ضبط مني عليك كله كان لقيت بي كويس. لقيت بي لما تيجي تطلع
هو المشكله ما بيشتغلش اصلا. محمود جابه واشتراه اشتغل فيلم وما بيشتغلش فيه. هو بيطبق بيشتغل نفسه.
خلاص حتى حاجه
طيب اسمه معلق برجع رسمه بعد يومين ثلاثه. مش هذا الدموع ولا واحد غيره. واحد صح؟
يا دوب جابوها الان. تفضل. يا سلام عليك، شكرا.
باردة.
هاي والله جد وقتها.
بالعافية.
الله يحييك. ينفع. مرحبا.
استاذ عفرة.
وصلت. اوكي. اهلا اهلا، الحمد لله على السلامة. الحمد لله على السلامة. كيفك؟
جري.
لا معلش كويس، انا جيت طبعا بريك. الله يسلمك. كيفك؟ الحين بريك، كملوا الجلسة الأولى نص ساعة. افتتاح الكلمات الافتتاحية.
I see.
الآن يبدأ البانل ديسكشن إن شاء الله.
Okay, that's good.
تستلم أنت الآن.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead. أنا جاي لأنه طبعا إحنا اجتماعاتنا الآن بقت كل يوم.
اجتماعات العمل ولا ايش؟
أنا مشغولين في التوحد.
ايوه عارف.
جايه من تقريبا هو اخذت الطريق الملك عبد الله هيك
زحمه
لكن الحمد لله اجتماع ليله بسيطه عاد فكلمتهم تقريبا يعني زرت
لا
خلاص طلعت. طبعا اهم حاجه نحضر اجتماع رئيس مجلس الاداره.
طبعا البيج بوس.
بعدين المدراء الثانيين ما مشكله دول متفاهمين شويه.
اوكي.
كيف الامور؟
والله الحمد لله يا استاذ، شغلنا كويس، احتياط الله يخليك. وقته الان. الكرسي.
بس ما مشكله، خليك ارتاح انت شويه برا في الكراسي دي. شوف اخذوك حاجه للبريك.
والله
وانا
اخذت لي شاي.
لا بس انا ما عندي جدول، بس الساعه كم بيخلصوا؟
الجدول قدامك اهو.
اوكي.
خلي احنا نعملها نص ساعه بنص ساعه، بنخلص الساعه 5 6 ولا بتاكد شوف ولا الاخير معلش.
لحد 5.
5 مش كده؟
17
خلاص مضبوط.
تمام. انتوا الان وين؟
الجلسه الافتتاحيه الاولى هذه من 9 ل 9 ونص كملت. الحين بنعمل ديسكشن. ايوه
بعدين برزنتيشن
بالضبط.
15 minutes.
المشكله انه ما فيش زمن موحد، عشان كده لكل جلسه خليه احنا نضبط الزمن احنا نص ساعه بنص ساعه.
I would like to take it like panel.
والله ما حتكون عادي، تقدر بفير يعني.
No I'm fine. لانه انا يعني الافكار بتكون اوريدي يعني
انا فاهم قصدك.
فانت ممكن تاخذ البرزنتيشن فور اكزامبل. I can take the panel discussion.
طيب شوف هذه من 9 ونص ل 10 وربع 45 دقيقه صح الجلسه الجايه، وبعدها من 10 وربع ل 10 ونص ربع ساعه. فهمت كيف؟ عشان كده قلت لك اتس نوت ايفن.
No.
بعدها اسمه
for me it's okay.
بعدها 45 دقيقه.
Yeah it's okay. And then you can for example this one dive in لحد 11 لحد 45
لا 11 45 12 يعني 45
عارفه
دقيقه.
حيكون في يعني انا ما لا استريت يعني انت اوريدي بديت يعني.
حبي مش مشكله.
ما انت اوريدي بديت فور مي ات ميك سنس. خليني اكمل دي.
خلينا نقول لا تسترايد شوي ونشوف اذا مشت تمام خلاص كان.
بس عموما يعني انت I really appreciate your effort. وانت زول عندك سكر وتعبان الله يرضى عليك don't push yourself.
انت عارف انا جيت الساعه كم؟ جيت 3 الفجر من اوزبكستان. والله العظيم يعني خدت راسي في السرير الساعه 3.
موضوع سياحه
بالضبط. المؤتمر كان عن الجمعيه العموميه الخاصه بالصحه العالميه.
اعلنوا لانه عنه كان في المؤتمر الفات.
بالضبط.
هاو از ات؟
والله لا كان ممتاز صراحه، رائع جدا.
في اي ريلي ولا حاجه اخذت لنا جهاز ولا ثاني؟
لا ما فيش ريلي.
اوكي انا والله I had to like print out. انا ما عندي طبعا مشكله النظارات ما so I had to print out whatever papers. والله يعني ارسل امبارح قلت له انا ما بقدر اشوف من النظاره.
انا احسن لي من التليفون من الكتاب من المطبوع.
احسن لك التليفون. Please go and take your break.
لا خلاص I'll be around يعني.
Yeah okay.
ما فيش حاجه.
Thank you. You want something from here?
لا.
your مويه.
ما اخذت شربت منها خليها عندك بجيب مويه زياده.
فانت لا على فكره استاذ يوسف since you came back also from traveling اذا حاسس انك last to leave early please do.
انا 3 ساعات نوم كفايه جدا جدا.
Are you sure? Was it with good quality though? With good quality?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
والله ما دام فري ان شاء الله.
Okay, that's fine then. بس بجد يعني اذا حابب يعني مثلا 3 ونص 4 حسيت نفسك the battery gets low, I'm like really, I'm like, you know, I can stay till 5 to 7, no problem. Okay? Yeah, things will be fine. كيف الأمور؟ الحمد لله. كيف الأولاد كويسين؟
كويسين والله الحمد لله.
الحمد لله. ودول حيكونوا كده مسنترين ما شاء الله.
ما تحس كل شيء يدق لهم لأنه قلت له أنا أشوف الشاشة يعني ما معقول.
أها.
اللوحة اللي قاعد قدامك على اليسار قلت له اللي جنبك حيجلس على طول هنا قال لي أيوه.
أها.
قلت له طيب أنا أحتاج أشوف الشاشة أحيانا قال له خلاص أول ما يجي حيرميه.
ده المخرج.
قلت له طيب أذبحه قبل ما ترميه. يعني سخيف يعني.
It's okay for me. أنا الآن بغمض عيوني عموما في التركيز. I don't want to see the screen.
لا
بس صراحة هي
أحيانا تحتاج كف برزنتيشن مش على كده وبس أحيانا تكون في عرض في الشاشة تحاول تلحق إذا ما لحقت على المتحدث.
at least you have to catch up. بس هم كده حملوا لي distraction.
أنا عارف هذه المشكلة هنا.
حملوا لي distraction.
مجرد وجودهم هنا مشكلة. أنا ما أعرف علي كيف حط هذه كذا الكلمة. كلهم لا. كان يقول لهم على كيف تعرف لو جلسوا كذا بالعرض سوري بالطول كذا. ممكن. كان أفضل.
هي ما فيها ميوت؟
ما في كل الميكروفون بس عندك.
مرحبا بكم جميعا. نود أن نبدأ مرة أخرى رجاء أخذ مقاعدكم. سوف نبدأ الجلسة الحوارية الأولى.
أمورك طيبة؟ ناقصك قهوة شاي؟
لا لا
موية
جاي من المكتب
والله يعني المخ تمام؟
تمام روي شكرا
دائما
يعطيك العافية شكرا
بس هركني فيه صح؟ خلي الباب مفتوح؟
لا خليه مقفول عادي ما في مشكلة شكرا. أنا أمل أن تكونوا قد حظيتم باستراحة جيدة وسوف نبدأ الآن. كما سمعنا للتو الأمن الغذائي في المملكة العربية السعودية يرتبط ارتباطا وثيقا بالحاجة إلى ضمان الأمن المائي، ويتطلب أيضا تأمين واردات الغذاء التي لا تعتمد فقط على ضمان الأصول الصحيحة في الخارج بل أيضا على تنويع المصادر على مستوى العالم، ومن خلال تعزيز الإنتاج المحلي المستدام وخاصة بالنسبة للسلع القابلة للتلف. وفي هذا الصدد نحتاج مزارعون ومنتجو الأغذية السعودية إلى تحفيزهم من قبل الحكومة ليكونوا أكثر كفاءة في استهلاكهم للمياه والطاقة، في حين سيكون الابتكار أمرا أساسيا لتسهيل زيادة الكفاءة. وهذا يعني بأننا نعتبر بأن الاستراتيجيات أمر مهم وأساسي لتشجيع وتطوير السياسات واللوائح كما ناقشنا اليوم، والتقنيات الصحيحة التي ناقشناها. وبالتالي ننظر في القضايا التي يسعدني أن أدير هذه الجلسة النقاشية والتي تتناول الأولويات الاستراتيجية للأمن الغذائي. وأود أن أدعو إلى المنصة رجاء رحبوا معي بالسيد بيير برون، محمد شاهيني، رجاء انضموا معي إلى المنصة، والرجاء الترحيب بالمتحدثين. مرحبا بكم. دعونا نبدأ بالسياق العالمي. كيف يمكن أن يمثل المملكة العربية السعودية بناء على الرؤية السعودية؟ أنت طبعا الرئيس التنفيذي للإدارة الخاصة بالتجارة، أنت تعمل في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي، فكيف يمكن أن تكون أكبر التحديات التي تواجهها ما يتعلق بالأمن الغذائي والتغيير المناخي؟ أيضا لدينا العضو في مجموعة الاستجابة. أنت طبعا مكانك في نيويورك، وأعتقد في سبتمبر 2021 الأمم المتحدة لهيئة الغذاء دعت لقمة عاجلة في موضوع الأمن الغذائي، ولكي نخرج بهذه القمة قد تكون هناك أعمال وخطط أعمال وإطار عمل يجب أن يؤطر فيما يتعلق في الأهداف التنموية 17. في كل من هذه الأهداف يحتمل على الاستدامة وأيضا لمجال الأمن الغذائي. فما الذي يمكن أن تقوله فيما يتعلق في الأمور الاستراتيجية فيما يتعلق بالأمن الغذائي في دول مجلس الخليج العربي والمملكة العربية السعودية تحديدا في مجال الاستدامة؟ مرحبا بك في الرياض. شكرا جزيلا لهذه الفرصة التي حظيت بها، وشكرا لدعوتكم لهذا المؤتمر. هل تسمعونه؟ نعم. حسنا، أنا فخور وسعيد أني هنا معكم اليوم، وأنا المدير التنفيذي لشركة Grow Intelligence، وأيضا متحدث في هذه الجلسة. وأيضا كوني أرى من سياق الوضع في المملكة العربية السعودية ودول مجلس الخليج العربي بشكل عام، هناك تنسيق ومراقبة هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية حقيقة. نعم، هناك منهج بعيد يمكن أن تأخذه المملكة، ولكنه ذو نظرة استراتيجية يمكن أن ينم عن التنوع الغذائي في المملكة وفي الخليج. وأيضا بالنسبة لسلاسل الإمداد في المملكة العربية السعودية تعتبر المجال الأوسع حتى فيما يتعلق بالاعتقاد والتوقع حول إجراءات وتنفيذات وحلول حول سلاسل الإمداد. وهناك طرق مختلفة فيما يتعلق أيضا بالتغيرات المناخية. في واحدة من الأشياء التي لا يمكن أن نكون بعيدين عنها، وهي الأشياء التي على سبيل المثال في كل دول مجلس الخليج العربي والمملكة العربية السعودية هو الاستدامة. ونحن نعرف بأن هناك طبعا في مصر وأيضا في الجزائر هناك الكثير من الإجراءات التي تكون لها علاقة مباشرة بالاستدامة في الأمن الغذائي. فأعتقد هذه كثير من العوامل التي يمكن تكون خارج المنطقة والتي تؤثر عليها في سبيل المثال على سبيل الأمن الغذائي. شكرا لك. شكرا لك. أحمد شاهيني، أنت أيضا مستشار في شركة سالك، وهي الشركة السعودية للاستثمار الزراعي، والمسؤول أيضا عن الاستثمارات المحلية. إذا نظرنا إلى الصورة العالمية للاستثمارات في سالك على جميع أنحاء العالم وفي المملكة لتنفيذ التوجه العام في إطار الأمن الغذائي، ما هي المجالات الرئيسية للاستثمار، وما هي العوامل التي تعتمد عليها عملية صنع القرار لديك بالإضافة إلى الربحية؟ مرحبا بك. شكرا جزيلا شكرا لدعوتكم الكريمة، وأنا حقيقة سعيد أن أكون هنا في مشاركة لأفكاري ووجهة نظري ومشاركة الأمور والأفكار الأساسية والتعلم من خبرات الآخرين في هذا المجال. بالنسبة لسؤالك، طبعا شركة سالك للاستثمارات العالمية تطورت من مجال طبعا الرؤية 2030 وأيضا في مجال المحاصيل وأيضا البروتينات الحيوانية ومنتجاتها. رؤيتنا في الشركة أن نكون طبعا متاحين فيما يتعلق بسلاسل القيمة، وإضافة لنا وأن نتوسع بالنسبة للسلع. وعندما ننظر إلى سلاسل القيمة فنحن هنا ننظر إلى المدخلات الرئيسية والمنتجات والمزارع والعمليات الزراعية وأيضا إلى ما يتعلق بالخدمات اللوجستية. فبالتالي هذا منهج شامل وشمولي وكامل يتعلق بسلاسل القيمة لنضمن بأننا نعزز عمليات الإنتاج الزراعي وطريقة الوصول والإتاحة. وعندما نتحدث عن المقاييس المختلفة يحتاج أن نقيم الاستثمار وتطبيق الخطوات الأمثل، وأن يكون ضمن سياق دولي وإقليمي وعالمي، ولأن يكون الاستثمار ذا عوائد ربحية، ونوازن ما بين طبعا الموسمية من ناحية المنتجات، وأيضا ننظر إلى السوق والدول وطبعا التصدير لنوسع نطاق التصدير. وعلى المستوى المحلي ننظر أيضا إلى المصادر الطبيعية التي يمكن أن نستخدمها بشكل أمثل، سواء كانت المياه وأيضا توجهات الأعلاف والأغلاف، وأيضا نستخدم التكنولوجيا المستدامة والتقنية المستدامة. أيضا نبحث عن الأثر في الاستثمار وبالنسبة للأغذية المستزرعة هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية والمصدرة والواردات، ونحاول أن نحسن طبعا التوازن بالنسبة للأغذية الزراعية وعلى مستويات إيجابية ونحصل على الاكتفاء الذاتي. حسنا، رائع، شكرا لك. من الواضح بأن هناك توجه ونية حول تأمين الغذاء بطرق مختلفة، حتى إن كان هناك اضطرابات، حروب أو جائحات، وهناك حاجة أن يكون هناك وصول إلى الاستدامة والاكتفاء الذاتي، بالرغم ما إن طبعا سياقات الماء وعجز الماء وقلة الماء والتغيرات المناخية. يمكن الآن أن نبحث عن أن تكون هناك توجهات على الأمر بشكل أكثر، تحديدا في الإجراءات التي يجب على المشاريع والشركات الكبرى اتخاذها نتيجة لهذه الحتمية. أبدأ بريتشارد سالبريزي. أنت نائب الرئيس التنفيذي للجودة والتنظيم والصحة والسلامة والأمن والاستدامة في شركة المراعي. هل يوجد شيء آخر للإضافة؟ في شركة المراعي، وهي إحدى أكبر شركات الألبان والأغذية والمشروبات في المملكة العربية السعودية والشرق الأوسط بشكل عام. كيف تنتقل بين ضمان الاستدامة في الإنتاج المحلي ولا سيما الحفاظ على المياه وضمان كفاءة الطاقة وتجنب هدر الطعام وإدارة المزارع في أماكن أخرى من العالم، ومن ثم شحن منتجاتك إلى المملكة العربية السعودية في سياق أهداف الشركة لصافي الصفر؟ هل اللوائح التنظيمية؟ تفضل. نعم، شكرا جزيلا لك آن، شكرا لدعوتكم الكريمة. آن، حسنا، سوف أقول بأن هناك شقين لهذا السؤال. الشق الأول وهو محاولة التنقل والأنظمة واللوائح التنفيذية والتشريعات في المملكة، كيف يمكن أن ننتقل بهذه التحديات وننقلها إلى مستويات أخرى. فبالنسبة لي التنقلات هي الاستدامة. يجب أن نفكر في الاستدامة على مستوى واسع. كل أحد أو كل شخص يفكر باستراتيجيات الاستدامة، ونحتاج أن نضع خططا. أولا ما هي المواد المتاحة بالنسبة لك، من هم أصحاب المصلحة، وما هي المواد المتعلقة بوجود التي يمكن أن تتأثر بطبعا عائدات أصحاب المصلحة، وهل هي مرتكزة على العلوم أو على التجربة. وبالتالي نحتاج إلى مستهدفات. هذه المستهدفات يجب أن نخرج على أساسها بمرتكزات أساسية، وبالتالي خطط أعمال لتخفيف هذه الصعوبات. فبالتالي أنا لدي 3 ارتكازات أساسية، وهي طبعا المنتجات والكوكب والاستدامة. بالنسبة للمواد الخام أو المواد بطبيعة الحال، هناك 25 هدفا ل2025. نعم، فواحدة من هذه الأشياء طبعا هي كفاءة الطاقة، وأيضا كفاءة المياه والطاقة المتجددة. وبالنسبة لنا أيضا الاستدامة في الزراعة هي الأمر المهم. ما الذي نقوم بعمله اليوم يمكن أن يكون يؤثر على جيل المستقبل من ناحية الزراعة. أيضا فيما يتعلق بالمزارع العالمية أو الزراعة العالمية، يمكن أن يكون هناك طبعا توجهنا في 2015 بدأنا أن إلى المحاصيل المستدامة، هناك طبعا ممثلات، ولكن نبني إلى الاستدامة بشكل عام. يجب أن نتحدث عن الاستدامة، وهناك أشياء مماثلة والتحديات التي يمكن أن تواجهنا فيما يتعلق بالحجم. فيجب أن نحافظ على المصادر الطبيعية للوقت الأطول، تحديدا المياه والتربة الصالحة. هناك 2 من المخاطر الإضافية، أعتقد واحدة منها هي المشاكل التي تدور حول المنتجات الغذائية بالنسبة للمحاصيل، وأيضا كما ذكرت الأمور الجيوسياسية والمخاطر الجيوسياسية من ناحية الشحن والتصدير والواردات. نعم، هناك الكثير من الأمور التي تتعلق بهذا الصدد ربما، ولكننا يجب أن نتعامل معها
For regulation, you mentioned regulation, it's about stakeholder engagement and consultation and early signs. So again, go back to net zero, what is the plan for that? So Saudi Arabia has pledged to 2060 to net zero. Well, what does that mean? What does that mean for all different sectors of industry? What is your carbon, if you're operating now, what is your carbon footprint? And what are your challenges going to be over the next 5, 10, 20 years as we move towards net zero? So know your carbon footprint, and you need to start working on it today. You need to reduce, and eventually you're going to have to offset, because you're not going to get to zero just by reducing.
Thank you. Out of curiosity, what's the proportion between what you produce locally and what you produce overseas?
So all of our manufacturing, 98% of our manufacturing is in Saudi Arabia. We've got a few small operations in the United Arab Emirates in terms of manufacturing, but all of the dairy farming, all of the poultry farming is in country. But then all of our arable farming is overseas. So a lot of farms that we own ourselves in the US, California, Argentina, and then we top up with other forage crops and other cereals from the world market.
Great, thank you. Dr. Pierre Boone, you are the Director of Climate Proof Agriculture at Neom Food Company. So what are you, we heard from Richard about net zero targets and all the challenges. What are you concretely doing at Neom on water use and energy efficiency for food production? And what would you say are the key areas within the Saudi food system in need for regulation, greater regulation? And welcome to Riyadh.
Thank you very much. So I'm standing in front for Dr. So obviously, water is really key for agriculture in Saudi Arabia, as it is in other places, but particularly here. What's important for us is to look at the consumption of water per kilo of product that's produced. And we're trying to minimize this by, first of all, making use of only renewable water from the long term. And it's only possible to do this given the cost of using these resources if we have very high water usage. So the way we're approaching this is we are looking at various technologies and associated crops to make sure that the combination of technology, production system and crop makes sense from a sustainability perspective. We are looking at different environments within NEON, looking at covered agriculture, high-tech, low-tech, and deep-tech, make sure that we have the right efficiency at the right level of investment. Energy is also very important for us, and we have to make sure that we minimize energy. And this is, energy is of course very important for cooling. And so we are looking at innovative ways of new cooling technologies that consume less energy and that can be applicable to the right environment and beyond. Because we, of course, want to be as much as possible help and model for other systems in the country and beyond. In terms of regulation, there are different areas that we think are important to us. And I will start again with water and particular, we're in need of crops that are resistant to drought, that are very water efficient, that can sustain high heat, and that requires to have advanced genetics this practice. And in order to do this, we have to rapidly adapt materials in the world which we want to grow in our local environment. And one of the ways to do this is to use new genetic techniques, for example, particular gene editing, which we believe is a very mild technology that's distinct from GMO technology. It's very precise, can target only genetic material within a species. And if there was a supportive regulatory framework to develop these new technologies, I think this would go a long way. Another area that we see that's important is to support the production of health. And so we believe that this has been very successful in the case of aquaculture, where there has been an initiative at SAMAC, which promotes national production of fish. But that requires a lot of effort and bring together public and private partners together. And so this needs to be generalized to other products in agriculture as well, so that the consumer sees the benefit and that ultimately the farmer is benefiting. Then the third area is to promote healthy products. Maybe we wish to do this with a tax incentive. So we think that this is really important that we improve diets, trying to improve the use of the products, of the healthy products. There has been a tax system that has been used here in this country, and I think we can go beyond and any kind of tax relief for production systems that lead to healthy foods can be very helpful.
Thank you, Pierre. On this issue of local production, Ahmed Shaheen, what are, from Salih's perspective, your views on key opportunities and challenges to boost local production here in Saudi Arabia?
I think just before getting into that, the way we use and I get to the opportunity to try to sustainability, the way we use sustainability is the ability and the right to meet the demand today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their demand. And I think if you look at challenges and adversity, there can be opportunities. we've been discussing it for a while, which is the scarcity of natural resources, meat, land, and water resources. Today, we are addressing that through innovation technologies, because we strongly believe that moving things in a conventional way only will not get us to where we want. If, for example, we talk about the greenhouse, about irrigation system, we talk about improving the yield, then we also look into the genetics and seeds. The way we tackle the challenges and we address them across the whole value chain is, again, those technologies and those solutions should be addressed in a way to enhance the resilience of the supply chain, production supply chain, or even the logistics supply chain, because from a grain perspective, there is no plan actually to grow grains in the feed production. So mainly grains, most of it are, I think it's highly traded worldwide. That's why the play then locally would be more in logistics. One of the opportunities that I think is also very important by leveraging the existing production capacities, how can we aggregate? Today one of the biggest challenges for fruits and vegetables, is the unfair margin distribution on the chain. There are a lot handled by middlemen at the deep value. So neither the end consumer are able to buy at a competitive price, nor the farmers are able to have
physical solutions such as central markets and different models, I think are key to enhance the local production in the Saudi.
Thanks. And you say that in addition to innovation, improvement in regulations could support boosting local production, and which key areas have you identified?
I think we're very blessed in Saudi to have a very, I would say, synergized ecosystem that enables the reflection of new regulations. But definitely it's a very important. I think changing the type of subsidies implemented in the market has enhanced a lot the production yield, and I maybe talk about the cold subsidy. And I think that impacted a lot of operational KPIs in the market, such as the mortality rate, the food conversion ratio. Previously, the subsidies used to be an input. Today, the subsidies, I think 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, the subsidies become more about on kg that is being produced rather than on input, which incentivize a lot of producers to improve their production capability.
Anyone else from the speakers who want to say a word on regulations? No. So thank you. So we'll turn now to something which Ahmed Shahini has just mentioned, and this is something obviously that we will speak about throughout the day, innovation and technologies, and the key areas within the Saudi food system in need for technological innovation. So far we've talked quite a bit about agri and food production, but I think it would also be interesting to expand and hear from our speakers about food consumption and food waste. Let me perhaps start with Jim. At the global level, what broad trends are you seeing in terms of agri-food tech, innovation and food security and sustainability spaces? that you think are particularly relevant to the kingdom, including also perhaps on food waste, when we know that globally and Saudi Arabia is in the same average, globally about 1/3 of the food produced and consumed are wasted.
Sure. Some of the work that we're doing at Grow Intelligence on climate and agricultural data and analytics and digital capacities, I want to mention the digitalization of monitoring supply chains. I think is some of the initial work that's out there. We build climate indices, agricultural indices that are historical in nature or predictive in nature in the future that allow for monitoring the supply chains, like I mentioned earlier, anticipating shock shocks. So I think some of that information is relevant. As it pertains to food waste, I've come across very interesting digestion, bolted onto, say, food company, back ends of their plants, to take out some waste that might be recirculated back to produce biogas, also to improve the water quality coming out of the system as well. So that's a closed system, and to me that meets the definition of sustainability. Seeing other work done on microbial development for fixation of nitrogen for fertilizers, seeing those seeds that have maybe tried to yield, but also see microbial work being done to add to the fertilizer supply chain and reduce maybe synthetic produced fertilizers and have an organic produced fertilizer base that might be more sustainable. So I think those are some of the things that I see. The climate and agricultural indexation, both for historical data and predictive data that can be used globally, and then some of the things around digestion and microbial work. Thank you.
Pierre, would you agree with Jim? What role do you think the relation in agriculture, the role of novel foods can play in bringing food security to Saudi Arabia?
And how does all those issues translate themselves for you at NEOM?
At NEOM, we are looking at agriculture, but we also look beyond. Our observation is that traditional industries, meat production, food production, are very advanced here. At the same time, they consume a lot of water. This is direct. So we are looking also at complementing this supply to other sources, one of which is the use of plant-based foods for the production of plant-based foods, which is, we believe, can be an opportunity in terms of being very efficient, water efficiency, and also to improve and incorporate new technologies that can be very, very useful in the kingdom. One of the technologies we are looking at is cell-based, plant-based culture, which will give us the opportunity soon to make an announcement of the critical partnership that we're putting together after scanning the world for the best possible in that area. Another area of the screen is aquaculture. Aquaculture, we believe, is a very efficient way to produce protein. As compared to meat production, it is about 20% of the water. And the high aquaculture sets the perception of being environmentally detrimental. And so this is something that we want to try and actually demonstrate that it can be done in a very respectful way from the environment. By promoting local ecosystems, new technologies that allow the filtration of the nutrients, for example, through the development of microbial farming. So these are the two areas of
Thanks a lot. We'll have a whole session this afternoon looking at sustainable alternative sources of proteins. Richard, at Amarai, are you also looking at novel foods and alternative proteins, or are you still focusing mainly on agricultural production and crops? What's your view?
I'd say the quick answer is we're doing both. So as any major food company, we're aware of the trends. So, firstly, looking at, say, plant-based dairy. We did a test launch earlier this year. You do see that category emerging. I would say in the region, the plant-based dairy drinks are in their infancy. There's much more of a consumer pull on those products elsewhere in the world, but that sort of segment, that category is growing. If you talk about innovation perhaps in agriculture, I think it goes back to Ahmed's point, when he was talking about the poultry subsidies. So whether in terms of whatever you're doing, be it animal husbandry, raising poultry, or even arable farming, efficiency and sustainability come hand in hand. So, and that's what I think our farming community in Al Mara'i has done for decades, is become efficient. So managing resources, so getting the same, either getting the same with less inputs, less water, less feed, less energy, or getting more for the same amount of those resources. So I think you can be innovative in everything you do, and that would include farming.
Thanks a lot. We're now approaching the end of our session. I don't know if any of our speakers would like to add something, or a word of wisdom, conclusion. If you so want, the floor is yours. No? So thank you so much, and please join me in applauding our 4 speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to welcome Dr. Woody Ang, Director of Ecosystems at NEOM, to hear further about NEOM's vision on food security and sustainability in the Kingdom. Dr. Ang, please join me in welcoming him.
Good morning and assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, my name is Woody, and prior to this, generally when we talk about food ecosystems, when I'm introducing myself, I am the Director of Food Ecosystems in NEOM Food. I have a big challenge in explaining this to a lot of people who are not familiar. I have the privilege today to sit in an audience that I need not have to explain it to them, because a lot of you understand what it is. Nevertheless, now, what is it that NEOM is trying to achieve to do? Ultimately, you've heard from various speakers this morning, we are in an era where climate change is happening. A lot of that contribution is also coming from food production, and so we have to adapt as quickly as possible to reduce the impact that food systems currently do. We also have to look at ways at not just sustainability, but regeneration as well. And on top of that, what NEOM is positioned to become is a flagship project for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And so we are all aligned towards trying to catalyze growth and also generate economic diversification. Next, please. Now, as I mentioned, food systems are amongst the greatest contributors of greenhouse emissions, and more countries and regions around the world that have benefited from lower cost of water, lower cost of resources, they are now struggling because you are seeing increasing droughts, increasing unsustainable temperatures, water scarcities, and all of that is putting pressure on their existing systems. You've also heard this morning of food security being a huge challenge now with deglobalization. We've got a lot of global uncertainties. Naturally, countries will look inwards, protecting themselves versus the previously thinking of globalized exports. We also have to look into the reduction of fresh water, something that MIWA is actively looking into. All of us in the room are very aware of, but it is, as the panel earlier mentioned, one of the greatest costs to production of food. So how do we go about solving that? And then there is also a case of chronic diseases. More and more people are falling ill due to various exposures to unhealthy foods and the like. How do we proactively solve for that? Next, please. At the end of the day, this presents us at NEOM with an opportunity to craft this vision. And the vision is this: to create a global community with food at its heart, harnessing innovation to nourish people and the planet, and guaranteeing food security for generations to come. All the big words that you've heard this morning are all in this vision. But having said that, much easier said than done. Next. Now, NEOM's food strategy covers 5 broad pillars. You had the privilege of hearing to my colleague, Dr. Pierre Brun, this morning. He's in charge of climate-proof agriculture. What we're aiming to do here is increase yields with the reduction of use of water, so increasing the number of kilograms you can produce, using technologies, innovations, and the like. We've also looking at regenerative aquaculture in the Red Sea, so looking at systems that are net positive. Even the plants that we have are intended to be multi-trophic, zero discharge into the sea, ultimately in the long run potentially looking at only native species as well. There was also a question in the panel earlier about novel foods. We're looking at alternative plant-based products at the moment with pilot facilities planned in NEOM. Personalized nutrition is a very different way of looking at nutrition. Instead of it being a case of what did you eat wrongly and then therefore you feel ill, how can we proactively look at our unique microbiomes and then deliver a personalized solution for each and every person, given that NEOM is eventually designed to be a cognitive city. And last but not least, a sustainable supply chain, which looks at ESG principles, yet at the same time having to solve for and support all these business units at delivering commercial viability. Even the panel earlier was speaking a lot about this. We're skirting around how do we do this more commercially sustainably. Next. So how do we do it at NEOM? Firstly, we are currently in the process of building commercial pilots to validate optimal technologies. So we've got pilot greenhouses being built in the Port of Oxagon and also in the Tabuk region in Tabuk University. The idea here would be to test out technologies before they go into full-scale production. We're also looking at partnerships. Now, a lot of the challenge that the kingdom faces right now is technologies and innovations have to be procured into the country. And so what we're aiming to try and do is bring these partners in as part of a localization strategy, and I'll go into further detail after examples of that. We also have to look at market trends and scaling up production for premium products. Now, doing all of this is expensive. My colleague that heads up the sustainable food supply and the commercialization aspect will tell you, his name is Flavio, he's in the room. And he will tell you that some of the biggest challenges he has to face is to target the premium products because that's where the money will be. We cannot compete with the mass, cheaper goods that you get from abroad, which is a lot cheaper for the consumer, and naturally, all consumers are price sensitive. So this is us looking at it as an innovation platform. And this is also why we believe in what MIWA is doing and what KAUS is doing. We are fully supportive of the Saudi Tech Alliance being led by MIWA. We're also fully supportive of the efforts that MIWA is putting in place for technology piloting. Because at the end of the day, talking about deployment of technologies and innovations is well and good. But it's the actual doing that's going to be very important to be able to scale. Next, please. So this is a render of an actual greenhouse being built in Oxagon at the moment, the modern city port of Oxagon in NEOM. And we are aiming to leverage technologies that, including soil amendments, talked, and my colleague Dr. Pierre Brun has spoken at length about new plant variants that we can have. So regulations that support gene editing, for instance, are being explored at the moment because we believe that that holds part of the key to the solution. We're looking at things that would reduce the use of water. So we're talking about soil amendments, more resilient seeds, we're talking about cooling technologies that are more energy efficient. All of this are going to be very, very important. Next, please. This is a render of an approved design for the aquaculture park in the Red Sea. Now, essentially, this was designed with our counterparts that are looking at environmental sustainability. So even part of the plan is mangrove replenishment, how that can be used to make sure that zero discharge into the Red Sea. Again, not easy to do, but it is important to look at all the aspects of that ecosystem to achieve these ambitions together. Next, please. So I come now to the idea of ecosystems. If I were to summarize all in a nutshell, you will see many words there. But the ecosystem requires many different things. We're talking about regulatory environment. How does KSA set up regulations that promote innovation, that puts the kingdom at the forefront of policies that will encourage technology to be deployed in the kingdom? That's a big question that we're trying to solve. And that's something that in NEOM we're hoping to be able to do in collaboration with MIWA. We're talking about talent. We've got a large young population here in the kingdom coming up. How do we give them the right education and tools to be part of the change, to be part of that deployment? Tech and innovation mentioned many times in this morning's presentation. How do we look at technologies that currently exist, localize them here, get partners to invest in KSA? Instead of it being a case of procurement, how do we get them to set up here? Because in truth, take for instance a greenhouse. If you've got a problem with a cooling solution, and if you have to get the experts from abroad to come in, that 2 to 3 weeks to settle the logistics and get them in, that crop season may have already been ruined. So how do we make sure that it's now in kingdom instead? How do we ensure that technologies and partners are here? And then when we talk about financing, and I think our colleagues at SADC are also actively looking at this, talking about domestic investments, localization, it's the same team. How do we get more partners into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to set up the production facilities here so that it's faster to reach other sites that are doing all these productions? We need the business environment, and that's something that our colleagues in the Ministry of Investments are also looking at. They're actively looking at partners. They've got a one-stop shop. All of that is part of ecosystem building. Something that we're very familiar with in the challenges of physical infrastructure and livability in NEOM is because we are out there living in what is likely one of the largest construction sites in the world at the moment. And at this moment in time, we have to figure out as well, I don't envy my colleagues having to plan out how do we get partner tenants in and also build the facilities for their talent to be there while we build ourselves as well. The analogy I like to give about NEOM is it's really like a supersonic jet that's already in the air, and we're all fixing it as we go along, because that's the speed that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia needs to fly at to achieve its goals. So all of this is a collective effort. Now, if one entity in this room is asked to do it, if we all look to MIWA to be the solution, it's never going to be solved. If we look to KAUS as the pioneering bit of innovation and research in the kingdom alone, that's not going to work as well. We need to reduce the complexity. We need to look at each other in this room and say, what are you already doing that I can leverage upon without having to reinvent the wheel? It's also looking at investment planning, because we may be investing in certain partners, so we always touch base with the Ministry of Investments, and we've got a very strong partnership with MIWA as well, because we inform them about the partners that we're looking at. So at the end of the day, if there are policy support that's required for these strategic partners, that's going to be important as well. All in all, even if you hear NEOM's vision, we are all aligned to one goal and one goal only, which is KSA's own Vision 2030. And all of this requires a lot of coordination, a lot of planning. Next, please. is about capturing value. And this complex slide, you don't have to worry about reading the text here, but let me just give you a sense of what it is. This is just a non-comprehensive view at just agriculture in a controlled environment. These are the number of services and players that are involved. Yet, if I were to go to one box and ask if there is technology that's already localized here, most likely no. So for example, if we look at soil technology, soil amendments, most of that technology is currently procured and imported in. We should be thinking about how we can get companies like that to be set up here, because so many greenhouse projects around KSA, plenty of opportunity to grow here. Importation should be less. So soil amendments would be the same. Then we come to seed technologies. Even in NEOM, we're looking to partner with seed companies to do the genetic testing here in KSA and then deploy them into country as well. These are partners that we're looking for as part of ecosystem building. That's going to be very important as well. As I mentioned earlier, cooling technologies. So a lot of foundational aspects are going to be required. We spoke or touched on regulations in the panel earlier. And so we are actively trying to look together with MIWA on how this can be done to mitigate risks. And we are all aware, we have to mitigate the risk where we can, but we have to promote innovation. Two very different polarities to be managed. We're talking about how we can use waste, and we're talking about use of recycled water. How does that help? Because in that sense, we put less dependency on natural resources. In NEOM, we're committed not to use the water from the aquifers, but that means high costs. And as to all the private companies that were here just now, they will tell you, ultimately, they will do what's required as long as it's commercially sustainable. And so I'm glad that Ahmed from SALIC earlier mentioned that there's going to be a shift from input-based subsidies to output-based subsidies, because that's a potential solution where we are talking about incentives that encourage companies to use less, but reward them for using less, because it's going to cost money for them to use less as well. So how we go about doing that, again, a lot of detailed discussion needs to be done there. But we cannot de-emphasize the importance of our education, academic and research institutions. We have so many here in the room, KAUS being one of the major partners, one of the real flag bearers of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But if you look across the board, you've got the likes of KFU, of KSU, of ST Dharma, part of MIWA as well. Everybody is doing great work to try and push the agenda forward. And so ultimately we need to just make sure we are all doing as much alignment as possible to reduce duplication, to look actively for synergies and the like. And also provide the right investment attraction for partners that we are also encouraging to be based out of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, whether it be in NEOM or any other of the major sites that we were looking at development. Next, please. So ultimately, the whole concept of ecosystems can be summarized in so many different ways, but to take it through a very simple idea, all the R&I efforts that are being encouraged by MIWA, being conducted at sites like KAUS, how do we go from lab all the way to production? At NEOM, what we're doing is we're building these commercial pilots to be that important step in between. Because very often, a lot of jurisdictions fail to see that that's where the missing gap is. That's the part that is the most expensive, that no one wants to take risks with. But that's something that MIWA recognizes as well, which is why we are also looking at them at pilot deployments where we can. And we'll then be able to identify which players in the ecosystem we still need support from. And if we then need to work with other partners to bring them into KSA, that will be a way to look at it. And also test out new approaches. Testing new approaches will cost us as well. We also intend for it to be a showcase of the Kingdom's innovation ambitions. And that means that we're looking at an innovation center that we can showcase whatever up-and-coming technologies that have been developed across KSA. I think the Center of Desert Agriculture in KAUS is a brilliant example of the many things that have been done well. And how do we add value back? Because at the end of the day, the private companies that are all operating here need to see this translated back to commercial viability. And of course, with the push by MIWA and the government of Saudi Arabia, there's a lot of emphasis on agriculture as part of its diversification. So how do we scale here first and then scale abroad? We have opportunities across the board. I think if you speak to all the large corporations here, the institutions, they're all setting up infrastructure for this. But how do we build all of this, develop the technologies, and work together? So if I were to summarize, I started off by saying that whenever I try and introduce the idea of ecosystem, I struggle sometimes, but in this room I don't have to. But I'll use the analogy I tell to the uninitiated. We are effectively trying to build bridges which foundations already exist in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Each and every one of you is one of those foundations. What we need to be looking at is looking around the room, finding where these bridges can be rapidly built instead of having to build bridges of our own. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hank. We will now have a first deep dive looking at crop systems of the future, something that we've just heard about quite a bit, and all the critical questions relating to crop production in the kingdom, including how to maximize yields while minimizing water and energy consumption, and also the appropriate balance between improving traditional farming so that it becomes more sustainable, but also investing in agri and food tech and innovation. And to lead us on this important topic, please join me in welcoming on stage our moderator, Dr. Rebecca Waller, an agricultural engineer at the Cal Center for Desert Agriculture, as well as the speaker on her panels. Raghi Ramadan, please join me in welcoming them all on stage. Raghi Ramadan, Professor Deria Baran, Abdullah Al-Hendi, Dr. Eric Archambault, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Harbi, and Dr. Khalil Mahmoud.
Okay, you guys can take a seat and we'll get started. On the other, you can take that white one. Okay, good morning, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished guests. It is my honor to be here with you all today, and especially at the headquarters of MIWA, where some of the most important decisions regarding Saudi's food future are made. I'm not going to take up very much time with an introduction, because I want you all to hear as much as you can from this very impressive, experienced, and pioneering group of speakers that we've gathered for this session. But I'll just begin with an obvious statement. Deserts do not make it easy to grow crops. In the past 2 years that I've lived and traveled in the kingdom, I've seen desert agriculture expressed in different forms and at different scales. For example, opportunistic field plots fed by the occasional rainstorm. Center pivots retrofitted into peach tree orchards. Massive olive and date palm groves irrigated by water pumped from 300 meters below the ground, and also high-tech air-conditioned glass houses and vertical farms that enable fresh vegetables and fruits to be grown in any location, but as long as you have plenty of electricity or fuel. I'll end with another obvious statement. Just because you can grow it doesn't mean you should. We cannot concern ourselves only with Saudi's food future, but also its water future. These are highly interdependent, considering that agriculture uses more than 80% of the kingdom's precious and scarce fresh water supplies. My task for this session, shared also by our speakers, is to enable you, the audience, to leave with at least a preformed opinion about what crops should be grown in the kingdom, the systems that should be used to grow these crops, and how stakeholders, including MIWA, industry, academia, investors, can best facilitate sustainable cropping systems in Saudi Arabia. So with that, I'm pleased to introduce Engineer Raji Ramadan, CEO of Noor Nation, a startup company based in Cairo, developing practical technologies for decentralized clean energy and safe water in remote communities. I think that this project and this work by Noor Nation has high relevance to Saudi Arabia and its future crop production. Raji, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello everyone. So if you can show the slide, it would be really appreciated. So probably everyone today or yesterday had enough food on your dining table or enough food from your fridge or water dispenser, right? Imagine if these amounts of food or water in the next 3 to 5 years will be halved, became unaffordable or unavailable. In Egypt, my country, farmers can pay up to $20,000 per month or per year as an average to provide clean energy and source water for their farming activities. This can lead to loss of profitability to farmers. It can lead to abandoning their lands, which definitely hinders the agricultural production and ultimately negatively affect the food production. This is in addition to more than 2.8 billion people worldwide lacking access to safe drinking water and clean energy. Most of them are in Africa and in a region like MENA, which has already water scarcity. So I really hope to show the slides so I can show us our innovation. It will be really useful to put on the slides. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Raji Ramadan. I am the founder and CEO of Noor Nation. And Noor Nation, as Dr. Rebecca mentioned, is an Egypt-based renewable energy startup developing and manufacturing innovative and tech-enabled decentralized infrastructure solutions to provide both clean energy and safe water from our flagship product. One of our flagship products, next slide please, and the one after it. Our flagship product is called Livebox, and Livebox is a solar-powered, all-in-one, self-contained, and fast deployable unit that can provide both clean electricity and safe water to the farming activities. Either it is water pumping for irrigation, or water desalination and purification for many different purposes and activities such as livestock, poultry, domestic, potable water, but partly also irrigation. Next slide, please. How Livebox is different. It is technology-enabled or tech-enabled, which means that it's a turnkey software and hardware solution that is remotely controlled and monitored, where we developed our remote and monitoring control system. It is a dual supply system, so it can provide both electricity for different farming businesses, but also water at the same time. And it's completely plug and play, making it easy to relocate or fast deploy to many locations at the same time. Next slide, please. Comparing to regular solar systems, or in particular ground-mounted solar system, Livebox is area efficient, and it comes with an overall operation 10 years warranty comparing to 1 or 2 years in other systems. And it needs much less infrastructure to be deployed, very minimum, because it is a containerized solution. And most importantly, in 3 to 5 years, it could be 10% more cheaper affordable or a higher value for money for most of the farmers. Next slide, please. We target small to large farming businesses that are located in Egypt, Sub-Saharan Africa, and MENA, but also rural communities that has unreliable, expensive, or no energy and water accessibility. And we hope that by the 2028, we reach a market share of 18 million euros. Next slide, please. This is how we make money. Livebox, as an average of 30 kilowatt peak and 5 meter cube of daily freshwater production, provides energy and water to our target clients through two flexible payment models. The first one is in installments through local banks or buy now and pay later companies. And the other one, which is actually for lower income communities or low income groups, Noor Nation will be selling through the Livebox energy and water as a service through models such as pay as you go or lease to own. Next slide, please. Since we were incorporated in February 2022, we made a revenue of $360 out of selling $360,000 out of selling and deploying 13 live boxes in 6 governorates, serving up to 900 acres of farming lands. Next slide, please. These are some impressive photos for our live boxes that have been deployed in Egypt. They are serving farmland starting from 10 acres up to 3,000 acres, replacing the utility grid, replacing the diesel generator, and also providing water desalinated or purified to many activities such as poultry, livestock, potable and domestic. And they are pumping water for irrigation either from bore wells or from canals as a surface pumping. Next slide, please. Our impact is also measurable because so far we have produced more than 1 gigawatt hour of solar electricity. We have mitigated more than 830 tons of CO2 equivalent, and we have been desalinating more than 2 million liters since we deployed most of our live boxes. And we are tackling many SDG goals, actually up to 13 SDG goals, but most importantly is SDG 6 and SDG 7. We are also saving much more money, have been saving for our clients, which is more than $110,000 so far. Next slide, please. So our milestones is in this quarter, we are aiming to deploy our first pilot water purification live box in Tanzania in the city of Dodoma. And hopefully by the beginning of 2024, through the collaboration with Dr. Rebecca Kaust, PepsiCo, or the Saudi Irrigation Organization, is to deploy our first live box for water desalination in Saudi Arabia. And by the beginning of next year, we aim to close our funding round, which is $800,000 of equity investment. Next slide, please. So you can join our mission. We're raising $800,000 as an equity investment, and I'm so happy to say that we received our first equity investment from a VC called Catalyst Fund, one of the most dominant VCs across Africa. And to think about the money that we invest or the money that we use, for each $20,000 that is invested in Noor Nation, this can mitigate up to 200 tons of CO2 equivalent per year and provide 2,000 desalinated and provide safe drinking water to more than 2,000 people per day. Next slide, please. This is very relevant, and we developed this especially for the Egyptian irrigation ecosystem, but also very relevant to the conference today. As a natural scalability to the live box, tackling the energy problem, we have developed SIAS. And SIAS is a new business model which stands for solar irrigation as a business. Next slide, please. In Egypt, we have a severe problem that 70% of the water from the Nile River are being consumed in irrigation. And 95% of this 70% is actually being wasted in the flood irrigation. So the purpose of SIAS is to replace flood irrigation by smart/modern irrigation that is actually driven or powered by solar energy, Livebox. And as a service means that for small to medium farmers who are going to deploy the systems without upfront by the farmers, and they can pay for the hours of water pumping as per use. Next slide, please. So, replacing flood irrigation, replacing the diesel pumps, which mean that more profitability for the farmers, which means using or utilizing more farmlands and having a better productivity for the crops. A system also that we are exploring to collaborate with PepsiCo as a corporate in Egypt, but also the SIO here, thanks to the PepsiCo invitation connection also to this conference. Then it will be deployed as a service where we already developed our remote monitoring and control system to integrate the smart or monitoring and controlling the smart irrigation parameters into our remote monitoring and control system for the live box. Next slide, please. How do we risk mitigation? Livebox is not using an ISO shipping container. We have invented our ship or plug-and-play containing unit to be easily deployed to the hard-to-access locations. Next, please. These are some snapshots of our locally developed remote monitoring and control system, which is also integrating our smart irrigation for the monitoring the energy, CO2 emission, energy saving, and all of the other water and energy parameters. Next slide, please. We are a team of impact-driven engineers and entrepreneurs who have the vision to empower the lives of 1 million people in Africa and the Middle East to provide their daily life essentials of energy and water by the year 2028. I am here in Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is considered one of my second home countries because I lived and worked here from 2012 actually to 2018. We are looking to local partners, customers, but also investors, and we are here to join you and welcome to have a speech and discussion. So Noor Nation is bridging the life essentials from Egypt to the whole Africa and Middle East. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thanks very much. Amazing work from Noor Nation, and I really think that Saudi in particular can benefit from decentralized, sustainable irrigation. So it's solutions like these life boxes that can make that happen. So we'll shift into the panel discussion. You all might have already heard about another innovative and disruptive product that recently reached the global agriculture market. It's called Iris, Second Sky, a transparent heat-blocking material for greenhouses that can save significant amounts of water and energy. Professor Deria Baran led the development of this technology at KAUST, beginning as a professor in material science and engineering, and then also becoming a co-founder and the chief engineering officer for the now global agri-tech company Red Sea. Deria, can you please share with us how your R&D work at KAUST and Red Sea and other possible technological innovations developing in the kingdom now and outside of it can contribute to developing more sustainable crop production in Saudi Arabia?
Thank you very much, Rebecca, and all the organizers for giving me the floor and opportunity to talk today with that diverse audience, which is completely out of my daily life, I should say, engineering and then more chemistry. So as you mentioned, we have our first product, Iris Second Sky, which significantly reduced the footprint on water and energy in a controlled environment or covered agriculture. So as a scientist as well in my daily job, I would say innovation is in our DNA, of course, but I'm very cautious today. A lot of talks actually paved the way for what I'm saying is innovation should be considered in mind that that's relevant to the region first and then expanded globally, and that's what we came up with Iris, because the two pressing issues here Mark mentioned in the morning is first water, as Singapore and several other countries, but also I think it's important to mention is fresh water, right? So fresh water is desalinated here and it's desalinated completely unsustainably. That's something like a point to mention and acknowledge so that we can develop solutions towards that. And second is temperature. So we have an abundant sunlight and energy that we can utilize, and all the crops like it. However, that comes at a cost that is heating up, especially covered or controlled environment, making really, really hard to cool it down, using up to 90% of the water usage in that climate-controlled environment, which is ridiculous, right? So I describe Saudi as a Mars on Earth, right? And developing technologies here for the growing population, scarce resources, like unlivable habitat is not only for this region, but it can be extended globally, where we describe now 1 billion people living on desert climate and more than billions on hot climates. So, of course, then innovations are at the heart of this sustainable food production. But again, we need to look holistically at what are the natural resources, such as sunlight here, and what are the scarce resources that we need to reduce the pressing on, and especially water. And with that in mind, that we developed IRIS, we can look into the majority of the greenhouse globally, where 90% is actually, you can consider maybe mid and low tech, and we developed a high-tech solution and make it more affordable and equitable to the global. So in this perspective, whatever you can work on the reducing the footprints on the energy and water landscape is, I think, a phenomenal and revolutionizing, not only to Saudi, but globally.
Agreed, thanks. And Daria, Red Sea, their work is a good example of why it's so important that technologies are developed and grown at home. Because, like Daria said, they looked at the natural conditions in Saudi Arabia and then came up with a solution to solve a problem in greenhouse agriculture. So innovation, I think, can be most applicable when started at home. So tech will definitely play a major role in enabling more sustainable crop production, but also so will building the capacities of end users, the farmers, who are meant to apply this technology to achieve better outcomes and more sustainable production systems. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Abdullah Al-Hindi, a soil scientist who has for almost 4 decades of experience working with local growers in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Abdullah is currently with the FAO office in Saudi Arabia, working as a technical expert for a project focusing on rain-fed cereals in Saudi. Dr. Abdullah, can you please tell us what you think is next for future cropping systems in Saudi Arabia, considering the challenges that we're facing?
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I believe the most crucial interventions at the moment we need for Saudi agriculture is to establish a formal seed system. I'm afraid up to now we don't have it, and that involve a chain of activities. This starting with the breeding, ending by certification. Once we have this one, I think we will be able to contribute positively for the future of Saudi agriculture. Another thing, from my experience, I think, which could be simple, but it's crucially needed, and that is the introduction of good production practices, as well as the implementable new technologies. If we are going to deal with the small farmers, I think we have to be really careful not to introduce very complicated technologies. Otherwise, it won't be successful. Having said that, I think we have to come to the most crucial part, and that is the limiting factor of agriculture in Saudi Arabia, and that is water. I think innovation, new technologies, good production practices, infrastructure are badly needed. But from my experience, what I believe is this. Good policies will really contribute largely for saving irrigation water. We in this country must refrain from bad policies. I'll tell you an example, and that is about date palm. We have over 400 varieties in this country. Only 20 varieties are consumable by the local people and can be exported. If we come to a conclusion that we should really deal with these varieties and reduce the number of date palm, we are, as I put it, we are cultivating over 30 million. I think if we just reduce this by 50%, I think we will be able to save 2 billion cubic meters a year that is allocated for the production of such things. So the most crucial part is accurate policies to be implemented by this country for the future of Saudi agriculture.
Thank you. So it's clear that farmers need to reduce water usage, and also, as we've discussed already today, the government should incentivize them to do so. But how can we do that with the current situation in which water is not properly valued in the country? So Dr. Eric Archambault is a co-founder and managing partner at Astenor Ventures, a global impact investing firm in the bioeconomy space. In 2022, Dr. Eric also published a book called Costing the Earth: How to Fix Finance to Save the Planet. And this book outlines how to overhaul finance to achieve net zero, a net zero scenario. So Eric, I'm wondering how, according to you, we can use finance to incentivize stakeholders in Saudi Arabia to make greener, more sustainable decisions when it comes to agriculture.
Right. So writing a book didn't fix finance yet, but it's not enough. We what is impact investing? I have my co-founder have been doing venture capital in Silicon Valley for 20-something years, and on the side we were looking at doing good by doing philanthropy. We were successful enough to afford to be doing things out of the money we made in Silicon Valley, and we noticed that that system didn't work very well. If you put 5% of your wealth every year on fixing the 95% that is destroying the planet with your investments, it's not going to work. This 1 to 20 doesn't work. So how can we align our main investments with making things more sustainable, or even regenerating what has been destroyed before? And it's all about data. It's all about really looking at not the anecdotes, not the we saved X amount of carbons, or we saved 5 swimming pools worth of water during the year. It's really about looking at the full life cycle analysis of every product that is being made. And when water is the main thing you're trying to save or regenerate in one way or another, it has a different value, and it needs to be taken into account. So the full environmental cost, the full social cost should be taken into account when you are creating a new activity. And that's what we're looking at when we're making our investments. And it really changes your view, especially when you're looking at making systemic changes in the world. I can go back to, at the end, if you look at human systems from a game theory point of view, if you change the incentive, you're going to change the behavior.
Great. So we're going to move right along just because we're trying to end this in about 15 minutes. But Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Harbi has worked for decades in Saudi Arabia to introduce innovation and more sustainable practices in crop production. He's currently a professor of horticulture at the College of Agriculture at King Saud University, and was also a founder of Estidama, which has really brought sustainable agriculture and controlled environment agriculture to the top of the priorities list in Saudi Arabia. His research primarily focuses on greenhouses, hydroponics, sustainability, and food security. Dr. Abdulaziz, how can controlled environment agriculture enable sustainable cropping in a place like Saudi Arabia?
Thank you, Rebecca. First, I would like to refer to the statistic of MIWA that we have almost 1 million hectare of open land agriculture, and we have almost 5,000 hectare of protected cultivation in Saudi Arabia. And you can see the gap. But still, the agriculture sector in Saudi Arabia is a major contribution of the food security of the country. So if you talk about sustainability, we might have to focus more in the open field production in terms of water resources, soil health, disease control, and marketing system. And recently we can add climate change. I will give you just example from what I noticed this year. In Wadi Dawasir, which is one of the main agricultural areas in Saudi Arabia, this year it's recorded between 4 to 5 degrees higher than previous years. So some companies, they had to delay their potato growing season for a few weeks. That means that we are touching now the global warming effect in the agricultural land. If we go back to the protected cultivation, although it's very limited area, it's around 5,000 hectare, but still it's producing a high nutritional value crops for the Saudi consumers. But still we are facing some challenges in the greenhouses. By the way, this 5,000 hectare, more than 80% is a very simple plastic tunnels. So the medium tech is around 10% or less, and the high tech is less than 5%. So that means we are still have a big space to develop in terms of area of production and level of technology as well in the protected cultivation. In the greenhouses and the protected cultivation in general, we also face a lot of challenges. Cooling the greenhouse in Saudi Arabia is a major consumer of water in the protected cultivation. I will just give you an example. 1 square meter of tomato in the greenhouses, it's consumed around 1 cubic meter. At the same time, you have to spend 2.8 cubic meters for cooling for the whole season. So this is one challenge. The other challenge is the energy as well. Energy became a major challenge. So we have to look at the water, energy, and food nexus when we talk about the greenhouses. Of course, there is a lot of development globally in the technology of protected cultivation. But I don't look at the technology in a very simple way. Discover, develop, and deploy. There is a lot of work should be done in the middle. The new technology is very costly in terms of OPEX and CAPEX. It's also very costly in terms of knowledge transfer as well, because you have to localize this kind of knowledge among the people who are working in the agricultural sector in Saudi Arabia. So still, in general, I can conclude that we have plenty of space to develop the protected cultivation in Saudi Arabia, in terms of total area and level of technology. And definitely I strongly believe that the protected cultivation will be the major contributor of food security in Saudi Arabia in the future.
Thanks. And I just want to emphasize, it's not just promoting technology for technology's sake. Just because something is high-tech doesn't mean that it's good or worse, better than a low-tech or a mid-tech option. But if it can reduce the energy and water footprint of crop production, then it's something that we need to explore, investigate, and implement effectively. Our final panelist, Dr. Khalid Mahmood, has been working with Rothamsted Research Institute in the UK, leading the development of partnerships and collaborations, focusing on the Middle East, around future farming systems, regenerative agriculture, soil health, smart crop protection, and digital ag solutions. Dr. Khalid, how can we support regenerative agriculture? And maybe you could also help us define that in a climate like Saudi Arabia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much, Rebecca, for inviting to this panel. I have just coming from Rothamsted, which is I would say in a different climate compared to the Saudi Arabia. But just giving one single example here. So now the world, we have to feed 9.8 billion people, and feeding them with our traditional crops. Only we are relying on 3 crops, 3 cereals. I'm not against cereals, but just want to tell you here, only wheat, rice, and maize. But there are other 7,000 other species that are edible as well. So why we have ignored them? So a country like Saudi Arabia, I originally come from Pakistan, similar conditions there as well. Temperatures hit more than 50 degrees. So we have to look at other crops. So what are the alternative cropping systems for us? I mean, still, I would say 100% feed crops are the one which we are providing the energy requirements. I would say 90, 98%. I'm not against, again, veg, and they are again part of our diet. But the challenge that we have to just look at it, how we can protect our field crops. So the regenerative agriculture, where we have to know, just move away from just the yield-based system, where only just in a race where I need to have that much amount of wheat. Just giving an example of Rothamsted, we had a program back in 2000, I would say. Rothamsted, together with other research institute, planning to have a 20 ton per hectare wheat. But that thing was asking a lot of nutrients, a lot of nitrogen, a lot of pressure onto the environment. So we just gone away from that system. So now we are looking more sustainable. So how we can deliver wheat which is much more sustainable. And second thing which is more important is that we have to see is how we can better utilize the resources to produce the energy. So just giving, it's not only the food, the environment, our biodiversity, so how we can protect them. Just giving an example of the UK. We came out of Europe, then we have got, we moving away from this sport payments where the policy could help. So the UK government has, based on Rothamsted recommendations, I would say, so announced a program for farmer subsidy, which would be feeding farmers, our supporting farmers with how do they manage the land. It's called Environment Land Management Scheme, ELMS. So ELM is supporting farmers for land stewardship, for soil stewardship, for biodiversity. So this is where I think now we have to bring another system. But now the question is, how do we monetize it? So how the farmers get paid for it? So the issue is again looking at Al-Marai here. So people like Al-Marai, like Tesco's, so they play a critical role. So they are saying, okay, I'm going to pay you extra P a liter if you are growing, I would say, crop margins with the biodiversity to attract pollinators. And I think this is a hard sale for, I would say, the corporates. Corporates always say, okay, if I'm a seed company, I would like to sell a seed. But this is where now the innovations which have come through gene editing. Rothamsted again played an important role. We just had a first trial of gene-edited wheat in Europe. So now we all know we love wheat, we love bread. So bread has one issue, it gets burnt when you put it into the toaster. So we found that gene, asparagine, we just knocked that gene out. So we had done the first year of trial. And this is where the modern technology could help. And luckily, the UK government has already proved that gene editing as a law first in the Europe. So I think this is where the technology research need that kind of continuous investment. And unfortunately, somehow research is in a situation now, finding a quick solution, you have to invest into people, you have to invest into resources. And this is where I think corporates have a role to play in terms of environment, social governance. Again, giving an example of Europe, EU have now made a law from December this year. So you have to put your product environment footprint on your label. So this means where the product has come from. So this gives a good news for the farmers, so that if they are adopting all these sustainable practices, that allow them to be rewarded. Thank you.
Thanks. How many minutes? Okay. So just to ask what I think with this group of speakers is the most important question is all about incentives, right? So what are the biggest market and regulatory challenges that are faced by producers of crops in the kingdom? And what solutions do we have, both from the government, from industry, to create better incentives for farmers and agri-food companies to be more sustainable and long-term minded in terms of crop production? So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Abdelaziz, and then Eric, maybe you could follow up with that, and then I think we'll have to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I think we still need some irregularity issues here in the agricultural sector to help the sustainability and to improve the production. I'm talking about the quality and safety of the food. The regulation is not implemented yet in the market to enhance or to enhance investment there. So this kind of incentives that can be improve the production system here. I mean, I'm not talking about financial incentives. I'm talking about incentives in terms of regulations, like in safety and quality. Also, I don't expect all the incentives to come out of the government institution or the private sector. We have to introduce this type of non-profit organization in the agricultural sector in Saudi Arabia to contribute to this complete chain of improvement and serving the growers and the investors in Saudi Arabia as well. So there is a plenty of chance to improve the regulation map at the agricultural sector by implementing this quality and safety issues, which is became more incentives to more investment in the greenhouses, for example. A lot of investors in Saudi Arabia, they are willing to invest in high-tech greenhouses, but because of the marketing system is not paying them back of their investment, so this is keep them working in the middle or lower level of technology in the greenhouses.
Thanks. So I want to thank our speakers for contributing their perspectives, and I want to give them all a round of applause, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, and thank you, all of you, for leading such a rich discussion, Rebecca. After having looked at crops and before our first break, we will now turn to animal and fish production, meat, dairy, eggs, fish, and issues related to feed and the unsustainable grazing of rangelands.
To lead us through this complex yet critical topic, please join me in welcoming on stage our moderator, Professor Mark Tester of Chaos Center for Desert Agriculture, as well as the 4 speakers on our panel. Antoine Hubert, Dr. Gonzalo Lucena, Dr. Ali Al-Shakri, and Andrew Audley. Please join me in welcoming them all on stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll start here, then I'll go and sit down. Can we work to get the insect presentation up, please, while I introduce the session? I'd also just like to special welcome to the Australian Ambassador, Honourable Mark Donovan. So it's very good to have you here. Mark's actually very relevant to this session because of the importance of importation for food security in Saudi Arabia, especially potentially meat. Now, you may ask, what is a vegetarian plant scientist doing introducing a session on animal and fish production? But it's okay, I'm not going to stand here and make any evangelical statements about the obvious environmental impacts of not eating meat. Meat production is obviously central to human nutrition and society and culture. But it does have a very big impact on the environment. Ultimately, of course, because of the need of the animals for feed. From where do we get the feed in a country with very low net primary productivity because of very low rainfall and with very few sustainable sources of water at all? In this session, we will discuss how we might be able to increase the environmental sustainability of the livestock and fish sectors in ways that also make economic and business sense, as well as considering the sensitive social and cultural aspects that are also so intertwined with what we eat. We will try to cover meat, dairy, eggs, cows, sheep, cattle, goats and camels, poultry, fish, insects. Now we're going to look in more detail at alternative proteins this afternoon, but if what I've just said is logical, then this means insects have been promoted from alternative to mainstream. So I'm not sure if that's quite the case yet, but they are undisputedly well on the way. And of course, we don't have to eat insects directly, nor even after they've been processed so much we don't even know that we're eating insects. Insects also make excellent animal feed, which is a major topic of discussion for this morning. So to start all this off, I'm pleased to introduce one of the serious pioneers, one of the most eminent pioneers in this space of insect farming, the co-founder and now executive vice president of Insect, Antoine Hubert. Antoine has a degree in agronomy from Paris and co-founded Insect 12 years ago. The company is substantial and successful, and they're closed off at least on the first tranche of a Series D investment round earlier this year. So with no further ado, let's hear from Antoine and what he's going to do with all of that money.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizer for the invitation and for my first time here in the Kingdom. So in the next 5 minutes, I will present you how Insect is reinventing the food chain through insect farms that you see here on the screen in the back. Next, I don't have a clicker. No, okay. I will not repeat all the good challenges, strong challenges already summarized by Neon a few minutes ago. How we need to produce more calories, and food sovereignty is a key topic. Next, please. Where agriculture is at the nexus, as we said, between food security, climate impact, 19% of global greenhouse gas emissions, almost 70% of water consumption, 80% of biodiversity loss through deforestation or direct land use, and a big health cost also for different disorders. Next. So the question is, how can we really feed this world without jeopardizing the planet? If you look at 3 different large markets in the food, aquaculture. We know 1/4, 25% of all the fish caught in the sea in the world end up into fish meal and fish oil. And we know it's been a lot of overfishing in the Pacific Ocean on this, so that's an unsustainable situation for biodiversity. Second thing is an animal feed. 40% of farmland is for animal feed. And finally, if you look to the fertilizer, mineral fertilizer, carbon footprint is 5%, which is much bigger than aviation and shipping combined together. So a lot of strong challenges and then opportunities. The next slide, explaining. So what we do at Insect, we grow small insects called beetles, mealworms, and to offer different sustainable and healthy ingredients. We have different kind of proteins and oil, and also fertilizer, sustainable and healthy and organic. Next, please. Mainly for two main markets. One is mineral fertilizer replacement or partial replacement. If you see 50 kilo of CO2 sequestration is enabled by our product when you replace it on different crops like wheat, corn, but also tomatoes, etc. And the other one is about replacing fish meal in fish feed. 1 ton of our product can save 5 tons of fish in the oceans. And if you look at the fish meal replacement, so we are able to replace 100% in the fish diet. I understood there is a very strong policy and goal here in the kingdom from 100,000 to 1 million tons of fish feed and farm fish by 2030, which will lead to about, at the current price of fish meal, to $400 million of imported fish meal of cost. And that will most likely become 500, 600, 700 million with the increased price every year. So that's the two main markets where we play. Next. If you look a bit more on fish feed, you see our two main products, which is today being used in salmon feed in Europe and being tested by customers and very leading scientific communities in Norway. The first product is a small additive. We put only 4% in the feed, 4%. And it leads to 15% increase on the salmon. So that means we already save 15% of fish feed and fish meal. And then the main product, the dry product, can fully replace the fish meal and lead to a very strong also reduction of mortality on shrimps, so increase in the salmon or rainbow trout yields. Next. The interest of our technology and farm compared to other alternative proteins in fish feed, like single cell proteins, is we are also generating byproducts for crops. And I understood also there is a big policies and development on greenhouses and smart agriculture. And now we have fertilizer that can replace fully the chemical fertilizer, leading to increase of up to 30% on biomass of tomatoes or 20% on wheat yields. And we are now bringing to the market new product, biostimulants, that can, for instance, reinforce the plants like lettuce with the hydric stress. So when there is drought, the plants resist better and can increase up to 20% more compared to a situation when they don't have our products. Next. So we are not anymore a small startup, we are a scale-up. We have been through all the scale-up technology from a small lab to this very significant investment north of France, which has been started a few months ago. There has been another smaller plant you have seen on the first page that has been running for 7 years. So we have been able to prove and experience how the technology runs at scale. This one is like 6 soccer stadiums and almost 40 meters high. So it's a way also to save land, to be really efficient. Highly technological. All the technology inside is automated. So humans are more looking at how the robots works. 1 billion data points collected per day, and the technology is well protected. We have more than 440 patents filed everywhere in the world that ensure also the way to deploy the technology globally. Next, so we work with leading companies like Skretting in fish feed in Europe. We have more than 200 million contracted revenues for the next few years and about 1 billion in the pipe, mainly in fish, also in pet food for Europe. And we have been growing as a standalone company, investing alone with our shareholders, like Astana was there previously on stage. but also support of leading firms in Europe and the US. And we are developing now the company to scale with joint ventures and license in North America, in the Middle East, in the GCC area. If you look a bit more, what could be, if you look what could be possible here in the kingdom, we have these insect ingredients for feeding the fish, and in the middle we have the manure and all the biofertilizer for regenerative agriculture, for farms together. They will enable the growth, sustainable growth of the sector. And what is interesting is we can collect the waste of all these food industries, these farms, together to make good recipes to feed our insects. So like using milk waste or juice waste to bring the water for our insects, using pasta, breads and other products. Then we can even handle products within plastics because the insects are able to separate the plastic from the inside. So it's also a very good way to waste treatment. Next. So in a summary, and I'm done, we can contribute here to reduce importation by local production of insect farm here in Saudi Arabia or more beyond in the GCC region, reduce the import of fertilizer through the different products we have on the screen. Final, so we have a small typo on the screen, but we have been so far in 12 years raising about 600 million from investor banks and public grants from France and Europe. We secure, as you just said a few minutes ago, 160 million, and we are now on the way for the second close for 90 to bring the company break even in about 18 months. So next, hopefully I'll be very happy to discuss with you how we can work together to reinvent the fish food chain here in Saudi Arabia and beyond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Antoine. Good startup pitch, but you're a well-growing, rapidly growing company. It's well beyond startup, and congratulations on your advances. So we've got companies here, smaller companies, large companies, not very large companies, and also governmental representatives. So we've got a good cross-section here to try to discuss some of the issues around trying to improve animal production. I'd like to each of you now just to introduce yourselves briefly. Gonzalo from Almarai first. Have your own, yes.
Hi, good morning. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Gonzalo. I'm a veterinary surgeon, so my background is in veterinary science, and I've been working for Almarai for 8 years. I'm originally from Portugal, but I've had tremendous experience here in Saudi Arabia.
Sure, thank you. Dr. Ali Al-Shaikhi.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. First of all, we'd like to welcome all of you in Ministry of Environment and Water and Agriculture. And we are very glad that such event conducted in Mewa with all the stakeholders. I'm leading the National Fishery and Livestock Development Program. Our aim to elevate the sector and to be very competent in terms of the production and utilization of the resources.
Massive opportunities for fisheries here in the kingdom.
Definitely, yeah.
Definitely. And Andrew Oddy from Al Safi.
Okay. I have been in the Middle East now 42 years with large dairy herds. 25 of those years have been with Al Safi, and the present 13 years has been director in Al Safi. We'll look at innovations all the time, and we prefer to be a leader rather than behind the tail. So we're looking at new innovations, which is what this conference is about at the present time.
And Al Safi is a joint venture with Danone, is that right?
Yes. And Danone has an initiative now for the next 6 years to reduce carbon emissions by 30% over the next 6 years.
Yeah, good, thank you. And that trickles down into Al Safi, that demand, yes. Good. So it's incentives like that I think we all need to help reduce our environmental footprint in all of our activities.
So Gonzalo, you contend that very big improvements in the environmental footprint can be made, if you like, simply, in inverted commas, through damn good management. Could you expand on that?
Yes, of course. So that's something that we in RMRI believe in. Having good farm management practices go a long way to ensure sustainability of farming. Whether it's reducing waste, having good quality feeds that allow the animal to perform better, having good protocols to ensure a healthy herd, a healthy group of animals that can produce and live longer. So these are all things that are part of the general good farm management that are completely aligned with sustainability. I think that sometimes these are forgotten about, and that's why I'd like to highlight them. I know companies that are heavily involved in assessing carbon footprint in farming, and very often the conclusion is, well, the lowest hanging fruit, the easiest way to achieve a lower carbon footprint is by improving simple metrics on the farm, like calving interval or age at first calving, which are things that the farms have been dealing with for years, and we know they're important financially, but we know that they've completely aligned with sustainability as well.
So just simple, tight management improves sustainability, and it's just simply damn good business as well.
Exactly.
But can you layer on top of that? So what you say is 100% correct. I'm sure nobody would dispute this. But do you see opportunities for layering on top of very good, tight management practices, some new technologies to help even with good, tight management practices?
Agreed, yeah. So we're always looking at what's out there to help us gain more efficiencies, improve performance, and become more sustainable. Very often these come from new technologies for example, in feeding animals. All of these things that need to be very well looked into before they're applied, because sometimes there's unintended consequences. I can think of products that have been launched that have proven reduction in methane emissions, but they also have an impact on animal performance, and therefore they become not really feasible. But we're constantly looking into innovation and new technology that we can use and make our farming better.
I was going to raise methane towards the end, but you started it, so I mean, you say that it might have a negative impact on performance of the animals, but if you're being charged a cost for carbon, then you might have to start doing a bit of a trade-off between the negative impact on performance and the positive impact on your carbon credits charges.
I agree entirely. That's part of farming. The law of diminishing returns exists in farming, and has always existed.
Absolutely.
And there's always a trade-off. So it's all about understanding where the trade-off is and where we should push. And yes, once a policy comes in, incentives change, and farming has to adjust to that.
But we know that it's going to change. The Kingdom has made a pledge to be zero carbon by 2060. So there's some charges going to have to come in to help us have the incentive to move to net zero. So the company's getting ready for that.
It is, definitely. Yes. I mean, what we need to look into exactly is where can we make the most gains, and we definitely are part of that vision.
Yeah. And I know your company is doing things like already measuring methane emissions from your girls.
It's an estimation. Measuring methane on a commercial level is very intensive. It's more of a research-based thing. Okay. But we can have estimations, we can have calculations on how much methane is being produced.
Yes, so you're making those first steps. Now, Safi is also making some steps in those directions to reduce the environmental footprint of your operations.
We're looking at biogas and solar panels. Hopefully, in the next 2 years, this will be working 100%, and we'll reduce our energy requirements by 80%. And we'll be 80% reliant on solar and biogas. We have 2 wastewater treatment plants where all the wastewater is going through the treatment plant, and this is where we hope to put the biogas operation in place. Another area is vertical farming, and we are lining up a project which should start before the end of the year to do a trial for 200 cows feeding fodder from a vertical farming system. So we have to weigh the cons and pros of whether this system was workable or not in an environment like we have here in Saudi Arabia. We are looking at additives in the feed, and we have 2 under investigation at the present time, and they are promising because they offer a 30% reduction in methane coming from our livestock. And again, as my colleague has said, we've got to look at the pros and cons, but they are looking very favourable at the moment, and it is something that's possible that we will do in the future. Also, the innovation of new technology. We have a camera system in place on one of our units which monitors the cow by facial recognition. It also tells us the feeding of the cows, how much intake is going to be consumed by the cows. Also, when the cows are going to be calving, that we can take positive action, and helps us monitor the feed and reduce feed intake. The other thing is that we've reduced our wastage in feed by 5% over the last 3-4 years now. In the US, the average wastage of feed is 10%. For ourselves now, we've brought ourselves down to 5 to 6%, which is a saving of over 4% on the wastage of feeding.
That's incredible. So actually, you have facial recognition for cows.
Yes.
They're sufficiently different.
Same recognition as when you walk through the airport, it recognizes you. Same thing.
Sure, but I just didn't realise there was enough sort of heterogeneity in cow features. I guess I haven't looked into a cow's eyes that much. But I mean, seriously, those sorts of things really have huge potential impacts. I'm a great fan of IoT, and sensors are really cheap, and big data is really cheap now. We can have machine learning to sort of extract information or wisdom even out of the data swarm that we're looking at, and I see that those really do have opportunities to make farming operations.
We're the first farm outside the US which has got this technology.
Right.
Nobody else outside the US has got this technology at the present time. Also, it is linked to our databases, and we get daily reports, weekly reports, and monthly reports directly linking everything together.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I'm an academic, so I'm very critical of myself. Oh, wow, let's have a clever idea. And then it makes absolutely no business sense at all, and nobody will ever adopt it. But do some of these things make business sense as well, some of these innovations that you're introducing?
Yeah, very much so. Especially the biogas and the solar. This is very positive for us.
Right. So solar, even when electricity is only 5 cents or whatever it is for your farm?
We will save 80% of what we pay on the electrical energy.
Oh, that's huge saving. Yeah. That's incredible. All right, that's okay. We've all got to go solar, even with the cheap electricity here. That's really is incredible to hear. Do you have any thoughts that you mentioned methane emissions? Do you have any thoughts about the relevance or importance of that over this next 3 to 5 years in Kingdom?
Well, it's difficult on that.
The carbon charging, yeah.
But
with carbon credits.
With the commodities, we've been linked to Danone, then we have access to a lot of worldwide technology.
Yeah.
And they're bringing this technology into Saudi Arabia for us to use and do the monitoring and see exactly where we are going to go and how we can do it.
Yeah. Okay, that's wonderful. So we've heard a lot about operations on the farms and efficiencies and innovations for operations. We haven't talked about feedstocks yet. And we've also been on land and not in the water yet. So I think we should come on to you, Dr. Ali, and ask about your comments and thoughts on feedstocks, the importance of importing feedstocks. So we can say Saudi Arabia is self-sufficient in fish, but it's sort of not really, because you're still having to import the feedstocks. So yes, give us your thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to feed discussion, I'll go back to comment here.
Yes.
We have a current case now, fact, with China to export milk and invent milk to China. There is a lot of inquiries, inspections, and environment and gas methane especially was one of the area which they focus. Luckily, Al-Marai, Safi, Nadik, all the big companies, they pass without any what you call remarks. The practice, what we're going on in those companies, big companies, really it's very advanced and very what you call environmentally aligned. All those best practices now we need to apply it in the small farmers to be aligned with as the big companies doing now, and this is we appreciate it really huge. In the second point, you ask for collecting the methane or counting the methane of the output of the cow. We have an idea started a few weeks back with poultry sector. We are doing the same with all poultry big companies now. We create a committee to develop this part because to work advanced to prepare it, to make it a useful what you call product instead of now everybody's take it, waste it and dump it. Now we will recycle it again. The benefits behind will be huge, and this will be added what you call in the future for the feed as a source of protein. This one it will help our what you call raw material import by providing local resources, replacement protein, and it will be one of the support elements in the future for us. Last week we had a meeting with the feed community. We told them the target in all sectors. They were surprised. That means the feed they need to produce in Saudi is huge, more than what they are doing now. It's 555, 6, something like that. And it's growing every year. Now we are working to develop an incentive program to develop those what you call producer, and we are looking for outside investment to comply with the needed for the future. However, we are working closely with cows, especially for protein replacement resources. Algae, one of the potential subject to work on it, and in fact we have ongoing what you call experiment with fish and poultry by the algae product. Both is promising and it has a good impact. Insect and all those things ongoing as an experiment, but really we need to have strong research behind it to support the industry to comply with the country vision and country target.
I have a feeling that in terms of efficiencies, like raw efficiencies, single cell production of protein is going to be a very, very important component in the future.
Definitely. And the potential in Saudi, we are what you call a petrol country. There is a huge methane gas, what you call can be extracted. And single cell protein, we had two companies, one from Denmark, one from China. They get the license. Now their target to produce 20,000 tons of pure protein.
Yes.
And this will be what you call huge income for the feed plants.
And this will be from a methane feedstock?
Methane feedstock, yes.
Okay.
And this is a complementary project, environmentally and for production.
It's a fantastic use of methane without a
definitely,
doubt.
Definitely.
That's right.
Last week we completed the registration as feed protein in SFDA, and this is really an additional point to support the industry in the future.
Whereas insects, the big advantage of insects, of course, is they're using waste. So
definitely.
methane has a value.
Yeah.
That's non-trivial. Whereas waste is waste. And so here I see insects having also a very important possibility for the
Definitely.
future.
And there is ongoing experiment now, and the result will be within a few weeks from now, and it will be shared result to the private sector.
So what do you think of Antoine's pitch?
I think it's a good view.
So Antoine, would you like to follow up with any further comments on what you've just heard now? The role of insects here.
I think to come back and to insist on the feedstock, as you just said, because it's one of the biggest challenges. Indeed, our technology, compared maybe to ours, others alternative proteins, can use the waste In our case, we can use, all the breads and all this kind of waste on one way. And this morning I was eating the Arabic bread in other plastic. Our insects are fully able to go, make holes in the plastics, eat inside, and then go to the next. So that means it's a natural way to sort plastic waste from the food, which is a big mess in the food chain, is when you get all the waste and how you separate it. So it's a way to do it, and a lot of scientists have shown that eventually there is no more plastic in the insect, and even in the shrimps or in the feed, it has been totally degraded, whatever the polyethylene, styrofoam, nothing remains in the end. So that's a strong way also to close by separating and without having some mini plastic remaining in the.
This is something I've learned. I didn't know. So your insect systems don't need a biodegradable plastic or a separation of plastic. Did I understand that correctly?
You like put tons of food products with plastics. And inside breads or whatever, fruit and vegetables, they will eat the food inside, make the hole, and then naturally in the farm you will have the remaining clean plastics. So it's a way to sort and to clean and to recycle the food waste without having the plastic going back in the food chain. So that's a very interesting way to look in countries where you have waste and not a lot of feedstock. And same, we can reuse some milk liquids also. We can texturize the milk and give it as a complementary food to the insects.
That really is amazing. That's fantastic to hear. I hadn't thought of that because I always was worried about plastics and recycling and if we have to have biodegradable plastics of some sort. But you're saying for at least your system we don't. That's very amazing to hear. So look, for all of these systems and all of them we've been discussing, obviously plant science and so on is very important, but I do think single-cell biology is going to be increasingly important. Insects amazingly important. But universally, I see IT as being a foundational technology which is really so massively rapidly growing and so important for all of us. I don't know if any of you would like to pick up, we had cows having their faces recognised. Is robotics, I didn't hear us using robotics at all yet, but a robotics or some other smart sensing systems, vision-based systems, are they there on the pipeline for the future? Please, go on, Ali.
Technology, it has a strong impact on the business.
Yeah.
And technology will be adopted in the farms, in the plant, in the processing, in all sectors. There is a lot of robots now started, there is sensors, there is a lot of technology being introduced to the industry. But we believe that this is still there is a lot of things can be. Our business is slightly different, a little bit in the fishery sector, but there is a ways to improve.
Okay. So look, I have a hobby horse. I'm just going to have to mention it, especially in the presence of the Australian ambassador. But, most of our protein in this kingdom that we're consuming is still coming from the rangelands, from wild grazing, and we haven't touched that at all. We've got 20 million sheep sitting out there. 1.7 million cattle head equivalent. It's over 7 million cattle head equivalents out there on the rangelands, where the carrying capacity is somewhere between 1 and 2 million cattle head equivalents. So we're grazing the heck out of our environment in Saudi Arabia. And this is a recent phenomenon. And we have people to feed, they want to eat meat. Really, do we think that there is still a significant role for more importation of meat products into the kingdom, or even live sheep into the kingdom? Because I don't see we can keep going the way we are at the moment. It's a pretty sensitive issue.
We announced one initiative a few months back. It's called Protein Zone City. This Protein Zone City, it's designed to import the raw meat.
Yes.
Without, it's not live sheep. This will reduce the impact of the carbon emission, and will reduce the feed, it will reduce the contamination of disease. And we started designing the city. It will be in Jizan, and we engage with a few countries in the corner of Africa. This will be the source, and the slaughtering will be there. We are reducing, transferring the the disease and the carbon emission as well.
Sure. Quarantine, phytosanitary issues,
Definitely.
sanitary issues are centrally important. We're here with the head vet from Almarai. Yeah, anyway. Good, okay. Look, thank you all very, very much. I'm sorry we don't have a forum where we're opening for questions to the audience, but I'm sure that we're able to talk over lunch because that's what we're going to move on to now. But in the meantime, I'd just like to thank all of you very much for your contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you to all of you. So we will now break for coffee and lunch break, and please come back at 12:55. We'll start at 1 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. Hello everyone again. We hope you had a very pleasant and tasteful break. This morning we looked at strategic priorities for sustainable food security in the Kingdom. We will now turn to our second panel discussion and look at policy tools that will be the most effective in facilitating increases in sustainable food security in the Kingdom, addressing the triple planetary crisis: climate, pollution and biodiversity loss, including agricultural practices, diet and nutrition changes, and food waste. To lead us through this discussion, it is my great pleasure to call on stage Her Highness Princess Mashael Saud Al-Shalan, the co-founder of ION Collective, an advocate of sustainable and equitable development and great expert on climate. Please join me in welcoming her, as well as the 5 speakers on the panel. Professor Yoshihide Wada, Ms. Meita Al-Nouri, Ms. Christine Gold, Mr. Rami Ahmon, and Professor Ahmed Al-Hamdi. Please welcome.
Bit of technical difficulty. Good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to have you here, and to those who are sticking with us, especially after getting a bit of a snack. It tends to be a bit of a lull, and hopefully won't be too boring of a conversation. And maybe I can guarantee that with the brilliant panels that we have on board. Allow me maybe to go through a quick round of introductions. Professor Yoshi Wada is joining us from Kaus University as a professor of plant science. Professor Ahmed Al-Ghamdi is joining us from NCVC as an advisor within a lot of the goals and targets of the Saudi Green Initiative when it comes to the tree plantation. Very honored to have you with us today. To our lovely guest who's joining us for the first time in the Kingdom, CEO of Thought for Food, Christine Gold, welcome. Our good friend Rami Arman, welcome. He'll be talking to us a bit about the financing piece. He's the head of policy at Viking Global. And to our dear guests from the neighboring country of the UAE who are spearheading COP this year that will hopefully get us to a safer space of operation. We'll be very delighted to hear a bit more from you, dear Meita and Nouri. Very welcome. And I think the topic that you're negotiating is of extreme importance on the loss and damage. Maybe we'll touch on it in a little while. So thank you. Welcome, everyone. So maybe we'll start with you, Professor Yoshi, but maybe before I head into the question of the state of affairs, just to orient people about why care about the issue of climate change when it comes to the food security piece. I think the perfect tone that our colleague has set, Ms. Anne Lamore, around the question of the triple planetary crisis. I was just told a few days ago that we no longer call it that, but just to say in short that there are a lot of stressors within our Earth, within the Earth boundaries of operations, they're starting to become more and more limited. And the question therefore becomes, how do we ensure that while we're trying to meet certain goals and requirements, that we're not forgetting others in the back of our heads, or ensuring that at the same time that all these goals and targets are being met, they are equally ensuring the resilience of our systems, both to external shocks, mainly, chief of which is that of climate change in our argument today. So we'll start with you, Professor Yoshi. I think we've had the pleasure of working recently on a report that we've just launched on the implications of a 3-degree world on Saudi Arabia. I think there's no one best suited than you are to give us a bit of a glimpse of what are the pain points there, what are the main issues that we have to keep in mind, and particularly maybe if you can give us a bit of a focus on the socio-economic and the economic implications. Professor Yoshi.
Thank you very much, Highness Princess Mashair. So it's a great honor to be here. Assalamu alaikum. So you are patiently listening whole day. So let me ask you a question first. Do you know how much percentage in the Saudi population who is the vegetarian? So people are relatively meat-based, I think. Saudi Arabia or Asia. I'm from Japan, and we don't have concept of vegetarian before. And so yes, please. Anybody who has idea? 17? Okay. 15? 70? 30? Okay. It's trigger. 2 to 3%. Okay, so maybe there are several estimates, but recently there was a survey in Saudi Arabia a few years ago, looking at a group of, especially younger generations, because Saudi Arabia is very young society, 28 average age here in these countries, and the vegetarian was about 10% of the countries, and I was very surprised because I was thinking more a few percent of people are vegetarians, and actually 5% are vegans. This vegetarian might be including flexible vegetarian, possibly, but still that this gives opportunity that changing the diets for the younger generations, where that plant-based meat or other type of algae, new protein can come in, and obviously going back to the history, Saudi Arabia has been a very very big producer of staple food wheat. 1990, Saudi Arabia was the world's 6th largest wheat exporter. So Saudi Arabia is exporting wheat, number 6 in the world. Then obviously there's an issue that related to the groundwater, because Saudi Arabia is very, very dry here. And in order to produce very water-intensive wheat, groundwater is a main source of the water that producing those agricultural crops. And obviously groundwater storage is declining due to that very limited precipitation and the recharge to the groundwaters. And so now that another dimension that we have to think is that new generation is coming. So now Saudi Arabia actually we just reached 36 million people in this country. Used to be half of this 10-20 years ago. And the population growth is about 3.3% per year, meaning that every year we are receiving 1 million to the countries need food productions. And this gives a challenge for Saudi Arabia to produce food domestically, which is not enough. So Saudi Arabia is importing a lot of food, and you probably know the fractions, food that coming from other countries to Saudi Arabia. Yes? Anybody? This is another percentage quiz, but yes? 60%, okay. Anybody else? Any other ideas? 80? Okay. Yeah, so it's actually 85%. And some of the food is actually self-sufficient, like dates. Dates is a modern self-sufficient in Saudi Arabia. I heard that there are more than 100 variety. And but the dates obviously need 300 liter of water per tree per day. And we have 30 million dates in Saudi Arabia. That's the water that we need to require to sustain dates. On top of that, we have also wheat, vegetables, barleys, and alfalfa for the livestock. So there's a combination of a very water-intensive crop that are growing. And however, recently that I think you saw in the morning session that there's a new technology coming into agriculture sectors, looking at the potentially wastewater sources and desalinations. Desalination is getting very cheap now, $0.50 per cubic meter, which used to be $3. So now that it's even cheaper than conventional water sources, obviously there's a trade-off to the carbon emissions that we have to think. And so we need to think sort of a matrix of not just the food security, but the linking to the water and also the energy and the demography and the economics. And you might feel surprising, but the agriculture sector in Saudi Arabia growing 5 to 8% per year now for last few years. This is fastest growing sector in Saudi Arabia economy, and there's a huge potential. And those new technologies coming in, there's a potential that we can change. However, there's also challenge that related to competition of the water. We have the Saudi Green Initiative coming in that need a lot of water for the greenings. And also that, even though we're producing a lot of food domestically, the food waste is going close to 30-40%. And if we can, change the diets, healthy diets, and also reducing the food waste, this gonna substantially reduce pressure to the domestic production in the wheat and also the import of the wheat. As you might remember that a few years ago there was issue that with Ukraine, Russia, which spikes wheat commodity price by 50%. And this 50% increase in the price obviously comes back to the national economies. And if we can sort of mitigate this type of shocks, this has also very positive impact to the economy. So I think what I want to say is that we need to connect different sector, water, food, economy, demography, but also that we need a national scale sort of accounting, sort of connecting the dots. Because we need to think a whole national scale assessment, not only a specific region, specific technology. So that's my sort of key message to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So we've heard about the pain points and some of the main issues that we might be facing, but we're also a country that's forward-facing and working on translating a lot of these potential pain points into opportunities. And I think there's no one better fitted than you, Professor Ahmed, to talk to us about the translation of that very bold vision of 10 billion trees or tree equivalents, let's say, within a really water-stressed region of the world into reality. We were very keen to hear over the past few weeks the announcement of the strategy. Maybe you can shed a bit of light around what's the pathway forward and how is NCVC and Saudi Arabia aiming to translate those goals and targets into reality.
Thank you, Your Highness. And yes, of course, if you would like to speak about how to ensure food security, how to ensure water security, how to combat desertification, how to combat the negative effects of climate change, there is no better, I would say, solution and approach than the Saudi Green Initiative, which has been announced by the Crown Prince 2 or 3 years ago. And the outcomes of the studies that have been done extensively by the Ministry and our center, the NCBC, also been announced just 3 weeks ago by the Crown Prince as well. So the roadmap for the Saudi Green Initiative, as you mentioned, is to plant 10 billion trees all over the kingdom in the few coming decades, as the Crown Prince announced. And this would be in 2 stages. One stage will be from next year till 2030, and the other stage till 2100. Of course, we have the issue of water scarcity here in Saudi Arabia, and in fact, the groundwater is like. I mean, it's been banned to be used in this initiative. This is one of the main concepts to think about, is to try to use alternative sources of water. For example, the treated wastewater. And now in Saudi, we have lots of water sewage treatment plants, more than 140 plants here in Saudi Arabia at the moment, and maybe this number will be doubled in the coming few years. So this is one issue in here, is try to not to use the groundwater. Also, we are focusing in the native plants, in the native species. And our native species, in fact, it's really adapted, historically adapted to the local challenges in here, hot temperature, very low water in the ground. So this is the right species to deal with, in fact. And also our plant species here, we have more than, I would say, 200, 300 species that is really have a nutritional value. In general, in Saudi Arabia, we have more than 2,000 plant species. This is a good news, and we have one of the best collections in the region. Most of these species are having nutritional value, medicinal value, all these values. So we would like just to go back to nature, work with nature, and this is in fact the one of the main concepts of the Saudi Green Initiative is based on what we call the nature-based solutions. So to work in our native plants, to use alternative sources of water instead of the groundwater. Also to, I would say, to sustainably manage the activities on the ground, especially the grazing activity. Here in Saudi, we still have the problem of the continuous grazing by the livestock. We have more than 25 heads of sheep and more than 25 million of sheep in Saudi Arabia, more than 2 million of camels roaming around continuously. So now we started now to organize them, to sustainably try to organize them, whether in the royal reserves or even in the other sites of the vegetation locations. So this is, I would say, a great idea, is to go back to nature and work with nature under the umbrella of the Saudi Green Initiative. However, also, you know, the issues of the climate is not local, it's regional, and even it's global. So when we speak about pollution, when we speak about climate change, we speak about, for example, desert storms or even dust storms, this is regional. Sometimes even you work inside the country, you need to collaborate with neighboring countries. That's why also the Crown Prince announced the Middle East Green Initiative in order to ensure the regional collaboration in order to achieve all these goals which we are speaking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think you've mentioned so many important points. The first is this challenge is in its core a water efficiency challenge and a water reuse challenge. The second is that there are a lot of tangential points of connectivity from a food security standpoint. I always give this example, especially in a place like Riyadh. We have planted a small garden in the back lot of our office that we called our mini tree library. The idea there is, how do you create these spaces where you're growing what you eat? And this is not foreign to places even like Riyadh. You know, we have our food baskets in Al-Taif, in Asir, in Ajlan, Jazan, Qasim, we have Al-Hassa, depending on what crop you're looking at, right? But Riyadh used to be called Riyadh, which is, because it was so ripe as an oasis for planting these types of trees. We've just forgotten it somewhere along the way, and I think a big part that's really encouraging me about the Saudi Green Initiative's efforts is that it's reminding us of where we've started from. And that's not a memory that's too far, that's a memory of our grandparents as opposed to our ancestors. So thank you for that. I think there's no more eloquent transition than to you, Christine. We'd really love to understand this beautiful orchestra that you tend to be playing all around the world. Notes could sound differently from one country to the other. How do you really translate this notion of localized lens towards a global impact on food?
Thank you very much, Your Highness, and thank you, everyone. It's such a true honor to be here, my first visit to the kingdom, and I'm very energized by everything that I'm seeing and hearing and what's being showcased and everything I've been reading too. Of course, I'm based in Switzerland normally. But, building on your point, when we talk about the global challenges we face, such as climate change, it is a global challenge. And what happens here impacts someone over here. And so we do need to be thinking about these challenges with global mindedness. At the same time, we need solutions that are localized, contextual, and cultural. And to date, over the past 2 decades, we've really been trying to apply a one-size-fits-all model into our food system. Really designing innovations and investment models that might have worked in tech and in software, but aren't fit for purpose for the unique needs of this sector. Really, we do need to embrace the complexity of food and agriculture systems as an opportunity. In fact, I think it is just like you said, it's beautiful to see this complexity and to lean into it. So then how do you excite investors about something that, they think about global scalability? Well, in my work, with startups truly all over the world, we see that there's a new definition of what scalability can be about. And that's the scaling of knowledge, the scaling of best practices, the scaling of know-how. And inviting that, there's definitely business models that can underpin that, such as licensing agreements and things like this. But I think inviting people to form an ecosystem of innovation where we can all learn from and share with each other, much like we do, by the way, at dinner tables. Like if anyone's ever been to a potluck dinner, one of the most special things is having different dishes that different people bring with their own unique flavors and ingredients and talking about those. And then trying to go back home and build something that's a unique combination of everything that you've tasted in this one dinner. And this is the type of innovation paradigm I think we have the chance to build in food and agriculture. You also talked about all the diversity of crop species. And, when we think about the potential of our plant-based future, right now our supply chains are designed around soy and yellow pea. But what if we looked to the 7,000 plus currently underutilized crops that we know can be, eaten and consumed by humans and animals? What could our supply chains of the future look like? What does decentralization look like, but where we still don't give up on the promise of interconnectedness? And this is what I've seen in action through KAUST, through NEOM, through many of the efforts here in Saudi Arabia and across the GCC in the Middle East. And we need to bring more of that to life. So I'm really excited to be part of the conversation and happy to share more about specific examples if time allows.
Absolutely, and we're hoping for that to be the case. Just to reflect on one point that you've said, I think one of the bigger issues is our ability to imagine a different sort of world. And based to that is the shifting baseline syndrome. So what we think our deserts are able to carry is not what our grandparents used to. We were humbled in a conversation a few months ago with this elderly gentleman in Wadi Duwasir who was talking to us about what's called today the empty quarter. And he says, to me, it's called Rub' al-Ghali, or the precious quarter. That's because of the wealth of the tree coverage that used to be there. He used to say that it was so thick that you would use your camel within that plot. So without understanding where we've started from, an ability to go back to that, I think this is a very, very important point. Thank you for that, Christine. And the big call now is upon you, Rami, on that translational piece from a finance perspective. What are you seeing within this horizon? It's all nice to think of these broad goals and targets and to think of the science of it, to think of the human element of it, but then financial markets are driven by sometimes more than that, and understanding what sort of investments ensure the right type of payoff in the longer run, primarily understanding for the people here in the room, how do we align our foresight to what typologies of investments, and maybe learning a bit from your good track record to date at Viking Capital and Viking Global. So please.
Thank you so much, Ines. Appreciate your hospitality here and hosting us and to be with these esteemed panelists and to Miwa and KAUST and everybody who's put this together. I think what I'll do is sort of explain briefly 3 areas we focus on, how we approach actually bringing some of the solutions that have been talked about to market in a way that has positive returns and therefore is supportable to have a broader impact, and then give you a taste of a few examples that maybe makes it a little more concrete as to how this works. So we try to focus on big problems that need to be solved. You're all very well aware of a lot of those, and getting back to, if not the triple threat, but our version of that, food waste, food independence and resilience, and then water resources and purity. So what do we do and what do we think we bring to the table? The first thing is really proof of concept. So there's a lot of great technologies and ideas in early stage entrepreneurs, and some of those technologies work and can be applied and some don't. And then you have a second sort of, as you narrow the funnel a bit, some of those technologies work, but they can't really build a company. And then further, some of those technologies work. You can build a company, but you can't scale it to be a company that has true commercial application across a region or more broadly. So we try to identify early on the companies where we can do that. So our proof of concept is both on the technology and on scalability. The last thing we bring to the table is capital, is just money. Is that if we want to come to a region or to a problem, we want to bring a company we've developed and continue to partner with others and continue to invest alongside them to make the solution. We're sort of going to eat our own cooking, as it were. A few quick examples in each of the areas. So in the waste area, a company called Appeal. It's an organic, edible spray-on that you can put on a variety of produce types. It's approved in 45 or so countries around the world. It's in thousands of storefronts, and you apply it to a variety of produce. Without refrigeration, it extends the shelf life for some by 200 to 500%. It's rather a remarkable product. We have not yet come to Middle East, North Africa, emphasis on yet, but here's an example of a company that's already succeeding commercially in the US and in the EU, and there's an entire massive addressable market in the area. But obviously, one, you're using otherwise discarded organic products. Two, you reduce the use of plastics because you're not, oftentimes the produce has plastic wrap. And third is you're extending shelf life. The second company is a company with a funky name, Ecovative. And this is in the food resilience and independence area. It's a bit of a closed system, as it were. So what it does is weather indifferent indoor vertical mycelium farms. Mycelium is just mushroom root. And what you do is, it can be in the Arctic tundra, it can be in the harsh desert, it truly doesn't matter. You can build in the same facility and have it purposed for one of three purposes by other businesses. One, plant-based proteins. Two, leather replacements. Third, packaging materials. So for plant-based proteins, it's first product. There are a lot of these out there. It's got 4 ingredients, not like 60 with really funny sounding names that you can't pronounce. And it's in hundreds of stores in the Northeast in the US. The leather applications are interesting because it can do things like, mine's plastic, but replace cell phone covers. So it's working with some fairly known consumer companies in the States. And then obviously the packaging materials, you reduce the use of petrochemical derivatives. The other piece to it is that the substrate you use in the farm to grow it, once you're done growing your run of mycelium, it's nutrient rich. So we've been speaking to people in the kingdom about how you could use that as a medium to then fertilize and grow other produce. The last one is in the water security space. It's a company called Revive. It's the only proven technology, it's not me saying so just because we invested in it, the US government said so, the Wall Street Journal, others, that can destroy what are called forever chemicals, this class of chemicals called PFAS. So they're forever because you can't break the carbon-fluorine bond, and that's really useful if you want to make food packaging materials, raincoats, coating for cookware, all sorts of other stuff. It's not useful if you want it to go away because it doesn't biodegrade. So where do you find this problem? Everywhere. Snow-capped Mount Fuji, US, Middle East, other areas. And the question as to why do you care? At its most extreme, and we've seen massive litigation in the US over this, it causes cancer. In smaller amounts, it can cause lower birth weights, cause lower fertility rates, and things like osteoporosis. So local examples in the Gulf, Kuwait's the most extreme. You've destroyed entire areas of biodiversity and biosystems because anywhere you have petrochemicals or you put out fires, so military bases, airports, industrial petrochemicals, it's all over the place. And in Jeddah, you had a couple of studies that showed a higher incidence of osteoporosis and contamination of the aquaculture. So those are sort of 3 examples. What are we looking for? At the private sector level, partnerships, and really at the policy level, I think first at the biggest level is really greater awareness and discussion of how the food security and resilience and what Food Futures is trying to do ties into some of the broader climate goals. So I think that's sort of how we think about the policy framework.
Yeah, I'll definitely get back to you on the policy piece because it would be really interesting to get a sense of how to ensure the scale-up of some of these types of solutions. Thank you for that, Rami. I think we've all been hearing about this issue of climate, and maybe the person in the room to talk to us best about what we have coming up in our agenda for COP28, which is a conference of the Parties for Climate Change Convention that's happening in the UAE, around what are these priorities. So, as we've all heard, climate is a global problem. It requires global action. we're hearing really exciting news coming out from the UAE, so without spilling everything, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Your Highness, and thank you for everyone for having me here. It's been a great journey so far. I'd like to give a little bit of history. It's been about 30 years. Climate change has been in the discussion on a global level, climate action, resilience building, on all different sectors. Particularly agriculture and food systems have been lacking in the climate dialogue for a long time, given that it's quite a national area. People would look at it and say, this is my food systems, this is my production. We are not going to talk about it too much in the climate space negotiations. However, the COP28 presidency realized that this is an important space to talk about. There is no Paris Agreement, for example, without bringing in agriculture and food systems. How do you tackle that without going in a nuanced way that is safe to talk about? So the COP28 presidency focused on 4 particular pillars. The first one is bringing the leadership, each country level state actors, looking in particularly their national determined contributions, their national adaptation plans. For those that are not aware, each country globally who are members of the Paris Agreement need to bring out NDCs or their national adaptation plans, and some of them do not include food systems and agriculture. So this is something, at least to talk about this space and bringing it into the climate dialogue. The second pillar is bringing non-state actors. So these are my lovely guests here, entrepreneurs, cities, just the innovators, just to be talking about this space and seeing how we can collaborate and linking. Specifically, as you said, that there is sometimes you'd have everyone working in silos and not talking about it together. The third pillar is looking at innovation bundles. So specifically like rainfall harvesting, or you would have microbial fertilizers, specific ways that you can actually innovate and share knowledge between countries. And then the last one, which is in my opinion the most important, is finance. How do you bring finance into this space, and the right finance, and de-risking this whole space? What the COP28 presidency has proposed and has prepared is a declaration aligning all those 4 pillars in one, so that countries at a global level can actually talk about this in a safe way without going into the climate negotiations.
If you allow me, I'll lean into that. So for 2 reasons. I think the first, Mitha, we come from Saudi Arabia, from multiple groups of people, some could argue a lot of tribal connectivities, and there's this added layer they usually lean on is this Bedouin approach. We tend to want to walk that talk, and in that spirit, this notion that we've come up with a really good friend of ours, Professor Carlos Duarte, who's probably somewhere or other trying to save one part of the world. Hey, good to see you, Mark. That notion around planetary repair comes into play, because I think to a lot of the people here with us in the audience, it's one thing to state problems, but then, great, what can we do about it? And how can they be playing a more active role in making this a self-fulfilling prophecy? I think the point that we always allude to is this question around data. If you don't know what you're measuring or you're discussing, that becomes a really difficult thing to track progress in. And I know I've heard from you around our conversation earlier that tends to be a really contentious space. Could you shed a bit of light on that?
Yes, it is. Just given the fact that it's where the data comes from, how it's analyzed, everyone has their own different opinion. It's like a language, right? It's not my language, I don't understand it. So given that when you look at data in specific countries, a lot of people will be like, but is that real? Is that true? Is that fact-checked? Is that verified? People will then start picking it apart over accepting it how it is. And also, given that the way that you are actually analyzing data, everyone, again, has their own language and how it works. So we chose to, every part that looked a little bit sticky, we said no. We want to actually bring people to talk about it in a safe way and let them come out and say, listen, We think that the agricultural space is part of the solution. We think farmers are part of the solution. We think bringing them into this dialogue is part of the solution. Science shows that climate change is going to just get worse. And if we don't talk about it in a way that it is healthy in specific sectors like agriculture, then we're really leaving a key sector behind. And that's something we cannot accept.
Absolutely. Then to you, Rami, I think it would be really interesting to see what would be creating these additional potential future unicorns within this space, right? This question around global and local policy. What are you sort of looking to see within the policy-making space?
So I think on the global level, like that, a lot of it is the more holistic approach to understanding the linkage. And then I think on the local level, probably two things. The first gets to your point about the data and the measurement. So we've actually sampled for that company Revive in the Water. We've taken our first samples, but that openness and willingness to get the information, share it confidentially, and then talk about it is the first piece. And it was hard, frankly, to get somebody who's willing to do that. So being able to do that in a holistic way is still a country-by-country task. And the second is, I think if there's a more streamlined approach to guiding not the early companies, but the companies that are already operating that can come in and flip a switch, either to build a plant or commercial hub, for the public-private partnerships. So in the kingdom, MISA does an excellent job of helping try to coordinate. Sometimes it's actually a more streamlined process if the functional domain expert ministry, if it's a Ministry of Tourism or Agriculture or whoever it is, can tell you, that's great, we're supportive of your policy, here are the three key stakeholders. So any streamlining of that just helps us try to, you've set very lofty goals, and then you meet them and then you raise them, for us to try to help you as a private sector to streamlining that process. Those would be my wish lists.
Then over to you, Christine. I think that piece between the very nuanced way that you're approaching the topic, which tends to be hyper-localized in terms of focus, but then translating it for much bigger payoffs and a much more secure, interconnected, interweaved system. What are your wish lists on that front?
I think that one of the things that I think about is, we do need data, and this is really serious what we need to do. But we also have the chance to engage people in new ways. And, in my organization, we work with, I mentioned, startups all over the world, but most importantly, we built a community. And this kind of global community of innovators is really like transformational in how they are thinking about things and supporting each other. And so with some of the examples, for example, that you mentioned, like Ecovative, they're engaging potential customers with a GIY kit, a grow-it-yourself kit, to get mycelium into the hands of students, into the hands of your average consumer. They even have artists working, and we've incorporated some of their art into events that I've organized. And I think this is a really interesting thing, is not just to talk about always the serious, dire need we have to transform food systems, but also to talk about the opportunities we have. We heard earlier too about the talent aspect of this. We need people, young people especially, to be interested in food and farming. We can draw them into that by talking about startups and innovation and digital technologies, while also respecting the farms of before and the tradition and the ancient wisdom that came in, combining that. So those are some of the dreams I have about how to create a new narrative in this space.
Amazing. I think there's a lot to touch on that front, especially with the agriculture sector and farmers. They tend to be some of the most risk-averse players within the ecosystem, so getting them to engage with things that are innovative might be seen as something that's risky. So to you, Professor Ahmed, you mentioned the beauty of the Middle East Green Initiative sort of tied with the Saudi Green Initiative, this understanding that you will not be able to solve the task at hand without regional collaboration and solidification of these points of connectivity. Anything you want to reflect on that front and that translational piece of from Saudi to the region and back?
Yes, of course. As you mentioned, it is I would say, we are very lucky to have such smart and ambitious leadership in Saudi Arabia. So we are working, we are working hard on this. In the view of our center, which is the Center for for vegetation cover development and combating desertification. We are really contributing a lot in the local, the national efforts, and also in the regional and the global. But one thing which I would like to confirm as well regarding the data acquisition and the I would say capacity building and the it's one thing that what I'd like to pay thanks now in this gathering for the University of Coast in particular, and for the Center of Desert Agriculture, and also for our ministries and our center as well. We are trying our best to through a project which we call it the Native Genome Project. We started, in fact, 2 years ago in this project. We are doing a lot in the regard of characterizing some of the biological ecosystems all over the kingdom, which is in fact resembling the ecosystems in the region, even in the Middle East. So we'll try a lot to build this capacity, to build the data, and inshallah to come by the end of the day we'll be coming inshallah with a huge library about our native plants and how to make these approaches, the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative successful inshallah.
Brilliant, thank you so much. I think the diversity of ecosystems in the kingdom put us on a really good footing on that front, so thank you for that insight. Yoshi, 1 minute, what is your wish list? I know we've released a report last week. It had a really red cover to sort of try and push that point across. We had a deflection point at this point, either to go to a safer operating space or to one that's not fully benefiting from what we have in our hands. So, Yoshi.
Thank you very much. So I think I want to just say that we still have choice to change, and what we eat, what we buy at the supermarket matters every day, and we want to leave our country, society to our next generations even better shape. And it's a very small step that choosing the food and buying the type of the different vegetable and meat. But still, this has a very, very big impact if we work together towards sustainability. And I think we have to start bottom up and also coordinating with ministries, agency to have a national system as well. So, but I think we have to start. I think today, not tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I think in short, rebuilding trust in the system, sharing data across the board and making sure that that data is not solely sourced from the science community but from the people themselves, making sure that once that's available that you're opening it up, you're sharing your know-how, and you're making sure that you're not winning on your own but in communion. And last but definitely not least, it starts with the individual. So thank you very much for that, Yoshi. Thank you all for joining us for the conversation today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Princess Mashael, and thank you to all the speakers. Princess Mashael, since you were not here this morning, and you and the organization that you co-funded, Ion Collective, is one of our main strategic partners for Saudi Food Futures, we would like to give you a token and appreciation, and thank you again. A big round of applause. Thank you. We will now turn to a third deep dive, and actually, it's a good. Please have a picture if you don't mind. I can speak, or I'll just wait. Yeah. Okay. So it's actually following from the discussion we've just heard about changing eating habits. We will now look at sustainable alternative sources of proteins. We've heard this morning traditional sources of proteins, if they are unsustainably produced, as is mostly the case, worldwide and also in the kingdom can have very negative impact on climate, biodiversity, natural resources, etc. And so globally, a lot of innovation and investments have gone in recent years in the agri-food tech space into the so-called alternative protein space, which includes many different types of proteins such as plant-based, bacteria sourcing, precision fermentation, or cells-based proteins. And these different sources of protein can have a much lighter environmental impact, even if we also have to always keep in mind the health and nutrition aspect. To make us think about all those issues and how alternative sources of protein could make their way to Saudi Arabia, and to look at trends worldwide, I'm very pleased to call on stage the next moderator, the moderator for our next session, Alessio Dantino, who is the co-founder and CEO of Forward Fooding, which is one of the world's first collaborative platform for the food and beverage industry, fostering innovation by food tech data intelligence and corporate startup collaboration. Please join me in welcoming Alessio on stage, and the speakers on his panel, Suzanne Payne. Susan around? Yes. Welcome. Dr. Claudio Grunwald, Erich Sieber, and Dr. Danielle Enbeli. Welcome to all of you.
Help me. Yes, here we go.
مرحبا بكم جميعا، مساء الخير. سرنا أكون معكم اليوم هنا كميسر لهذه الحلقة النقاشة المهمة، وكذلك أيضا حول
Valentino, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Forward Fooding, and today I'm joined by an incredible, actually, group of innovators, investors, and professors from the academic world to actually open this discussion about alternative proteins. We're going to have two sessions within the panel. So we're going to have Susan and Daniel introducing themselves shortly and give you a very brief pitch about their companies as they represent the innovators on this panel. And then we will open the discussion with Claudio and Eric around the opportunities and challenges also, of alternative proteins. So without further ado, let me actually introduce Susan. And she will tell you more about her company and how they are operating in powering the alternative protein revolution.
Hi, I'm very happy to just walk around a bit. So my name is Susan Payne. I'm the co-founder of a company called Sustainable Planet. And what we do is we grow plant protein on non-arable land, and we focus on three critical global issues. One of them is food security. The other is climate change and climate mitigation, and the third is agricultural regeneration. We all know what the problem is here, or one of the big problems that we face globally, and that is increasing food production by 50 to 70% over the next 25 years. And to do that, we also have to increase protein production. But that's very difficult to do that sustainably. So how do we do that without creating more deforestation when we face other issues like soil degradation, in your case desertification, and also water and food scarcity and drought? The solution that the company that I have founded offers is that we can actually address both food security and global food and economics, and create global food and economic systems for all equally. We turn lemons into lemonade, and in this case, we're embedded in an aquaculture project in Mozambique. We can create nutritious plant protein out of sand, out of salt flats, out of any land that we're given. And it's consumable by both humans and animals. And we are carved out into this land here, and we are creating ponds just like this one that are fertilized by chicken manure. It's a highly scalable and highly nutritional product. It's grown using 15 times less water than soya. It grows 365 days a year, so there's no cropping system here. It doubles in biomass every 48 hours. It's organic, scalable, and very easy to transport. It can create food and jobs for thousands of workers. And it also reduces CO2 emissions. It's a carbon sink. And we can create carbon credits as an adjunct to this business. Other applications are possible and being looked at now, one of them being for medicinal purposes to treat diabetes. The protein that is the most widely used now is soya. And to give you some idea, soya produces out of 1 hectare, produces 4 tons of soya per annum. Water lentils produce between 30 and 40 tons per annum. There is a dramatic difference between these two, both in production of protein and also in water usage. The water that is used to produce 1 kilo of soya is close to 6,000 liters of water. Pea protein, 1 kilo, uses 3,200 kilos of water. 1 kilo of rice protein.
1 كيلو من العدس. بعض الأفكار حول هذه الأمور في كل مستوى من المياه إلى المخصبات وفي كل مستوى ووتر لينتلز ما يسمى منتج اسمه ووتر لينتلز، وأيضا كذلك مغذي للغاية هذا المنتج فيتعلق الكالسيوم والحديد والحماضة الأمينية والفايبر وكذلك أيضا غني بالفيتامينات، غذاء غني بالفيتامينات، ويمكن أيضا يدخل مختلف من البروتين باستا مكرونة، وكذلك في مختلف النبي ذلك هنالك بروتين يصنع من هذا المنتج من التمر أيضا. هذه النبتة نأخذها نعمل على زراعتها ونستخلص البروتين من النبات، من هذا ننتج منتجات غذائية. نعمل مع أكبر الجامعات في العالم، خاصة في جامعة في هولندا ما يتعلق أمر بهذه واجنينج، جامعة واجنينج في هولندا لإنتاج هذا النبات، ولدينا رخصة عالمية لإنتاج العزل ذلك.
Powder from the plant itself that can go into protein shakes and all sorts of different foods for humans to consume. In the case of Africa, we've tested this in 8 countries, from Oman to Thailand to Mozambique, and successfully in all of the 8. But our flagship is currently in Mozambique. And we can work with outgrowers, and we can work with smallholder farmers wherever we are. But we can increase their wages, we can also improve their nutrition, and they're diversifying their crops. The management team is very strong. We've all got the fact that 3 co-founders all have over 30 years each experience in agriculture, technology, finance, project management, and we have a whole series of different global advisors and scientific advisors around the world. Our awards and milestones are here listed, but we are listed as one of the top Fortune 500 agri-tech companies. We've won the Food Tech Challenge in Abu Dhabi in January, first out of 667 companies from 79 countries. We just won 4 days ago the UN Food Innovation Award for Better Nutrition. We're a finalist in the African Startup of the Year Awards out of 8,200 companies, and we were nominated for the Earthshot Prize. Our flagship, as I said, is in Mozambique, and we have our first revenues there. We're seeking investment capital now, but we have a product that is produced very inexpensively and is worth quite substantial amounts of money. So the returns are very high, and the model can be franchised and replicated, which is exactly what we expect to do across various countries. The demand for this protein is very strong. That is, it's expected to grow multiple-fold over the next 10 years to 162 billion, actually, to be exact. We think we have a game-changing technology that could be easily introduced into this environment. In fact, we've tested it in the Middle East already. And we think that it would be very successfully led here on a large scale to produce protein for this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. And Daniel, we go from the world of microalgae actually straight to the world of insects, at the opposite side of this panel. Daniel, can you introduce us to your company and tell us a bit more about how you use, I'm going to give you the mic, how you use insects to actually do the feeding.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you everybody, thank you for inviting me here. My name is Daniel Enebeli, I am the CEO of Protein Capital. Protein Capital is an award-winning specialist breeder of black soldier flies whose eggs we use to upcycle organic waste into animal protein and fertilizer for the production of new food. At 427 kilograms per capita, Saudi Arabia is the citadel of waste in the world. 3 times the global average. Over 95% of this waste is dumped in the landfills, and only a paltry 5% is transformed to low-value compost. 10 million tons of food valued at $13 billion, which could feed 17 million Saudi residents, is wasted annually. Our solution: we bet a new dawn for this great kingdom and convert these humongous streams of waste into valuable inputs for the production of livestock, poultry animals, as well as crops. How do we do this? We do this with a magical fly called black soldier fly, a global species of flies that is found everywhere in the world except the Antarctica. This fly has an incredible ability to produce humongous amount of eggs, which become baby machines for the expeditious conversion of organic waste into valuable inputs, like I mentioned. Typically, these eggs will lay 20 to 50 eggs in the wild, these flies, but because of our patented technology, we have a unique way of preparing the diets of this fly to build its gonads so that it gives us 1,000 eggs, making us at least 20 times more efficient than our counterparts across the world. Yet, our technology typically aligns with the environmental conditions in Saudi Arabia, with over 300 days of broad daylight sun of over 10 hours and minimal rain of 4 millimeters annually, and humongous streams of organic waste. Definitely, Saudi Arabia stands heads and shoulders above every country in terms of the potential to produce insect meal from black soldier fly. In addition, black soldier fly stands out among all other insects. Not only does it produce a lot of eggs, but also it grows at an incredible rate. Over 12 days, it grows from 0.028 milligram to 300 milligram, 10,000 times its initial size as eggs. To bring this to light, it's like a small baby growing to the size of a mature elephant in 12 days. Because of this pace, it is clear that this is the golden bullet, or you call it the silver bullet, in waste conversion. And this is what we want to do. We make money from selling the eggs, the larvae, as well as the fertilizer. The fertilizer is not only a plant growth accelerator, it also serves as a biopesticide and repels pests from coming to the crops that they are applied to. In Saudi Arabia, in line with Vision 2030, it is clear that the need for this solution is just right now. With SEC looking to rehabilitate 8 million hectares of land for agriculture between now and 2030, our solution falls right in place. Over the past 3 years, Protein Capital has won several awards. It has punched out of its weight class. A small startup in Africa is fast growing to become the first cross-continent insect company by establishing in Saudi Arabia. It was the winner of the Makerere Prize for Innovation 2020 for its contribution to the farming environment in Uganda. It was given the prize for $1 million for its incredible solution to help livestock farmers in the country of Uganda. Recently, it won a spot in the competitive Cows Destination Deep Tech program, which it competed for in January. Right now, the company has merged with another black soldier fly company, OWMS, in cows. OWMS is led by the famous Professor Mani Sarati, and now we are going to come together to catalyze the production of insect meal in the kingdom as the first insect meal production company in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And before I introduce you to our renowned panelists, just for complementarity of information, as we've seen now, microalgae and the world of insect, I'm also going to introduce to this mix, to just create a recipe with you guys, plant-based options, which is basically using different techniques to develop meat or fish alternatives, and as well as cultured meat and fish, so using stem cells to actually cultivate animal proteins. And last but not least, precision fermentation, which is an emerging technology which uses basically microorganisms, call it bacteria, that are fermented to effectively create animal or non-animal alternatives. Protein, of course. So, this is just to kind of give you a bit of an overview of the different type of technologies that can be leveraged to create alternative proteins. But here we have an expert actually in the magic kingdom of algae. So Claudio is the KAUST Algae Program Director. Could you, if we go deeper into the world of microalgae, could you tell us a bit more about the challenges and actually the opportunities that this sector offers? You can use that. You may need to activate it there.
All right, can you hear me? Yes. Oh, thank you very much for the introduction, Alessio, and thank you for the organizer for inviting me. Yes, there are several opportunities in the kingdom. Actually, what we are doing, we are running a project funded by MIWA, actually. And currently we are about to do the commissioning of a 4.2 hectare algae plant at KAUST. We have been validating the numbers in terms of production numbers for the last 16 months in a pilot plant that we are running. We are producing biomass, we are testing in fish, we want to test in poultry, and we want to test in shrimp too. Regarding the opportunities, well, the kingdom, it is known, as it was mentioned at the beginning of this event, that the problem here is the freshwater scarcity. That is one of the main problems that we have. So the solution in terms of algae is to use seawater strain. What we have done, and this is the beauty of our project, we have been adapted spirulina to grow in seawater. We are currently producing spirulina, which is one of the superfood, according to the World Health Organization, with a pretty good amino acid profile. So we are producing this algae continuously. We are obtaining good amount of biomass. We have tests in fish and shrimp. And this is a big opportunity because in this country, the only way to produce biomass that can be converted to feed for animal or can be directly for human consumption is by using the natural resources. The natural resources are light, irradiation, and seawater that we have. We have plenty of land availability. Just to let you know why it's way better to produce algae in this country rather than in Europe or in China or in the States, is because the operational cost here is really low. So just as an example, currently 1 kilowatt of electricity in Europe is around 28 cents of euro. The same kilowatt in this country is less than 1 cent of euro. So that one is if you compare that, there are no way to compete against us. The land availability, there are no pressure in terms of tourism, for instance, on the coastal zone. We have pristine Red Sea water. We have plenty of CO2 sources. So that is why the autotrophic growth of algae is one of the key advantages that we need to take. Regarding challenge, yes, The problem at the beginning is how to adapt the algae to the harsh condition. But this, luckily, we have done an adaptation, natural adaptation, and the most important thing, we have been able to grow this algae in open doors, in open outdoor condition, and because of those harsh conditions, regarding the high light irradiation, high pH, we're talking about 9 to 10 pH, high temperature, right? Those hard conditions, what happens is that it's nearly impossible for other algae competitors or any other microorganism to live in those kind of conditions. So that is why our culture is pretty pure culture. We're obtaining normally between 40 to 50% protein content, and the way that we do, we hydrolyze the biomass, and then we go up to 60 to 65%. Right, and with the subproduct of that hydrolyzation step, we produce biostimulant that is useful for plants, for higher plants, and we are currently testing that byproduct in tomato plants, in Arabidopsis, and we're going to start with date palms.
Amazing, thank you very much, Claudio. We'll come back to the magic world of algae in a second. Let me first, but not least, also introduce Eric, who actually is an investor at PigBridge. You guys have been actively investing in alternative protein companies, among other companies. Can you tell us a bit about what are specifically the main opportunities and also challenges that you see in investing in alternative protein companies? And specifically, I would love to hear your takes on precision fermentation and cell ag, as they are some of the most call it like trendy technologies these days.
Thank you so much. So we have been investing in food or technology for food over the last 20 years, and so in the alternative protein space, we have the plant-based, right? We have the precision fermentation, as you said, which is basically producing proteins, and then the cell culture, which is tissue culture, right? And so we have invested in algae in the US, we have invested in precision fermentation, in cell culture. But the way we look at this is actually very, very simple. There is 3 points you always have to address when you invest. And in food, the first one is taste. If your product, if you talk about human consumption, right? If your product doesn't taste well, there is no market for you. So if it's not tasty, we don't even look at it, right? And some of the, let's say, food tech 1.0 plant-based companies are learning this the hard way. The second one is, and that's probably the most challenging part, is we do produce food, which is a low-margin industry, for not just for the 1%, but actually to feed the planet. And that means you have to produce in volumes and produce affordably, right? And this is, again, is extremely important. So when you have a plant-based, steak, and it's more expensive than the steak, when it takes 10 calories of plants to go 1 calorie in the steak, a consumer cannot understand why a plant-based should be more expensive than a steak, right? That's very clear. And the last one is, of course, that was mentioned a lot today, was the environmental impact and the health impact, right? It has to be nutrition. So again, if you replace meat, with plant, and it has whatever, 28, ingredients, highly processed, that's probably not what the consumer was expecting, right? And so quickly to answer your question, so in the plant-based, I think the most challenging part is taste and price and scalability. That's clear. And therefore, we as an investor have only invested in taste and texture. So company B2B that help all the other companies to do texture out of fibers and to taste. But I do think that two other technologies, like precision fermentation, so you take a microbe, you genetically engineer it, that it produces a specific protein. This can be a whey protein, a casein, right? This is nature identical. And so that's very interesting. So you can have, let's say, a cheese, right? And suddenly the casein in the cheese tastes the same, looks the same, feels the same process, comes from a fermenter, so you can do it anywhere in the desert, in Africa, wherever, with a much, much, much lower CO2 or greenhouse impact. And we did some full circle analysis that is 9% less impactful on the environment than a protein from the milk. So this is really interesting, but you have to bring it down to cost of goods of the casein that you can actually produce in the milk. And the last point I want to mention is my view on cell cultures. So I think it's, again, a very interesting technology, right? And it comes from the pharma industry, right? It was, and so the pharma industry, of course, has no problem with price, because once you have a regulatory approval, the price is irrelevant. It's cost of goods, plus margin, usually 80%. Again, food is different. So I think it's a really interesting technology, but we have invested only either in companies that we think you can actually upscale, again, meat that is actually at the price of meat, which is about $30 to $50. Or we have invested in companies that address a market which might be niche, but you can actually not grow, like eel. I don't know if you know eel, you can actually not farm eel, right? It's one of the fishes which might be extinct. It's a high value fish. So using, again, cell culture to do this, I think it's an interesting play also from the cost of goods side.
Amazing, thank you very much, Eric, and it's always fascinating, to be honest with you, to hear these different views from me, because these basically technologies are global, or call it global trends, but again, when you look at how they localize, in a specific market, of course, the perspective kind of changed slightly, and it's actually a privilege in a position for me to actually be able to moderate this panel. So, building on that, Daniel, I just would love to hear your journey really in building this company. You mentioned that you're based here at Chaos University, but you actually started the journey in Uganda. And can you tell us a bit more about that, and how do you envision, Africa to be potentially, a target market for you guys down the line?
Okay, I started off actually back in 2012 in aquaculture, super intensive aquaculture. I come from an investment banking background, but returning to Africa, I felt that the biggest opportunity we had there was agriculture. So I was looking for the fastest part of agriculture, which was aquaculture. Started building super intensive systems where we were able to conserve water and increase yield while improving efficiency. We were not profitable. The reason was that feed, which constitute about 75% of the cost structure, was imported from Europe. Europe gets fish meal from the bottom of the earth in Chile somewhere and transports it 10,000 kilometers to Europe, emitting a lot of gases. And then it becomes very expensive for Africans whose currency is always sliding down against either the euro or the dollar. Yet the price of fish in Africa did not increase. So that gave us a problem at hand. How can we become profitable? So we looked at the cost structure, and the most important component in the cost structure was protein. How do I solve this protein problem? Instead of importing, can I locally produce protein in Africa? So I thought of so many things, lizards, frogs, and so many things before I came to black soldier fly. Seeing that it's a global species, I tried to explore to understand how you can breed this in huge quantity given its fast pace of bioconversion of waste into the needed protein. And so I moved to China for 2 years and then built the skill, returned to Africa. And in Africa, Nigeria has a problem with waste. We don't have enough waste. And even if you have waste, there's an asking price, which makes Saudi Arabia stand out. There's no use for waste currently, and there is no asking price for waste that is abundantly available. So I went to Uganda because waste was abundant and there was no asking price. And then we started off. There we built the technology to breed these flies in huge numbers, billions, and then give us a lot of eggs. So this is how the journey started.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Daniel, for sharing your journey with us.
And then just to add, for Africa, why Africa stands really open for this technology is that the regulatory framework is not very rigid. It's quite flexible in Africa. We have only 4 countries here that have regulatory systems for insect farming. So you have South Africa, Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda. So these countries are now wide open, almost completely liberal to use any kinds of waste. Compared to Europe, for example, you cannot use chicken litters to grow waste that will be used for chicken. You cannot use certain kind of waste for certain kind of feed for some animals. These restrictions make it a little bit more expensive and difficult to deploy in Europe. But in Africa, it's a free space right now.
Amazing. Thanks also for complimenting that. moving back to Susan, who mentioned in your presentation that your company is effectively a spin-off from ETH's university as well as University of Wageningen. Can you tell us a bit more about how these ties with the academic world were instrumental, or the role that they played in developing and validating your proposition in the early days?
We have to begin with the data and the research. And we've looked at water lentils for many years, actually for a decade. And what is striking to me is that they have been under the radar for so long because they haven't been scaled. So by working with, we've worked with Rutgers in America, we've worked with Wageningen here, we've worked with 5 universities. And what we found is that there's a huge amount of research to draw from, and that has propelled us forward in the way that we now create our business. We know for a fact that we can create an isolate that can go into multiple foods. And for us to start, it was logical, and this is referring to what Claudio just said, and actually Eric. What was logical for us is to start in a place where we could maintain low-cost production and have a massive audience available to buy, and that is Africa. And then we look wherever I go. I mean, I'm a financier actually by training, but you look at your market, and the market here is enormous. It's absolutely enormous, and because we can produce using not only saline water, we can use brackish water, we can use subterranean water, we can even use gray water to produce this plant and to sell it. So this ticks. In all of my years of agriculture, I've been in agriculture for 14 years, I have never come across something that has been so researched, that has answers on the table for us all, and yet has not been properly scalably produced when the demand globally for it is absolutely massive.
Amazing, thanks Susan, and I'm going to build on your comment, and then I'm going to pass it also to Daniel. As I understand,
So this is the challenge we have in Africa.
amazing, thanks very much. It was just to kind of complement also the whole discussion about the opportunities and the challenges. If it was easy, everybody would have done it before. But going back, Claudio, to the world of algae, can you tell us a bit more about actually the production process and the equipment that is needed to actually produce microalgae at scale? And I know, there are, for instance, photobioreactors. Can you tell us in very simple words, how does the process, look like, really, for production?
Yes, well, we start with normally this volume. So basically what we do is we scale it up, and at the same time we're adapting the algae to the outdoor conditions. So we start from freshwater algae, we adapt to 5, 10, 25, 40 salinity, and then we scale up by using a standard flask. We reach 20-liter standard carbon, the one that we use for water. And then from that point over, we go out and we adapt them to the natural light, right? So then when we have enough biomass, what we do is either we go for photobioreactor, which is closed system where you can control all parameters, or we go for open system that is called raceway, right? So in those one, basically we use raceway for the spirulina. This is open outdoor raceway, and what we do, we provide them with the nutrient. We the production cost. So when we reach that level, we at the desired level, normally we reach around 0.6 to 0.8 kilogram per cubic meter. We do the harvesting. Basically, we take the water and we send to ultrafiltration system, where we separate the water from the biomass, and then we wash the biomass because we need to rid off of the salt. And then that biomass, either we go straight away for solar drying, when we get the paste and we put it in solar drying, or we do a iorization step to shut down the protein to amino acid to make it more digestible. So that's what we do in the pilot plant, and that's what we are going to do in the big plant. Just to give you an idea of the size, so currently, for instance, in the pilot plant, the length of our raceway is 20 meter length by 4 meter. In the big plant, we will have 150 meter length by 15 meter width. So in each of that one, we will have 440 cubic meter of seawater, and we will reapply the same concept. The beauty of the big plant is nearly 90% of all the material is made in KSA, so it's all Saudi made. Also, another good thing that we have done is all the equipment that we are using in the downstream process in the big plant is Saudi made too. So we have whatever technology we are producing here locally too. And we are training and doing capacity building for Saudi staff. Also, we are training the first batch of algae scientists and algae farmers in KSA.
Amazing, so a truly circular, really, model. Yes. Eric, we know that, it's all exciting and it sounds, very promising, but we also know that regulations sometimes, come in the way. As a food tech investor, can you share literally your 2 words of wisdom, as we're also running out of time, on how entrepreneurs can actually navigate the regulatory process?
Oh, that's a big question, right? As we all know, food is actually regulated, which many people don't think when they invest in food. And it's on one hand, I think for a country, it can also be a weapon to attract, right? So when you, for example, have algae that has human use, right, then it's food, you have no regulatory problems. If you take an algae that was never eaten, in Europe it would be a novel food, which has quite some regulatory hurdles and actually time and money and, again, risk involved, which you wouldn't have that, right? Now, I think from a country, and we talked, I think, in the morning a little about what Saudi Arabia could do to attract food tech companies. I think the example of Singapore is an amazing example, right? If you have a cell-based company, where are you going to go apply first? Singapore and then the US, right? Because both of them have put regulatory frameworks in place that companies have done, and therefore you can apply and actually launch your product. Europe, and I'm European, I'm very sad, Europe has the best universities, Wageningen, and etc., but then it has a regulation which makes you not be able to launch in Europe. So we invest in European countries, but they launch in the US. So I think regulation is a huge topic. It's an important topic. It can be barrier to entry, but once you are there, then it's a barrier to entry to your competitors. So, but it's a risk. So as an investor, never forget that part. Regulation is part of food. So think about that.
It needs to be taken into account, for sure. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're running out of time here, but join me in please thanking, the panelists. I think we have a question.
Amazing.
Can I take it? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Very interesting and promising topic. But I have one question. How do you try your products and how to produce these products for the generation Z? This is your real question, not us.
Okay, so I'll try to repeat the question to make sure that we get this right. You're asking to the panelist or anybody specifically? Okay, so I understood this right. So how do you protect your IP? Okay. I think we've done our job, but we can leave now. No, I'm kidding. So how do you guys actually protect your IP? And in general, I guess the whole process, really.
How we protect our IP?
So yeah, exactly. Let me repeat it for everyone. So
that's a very good question. Yeah. Okay. At the moment, we are not encouraging people to directly eat insects, but we give insects to animals that they eat. For example, we feed our insects to chicken, to fish, and to other animals, livestock animals. For direct human consumption, right now we are not doing that. In the future, it's because in some parts of the world, like Southeast Asia, people eat black soldier fly larvae. People eat insect meal and mealworms. So at the moment, it's for us to replace soya, which is the biggest cause of deforestation, as well as fish meal, which has led to the reckless emptying of our oceans for fish. We want to replace these two products that are really affecting the food systems with insect meal. In the future, we will think about human consumption directly. And one of the biggest areas that we have used our insects is pet food. The pet food industry is a $90 billion industry right now, and the protein consumption is over $30 billion. We seek to replace it. In the animal feed and the fertilizer industry is a $600 billion.
Okay, quick answer. We're selling our product now to chicken and fish producers locally. We are aiming to replace lucerne in a country like this because we can provide a product that has double the protein and is very easy to grow. So we can grow that here. You don't have to import it any longer. But in terms of human food, we produce date and nut bars and a protein supplement for shakes. I'm an athlete on the British team. I'm a long distance runner, believe it or not. And I live on protein shakes, so I cannot say more strongly how much that we are going to push protein shakes as soon as we can. Yay.
Thank you very much. Time is up. Thank you for joining me today.
Thank you, Alessio, and thank you to all the speakers. I have to say, alternative proteins is always a topic which brings a lot of question and heated discussion, and insect in particular. But at the same time, I think we've heard trends worldwide show to a greater intake in the future of alternative proteins and more sustainable sources of proteins, despite current challenges, price, taste, consumer education, etc. And one such challenge, which is also an opportunity, is investment and innovation for greater sustainability. To think through all those questions of investment and how to build an investment and environment encouraging startups in Saudi Arabia, and to help us navigate this complex topic, I'm now pleased to call on stage Miss Sharon Chitone, founder and CEO of Edible Planet Ventures, which is the ecosystem that connects voices and visions to develop the global food infrastructure for a resilient and productive world. Please join me in welcoming Sharon on stage, as well as the speakers on her panel. Dr. Mohamed Al-Nuwaran, Yasmin Fanza, and Daniel Cruz. Please join me in applauding them.
We have a reduced panel, which will give us a lot more time to chit-chat on food security and why bet on food innovation and agriculture innovation. So welcome all of you. I am very happy to be your moderator today. Before we start, I'd love for you to give an introduction, who you are, what you do. And then we're gonna start having a hopefully interesting and engaging conversation. Please start. I think it's on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, and I'm happy to be in this panelist. Thank you, Ms. Sharon. My name is Mohamed Al-Nuwaran. I'm CEO of National Center for Palm and Dates, and we are the umbrella of the sector of palm and dates and from all the value chain.
Wonderful. Yasmin.
Hi everyone, my name is Yasmin Fanza. I am the PepsiCo Sustainability Lead for the Middle East. So my basic mandate is to take our global KPIs, bring them to the region, make sure we're accelerating our sustainability agenda from agriculture to water to packaging and climate emissions in the Middle East.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Daniel Cruz. I'm from TKO Capital. It's a French private equity firm. I'm based out of New York City, but the fund itself is based out of Paris. And on this panel is because we just recently launched a regenerative agriculture fund, which I will tell you more about in the discussion. Kind of the first of its kind, I think, globally, where we're solely focused on regen ag. I'll add one element of my Saudi kind of connection in past and how I think about approaching the Saudi market in general. My last career was much more into operations, and I worked for a big French company called American company called Alcoa, and we built the biggest aluminum, which is not very sustainable, but the biggest aluminum smelter in the eastern provinces of Saudi Arabia with Ma'aden. And it was a joint venture that the construction lasted 3 or 4 years, and the project involved a mine in the middle of the country, a railroad, and at some point we had 60,000 people working on the project. But it's a great example of a U.S. firm and a Saudi firm coming together and industrialize the country with a lot of new Saudi jobs, and now, a decade later, a thriving business.
So it's like a double coming around, closing the loop, and it all started and, well, it continues here in Saudi Arabia, which has a lot to offer. And this is a question that obviously so much has happened in the last decade in terms of agri-food innovation, and it keeps on going. What are some, I would say for maybe both Mohamed and Yasmin, what are some of the key technological advancements that are reshaping the agricultural sector in Saudi Arabia, and how these innovations contributing towards achieving food security in the region? Maybe Mohamed, you can start.
Thank you very much. Yes, like in Saudi Arabia, that we invest a lot in technology, and this is something very important to us. That's because we need to reduce our dependency on water, reduction of the water, sustainable to reach the sustainability of production. Yes, in this sector of palm trees that we are daisies like main crops in Saudi Arabia. We have more than 34 million palm trees in the kingdom, fragmented in the whole kingdom, and technology is very important to us to reduce the water, to manage all these 30 million. Of course, we invest a lot in this, and there is a lot coming in the future, inshallah.
That's a lot of trees, and obviously it is very important, right, to be efficient. And what about from the corporate point of view, but also from a sustainability point of view?
I think I have a very similar answer. So from PepsiCo's perspective, we are an F&B company, so we're known for the majority of our beverages, Pepsi, 7-Up, Mirinda, but what we're less known for, but what you don't know is the biggest part of our company is that we are an actual food company. We produce a lot of snacks, and we need lots of different types of crops to be able to sustain our business. So some of the products are Lay's, Cheetos, Quaker Oats, and the line is quite long. And so why is this important to us right now is, there's a lot of technological innovation out there that is supporting our value chain at the agriculture side, which will sustain our business and for us to be able to produce what we want to produce and sell. Now, in terms of technological innovation, we're looking at food reduction, water reduction strategies. How do you reduce emissions at the agriculture side? But more so, that has emerged not just because of the need to transition to be more sustainable, but in the region it's become a necessity. We have water scarcity across the region, from Iraq all the way down to Saudi. We live in desert regions. How are we going to grow these crops? Energy poverty might not be something here, but you have a lot in Levant. How do you give smallholder farmers access to energy? And this is, our previous startup proposed solutions, Ragi from Noor Nation, on how do you actually do that. So technological innovation is focused on reduction of resources at the agriculture side.
Got it. And Daniel, we spoke, obviously, there's can be high-tech and low-tech innovation. Regenerative agriculture sort of is a solution for exactly what they're talking about. Can you dive into a little bit, let's say, how investments in regen ag or nature-positive solutions, I would say in general, can help us achieve food security in the MENA region in Saudi Arabia?
Sure. We so TKO, the heart of the firm is very much around sustainability and investing. Initially, our first fund was around energy transition, and just the name of our fund, by the way, it's an island in the Polynesian area, and we're not housed there, but we're always worried that island stays afloat as long as possible. Thus our focus on sustainable investment. We picked agriculture, and we picked regenerative agriculture because half of the soil in the earth is degraded, and when you look at the causes of GHG emissions, the second largest is land use and deforestation. So of all the calls on climate action, agriculture always seems to be the one that's kind of left out or not as emphasized as it probably should be. And as we heard from our last panel, often financing is the issue, right? The access to money to do these things. So our fund is set up, and we have corporate partners, and Unilever being the biggest. And the idea is to help them build their supply chain, so that the goals that the corporation set out to be net zero by 2050, they have to have their entire supply chain follows suit, and how do they bring their supply chain on board. And often these companies have earlier stage investment vehicles, so VC investment vehicles, but once you get to a certain stage of growth for a company, you need larger amounts of money, and that stage of growth is where private equity or outside capital is often useful. So for us, it's working with these corporates and fulfilling the gap in their supply chain of providing growth capital for these companies that are now in private equity terms at Series D or Series C and are trying to raise $50 to $100 million and have a technology that's proven and kind of well established.
Got it. And how does this obviously apply to companies like yours or conglomerates and co-ops like yours? In terms of, we hear a lot about venture capitalists or startups and piloting, but maybe let's take it a step further and implementing solutions that work towards achieving a more sustainable value chain, which is our objective. Who wants to maybe take that?
So at PepsiCo, we're obviously, aligning with lots of the nations and corporations that are all trying to move towards net zero. It's super ambitious, right? It's a very difficult journey. We all talk about it. We all talk about getting there, but how are we actually going to do that is a very difficult question. So for me, it's a three-way relationship. For me, you have the private sector that is demanding innovation, you have the innovators, and then you have the investors. And those three need to be talking to each other. For one, we need to be demanding the different types of solutions that we need that will be plugged in directly into our value chain, which is, Daniel's work is quite important. Because you're able to match the innovators with the private sector needs. And at some point in time, you're going to have to amend some of the innovators' direction because private sector is requesting for a different direction to be made. So what we do, we've set up our own accelerator where we demand for specific solutions within our climate change space. We ask for innovators to come work with us. We give them funding, we give them mentorship, but more importantly, we give them access to our value chain. We give them pilot opportunities and we give them scale. So we worked with 10 startups last year in the circular economy space. The main outcome of that was obviously, funding and mentorship, but for us, the one who really accelerated the most last year, we've scaled them across 3 markets between Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. So for me, that's value and that's scale, and that is being able to take a startup that's doing something that we really definitely need and grow them across the region. And now, we're starting to work with a lot of VCs because we're trying to show them the startups that are being demanded by private sector to fit into the solutions. So this three-way relationship becomes very important, and that's what we're growing our accelerator to be comprised of.
I have similar answer, but I can add what we do here is to make analysis of the value chain. Where is the difficulties that we face, and what's the solution that we demand, and through our hackathons, through our prize, national center, international prize, and etc. and conferences, and when we have some solutions that we piloted, we have R&D center in our center. We have 3,000 palm trees. That's just for R&D, and we let these small enterprises or entrepreneurs to do their piloting. And when it's successful, that we will give them access to the market through our networking. This is what we do.
Which accelerates then, it's sort of that process that we all aspire to create, that sort of closed loop. But in terms of challenges, let's say, you're all working on solutions and innovation and open innovation. what are some of the biggest challenges? I mean, we've heard in the previous panels, water scarcity being one of them, climate, but from, let's say, from your perspective, or from a corporate, or even for someone that is looking to invest in, obviously, in later stage companies that can have an impact in the MENA region. What are these big challenges in your opinion? Yasmin, go.
I would say profitability for a lot of these startups and these solutions that are coming out. You know, many years ago we had the same question about solar energy, and now it's super profitable, and the ROI of investing in solar energies is very attractive. Now, some of these solutions in regenerative agriculture are quite, I wouldn't call not profitable, but they're not at the scale of that we need to be growing them at a cost-effective pace, which is why we invest in a lot of these, not through equity, but we invest in supporting these innovations at our suppliers, at our customers, to be able to give them scale. Scale will give them profitability down the line and the ability to grow as fast as possible by attracting others to also demand these types of innovations.
I can add something that whereas there is a challenge, there is an opportunities. Our challenges, I'm not going to repeat the challenges that is already done or like we heard about it. The most important challenge that we face is the cost of this technology and how these entrepreneurs or the companies making money. The solution that we need for small farmers. We have more than 100,000 farmers, small, and they're not able to get very sophisticated technology. We need the technology is how to make the technology simple. This is very challenging, and also it's cheap and affordable for small farmers. This is the most important challenge that we have.
Well, that makes sense. And Daniel, how, I mean, do these challenges, but also the global trends or let's say the big issues, climate change, population growth, impact then your investment strategy overall, if it does?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you two answers. One is when you're looking at supply chains, it's truly global, right, for these big CPG companies, and even when talking to many folks in Riyadh that run multinational companies out of Riyadh, their supply chain is global, and their supply chains end up being as much in the United States and in Southeast Asia and even Ukraine. So the thinking about the sustainability and thinking about the sourcing of it may be things that you sell here, or it may be food stock for animals that you're raising here. The mindset has to be global, and the solution has to be global. And I think that's always one of the challenges in terms of thinking of your corporate bottom line in terms of mission, and looking at really how it all kind of builds up over the course of time and space. And I think a second challenge is kind of the opposite of what you said, Omar. That there is, at the source, there's a problem with the farmers transitioning to regenerative agriculture, and it is a transition. And usually, when you regenerate your soil, you'll have a gap. You'll have 2-3 years where your yield is just going to be lower than it is, and you have to be willing and able to take that gap of yield and probably less income over the course of 2 or 3 years, and to then come back and have stronger yield, more diversified yield, and a more profitable plot of land. One of our partners in our fund is AXA, the French insurance company, where we're trying to develop specific financing solutions with the insurance company to fill that gap. And but the opposite side is what you started with, where finding the right opportunities at scale is hard. It's tough. There's not that many out there. So there's plenty early stage ventures that some of them we heard about earlier that are mind-blowing, that you know will work, that will change the world. But looking at 2030, which is the next climate goal, having new technologies probably won't help for that. We need to have the established technologies, and finding the investments that we can bring to scale in the short term, that's challenging.
Right, so you brought up a very interesting point, and one that it's sort of very dear to my heart. Obviously regenerative agriculture is the way forward, but farmers that usually get the short end of the stick, they're certainly not the ones, making the millions. We're asking them to, lose money in a way, and it's their only source of income, like what are they supposed to do? So, for example, I'm a big supporter of incentives and policy to help out balance, let's say, while you convert the land, you obviously have to get subsidies. To me, it's like, how do you do that? Maybe in the MENA region, I don't know, this is sort of out of the blue and rebuttal with what you're saying, and I don't know if you're taking steps in it other than, let's say, acts of, in your experiences, and since I know also PepsiCo has made some significant commitments toward regenerative agriculture, is this something that you guys have seen or talked about?
I can add. So obviously policy is important to push the industry in a certain direction. Demand from corporates is important as a secondary point. And then I think that all instills behavioral change. And I think that's something we need to talk about more, is how do you maintain that behavioral change through policy and demand-driven objectives. So for us, what we've been trying to do is work a lot on water reduction strategies at different types of agricultural farms in Saudi. So we have our crops that go into our value chain, from potatoes and different types of crops that go into the snacks portfolio. But we also work with crops that are not going into our value chain, like dates, for example, which is the signature crop of the country. So what we try to do is instill technology, and technology is important, we've been talking about it all day, but how do you make sure that the farmers are taking up that technology and maintaining that technology and being able to use it for their own decision making? So we have various types of projects in Al-Ahsa and Al-Wadi Dawasir, whereby we implement irrigation technology changes. We literally make little tweaks in the technological innovation of how they irrigate their crops for small-scale farmers, and we maintain those projects. We go visit them, we go ask how they're doing, how are they able to record the changes in the irrigation, what benefits has that yielded them, and with time they see the benefits of not using flood irrigation, for example, and transitioning to different types of irrigation techniques that they can measure and use, and eventually once policy comes in, costs go up, then it's actually directly making them more profitable than other farmers who have not implemented these changes. So behavioral change is our ultimate goal. We need to be able to maintain that change and drastically amend the way that farmers are working.
Can I add? I would like to add what Jasmine said. Policy, what we did last year, we get the subsidies, it was cash money to the farmers. What we did, we reshaped these subsidies, that we make a portal of all the product that's needed in the farm, or the farmers needed, and what we are going to direct these farmers. And we put all the subsidies in the wallet in this portal. And all farmers come and buy and send it to their farmers. It's electronic e-commerce platform. It's just for our farmers and subsidies, and we're successful in this. And now we have the data about what they need, what they're buying, and what's the quality of technology they're buying. And now we use this as a source of data and also as encouragement tools for any investors. If you will invest, your product will be there, we recommend it, and we will buy it as a government to our farmers as a subsidies. This is what we did in policy, and also all the farmers need to register. They have to have irrigation system where to save our water. And this is a pilot project that we did with palm tree farmers, and now we will scale it up to all subsidies in the MIWA.
That's very interesting. You're nodding?
Yeah, my view is clearly the Europeans have more focus and support their farmers more than others probably. The IRA has some pockets of support in the U.S. for farmers, but it's very little to do with how they're supporting the EV market or other industries. And then the jump for consumers remains a big one, because looking specifically at regenerative agriculture, there's still a kind of big question of what the hell is that? You kind of get the organic, but so this woman we were talking to is raising cattle in California on regenerative practices, and so is now selling her beef at a premium to the California medical system. But are we going to have? We need to get to a point where consumers are willing to spend more on regenerative agriculture product than others.
Well, that's one of the big ones, right? It's places like the U.S. It seems like the 1% eats very well, while the rest of the nation, which is a whopping 33%, doesn't. And so how do we go towards a more just and equitable food future? I think in places with great abundance like the U.S., this is sort of like, people don't think about it, that it's quite the opposite. But also, like as you said, regenerative agriculture is practices, and I think as practices, we're trying to go towards a framework. But there is, what is that framework? Because a lot of times when we talk about innovation, there's great innovations, but we have to adapt to the countries and the climates and the population, right, and the region. What works in America might not work in MIWA, just because obviously, Michigan's weather is not Saudi weather, it's very, very different. So what are your thoughts about, you hear so much about innovation, about, what's out there, translated, I would say, in a more localized context? Any?
Yeah. So, yes, very true. So even, a lot of the big funds will invest in global companies, even the ones focused from the region themselves. Most of their unicorns are from different parts of the world that are not specifically from the Middle East. So what we're trying to do is build the ecosystem of innovation in the Middle East. Our accelerator focuses on innovation coming from North Africa and the Middle East, and trying to build that ecosystem here regionally. Some innovation, as I mentioned, goes directly to necessity problems that are required, such as Egypt, for example. They have huge water scarcity issues. A lot of the innovation, you saw Ragi from Nur Nation, has catered his solution to the Egyptian market. So what we're trying to do is take these Middle Eastern problems that are very tailored to us and the specific problems that we have in terms of climate change here, grow that ecosystem of innovation and scale them across the region. We obviously look outside for different types of innovations, but what we have here is very tailored to the problems that we face here as a region.
I mean, I'll say that just what I heard throughout the day today and the conversations I've had last night and today are pretty encouraging in terms of the amount of innovation that's going into the space from Saudi. And what we're looking at is everything from crop protection, crop nutrition, hydration systems, data. I had a great conversation around lunch over data. I mean, data is going to be key to understanding these different plots of small farmers and how fast they can convert, and how the different regions will need different ways of adapting the soil and different products to adapt the soil. So the set of conversations just in the past day and a half have been fascinating to me.
Which is a good thing. So, I mean, from conversations to collaboration, which is key, right, in everything that we're doing. And this is a question for all of you. What is the role, I would say, of both, let's say we're here with an international crowd, what's the role of international collaborations play in accelerating innovation and investment in the region, in Saudi Arabia, and how can those collaborations be further enhanced? So what's that future look like? And I'd like to, ask it to all of you with the tweaks around what you do.
Thank you very much. First of all, enhancement of this innovation is coming from this gathering and meeting. Thanks for CAUS to do this. This is first of all. Of course, international collaboration is very important. What's successful there, it's might successful here. With change, the most important changes that we face in our field is the climate and soil. Once we understand the country map and where is what's the differences, mostly it's the technology is successful. With some infection and etc. with diseases that when we do the analysis, mostly what's successful there, it will be successful here. And this is the collaboration of international collaboration is we have some successful stories with in technology. This is
Our role as private sector is to continue the dialogue, which is a big reason why we're here today, to come out with some new learnings of what type of innovation is out there, who's doing what, and what the future of all your work is going to look like. The role of our sector, specifically as private sector, is to continue to demand these types of innovations that will foster a more sustainable agriculture sector, or the future of food and what that looks like. What we're working on is not just to have demand driven from the private sector, but to combine the different types of innovations that we need as a private sector in one platform to attract the different types of innovations from the region and couple it with the VCs. So we need to stand stronger together as a private sector to demand these types of innovations going forward.
Now I'll close with the notion of cooperation, and the example I used at the beginning. Alcoa is a 150-year-old American company, and coming into Saudi and developing a close relationship with one of the anchors of the Saudi economy is almost a natural in terms of industrial development. TKO is a 20-year-old French private equity fund that's growing rapidly, but I think Saudi we're just starting to get our hands and our feet on the ground in the region, and so the success is to capitalize on what CAUS is doing in terms of innovation, capitalize on clearly the growing population and the complexity of the region, and start investing more in Saudi.
Got it. And let's say in terms of support, right? Like collaborations obviously enhance the support of scaling of innovation, solutions, and so forth. Do you guys have some success stories or case studies or anecdotes that you'd like to share of something that recently happened, where you saw how collaboration slash sustainable, innovative solution merged to create something of value. Maybe Mohammed, if you can think of anything.
Yeah, of course. Of course, there is a lot of case studies and successful case studies. So one of them is like to produce new products that's good for food that's coming from like dates itself. Now we're successful with Danone, Activia, and Sabi Danone also in Saudi Arabia to produce a new product, and that's what's like technology help us in producing syrup that is good to go to the with dairy. Also some sugar that is going from dates. This is all talking about innovation of new products that and collaboration of international
collaboration
companies. And yeah, this is one. There is a lot, but I know the time is.
We're almost out of time, yes. I see it. So because we're almost out of time, let me just ask you, just closing thoughts on, what is really needed for the region. And I always like to ask 3 words that come up in your mind of things to do. Like if I could do anything to achieve like a food security in the region, what would those 3 words be? So I'll give you all a turn. Daniel, maybe you start.
I mean, I would default to always think bigger, but in Saudi, it's pretty hard to do, I think.
For us, it's demand-driven innovation.
There is lots of opportunities at this for investors and for researchers.
So just come and grab the opportunities.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, everyone. We will, before the break, we have the chance to have Pepsi with us. And so you were not here this morning at the opening, so we would like to thank you for being one of our sponsor and partner. And we have a little token of appreciation for you. Thank you. And a big round of applause for Pepsi. So now we will have 45 minutes break. There is, again, loads of food and coffee and tea, and we will meet again at 4 p.m. for the last couple of sessions and the closing. Thank you so much.
Well, hi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mu'taz Salim. I'm the General Manager of Innovation and Modern Technology here at MIWA. I'm happy to see my colleagues at MIWA and also my friends from KAUST. Thank you very much for being here today. Well, they told me there is no clicker, so I need to say change. Basically, I would like to start my presentation to highlight the importance of agriculture sector. I believe that agriculture, it was the first sign of human civilization, and it started back before 10,000 years ago when humans started to build villages, when they built farms. And food and food security, it started before that, more than 100,000 years ago, when humans started to eat grains to secure their needs. So here, just a simple journey of how agriculture sectors it has enhanced through the industrial revolutions. So back in 1700, when farmers started to use simple machines in order to enhance their food production. Then in the first, what we call first industrial revolutions, when we see big machines start to take a place and start to replace farmers. And then back in the 1980s, when we see all the puppets and big farms, they start to use it, and so on. Today our focus is to how to use AI, machine learning, big data in order to reach the sustainability. Next please. And we have examples of countries that fueled by innovation. So for instance, Netherlands, the size of it's around 2% of the size of Saudi Arabia. However, they are the second biggest producers when it comes to agriculture. So they are the second countries after United States. We have Germany in environment. So more than 0.5% of more than 50% of German total electricity is coming from green energy. And the third example is the water. And we believe that Saudi start to take a big role when it comes to water productions. And we're talking about the desalination water. So Saudi right now is the leadership when it comes to the mass production in desal water, and also to regarding the cost efficiency. In cost, it's cost around 3 cubic meters to create 1 cubic meter of water. And here in Saudi, it costs us around 2.27 kilowatt per cubic meter. And our goal is to minimize this number by half in the next 2 years. And it will give us a big journey in how to use desal water in agriculture. Next, please. So, we believe now our innovation ecosystem starts to be mature more than any time. Our goal is to change from a resource-based countries who's focusing I'm talking about economy to be countries who's going to be a leader in innovation and knowledge. So our goal here is to focus in environment and sustainability and essential needs, and MIWA will be the custodian for this goal. Next, please. This slide is just to show you how innovation and research, it has somehow of linkages. So when you see here, any innovation, when it starts, it is expensive, but with the time and with the number of applications, you can see that the cost of that technology, it will be reduced. So here, the solar panel, and for 20 years of publications, it's been reduced by 90%, same as in the lithium. And here I have an example of alternative protein, cultivated meat. The study shows that hopefully within the next 10 years, the cost of cultivated meat, it will be reduced by 90%. Next, please. So now we have a mature RDI ecosystem. Before the investment in R&D, it was less than 1%. Today, the Crown Prince, he announced that we will invest around 2.5% of our national GDP, and this is a huge investment, and we believe it will create more than 60 billion in 2040, and this number will be doubled in 2050. Next. So the next slide, we are going to focus more in the study that MIWA has started back in before 6 months ago, and we call it the technology deployment study. It is the North Star for any technology that we are going to deploy in the next 10 years. The story behind this study, it started back in November 22, when the Vice Minister, he launched the innovation portfolio. And you can see here in the triangle that our target is to adopt and deploy innovative technologies that it will help us to reach to our food security, water security, and it will also help us to save our national resources. In order to do that, we said that it's really important for us to understand the challenges that we have in the three sectors, and one of them is the agriculture sector. And after that, it's important also to list all the technologies that we believe it will minimize this gap. And the third level is to understand how are we going to adopt and deploy these innovative technologies. And you can see here in the second pillar we have to scout, to understand all the innovative technologies that we have globally, to measure, to see whether this technology is deployable or not, and then we can enable it. And we have a list of initiatives to make sure that we can take these innovative technologies to see the light. Next, please. This is just to show that we are going to focus in the three sectors, and one of the sectors is agriculture. Next, please. These are the main objectives of our study, and I have mentioned it is divided into three sectors. So the first sector is to understand the challenges and opportunities. The second sector to map all the innovative technologies, and the third layer is to see what kind of technologies that we should focus on today, and then we will choose several, or let's say specific technologies that we believe that it will shift the needles. Next, please. So this study, it is a comprehensive study, and it took us around 6 months, and I thank all the sister entities and the stakeholders for being a participant in it. We have conducted more than 9 national strategics, and we have also viewed more than 10 global benchmarks, and we have done a big workshop. More than 120 plus participants, they were there, and we gained their inputs. More than also one-to-one interviews with the subject matter experts, just to make sure that we have covered all the challenges and the opportunities. Next, please. So today we are focusing in agriculture, and you can see here we have divided agriculture in 3 subcategories: crops, livestock, and food. And we have listed all the challenges and opportunities from the National Agriculture Strategy, RDI strategy, the stakeholder inputs, and also the subject matter experts. Here we have listed all the family technologies that we believe it will make an impact And you can see here we have listed all these technologies along with the value chain of the agriculture. We have the crops, we have the livestock, and the last stage of the value chain is the food. And we believe that we need to focus on it, such as now alternative protein and alternative food start to take a big impact. Next, please. In order for us to understand how are we going to focus in what technology that we are going to adopt and deploy, we have created a matrix. And this matrix, it is the impact and the ease of implementation. And you can see here the impact. We have seen the strategic fit to KSA, the global challenges, KSA market demand, and also regarding the ease of implementation, I've seen the time to market, the barriers of deploying these technologies, and the localization potential. And today we're going to focus in wave one, the technologies that we believe we need to focus on today. So here we have again the technology families being listed, and you can see in the dark green are the first wave or wave one of technologies that we are going to focus on, such as drones and satellite, protected agriculture and control environment, food loss and waste, and family number 15. And for instance, if I take one of these families, so when we're talking about food loss and waste, it is not one technology. This is a list of technologies. So we're talking about now the family of the technologies. And in the light green, it is the technologies that we're going to focus on in the second wave. Next, please. So here our matrix, how are we going to choose what pilot that we need to start with? So we have a list of technologies in the first wave, and in order for us to choose what to pilot, we need to see what technologies that it has the highest potential to scale up, what technologies that it has a higher level to be adopted, what technologies that it has the minimum barriers for now, and also to understand what is the willing partners. And definitely one of the partners that we believe will help us to pilot these technologies are KAPST. So here we can call it the pilot deployment stages, and usually in pilots people fail, and we learn from our failures, but our goal here is to make sure that our success rate is more than our failure. And we have adopted what we call the golden circle methodology, focusing in why, how, and what. So the first gate, why we are choosing these pilots. And after we answer this question, we are moving to the second gate. How are we going to plan? How are we going to take this pilot to the next level? Then the third stage, it's the execution. And what kind of resources? What do we need to make sure that this pilot will see the light, this pilot will succeed? This is just a timeline to show you that where we are right now and where we are heading. So we are just right now at the end of year 2023, and our goal to focus in wave one, and it will take us around 2 years, then the second wave, and also it will take around 2 years, third wave until 2030, and it is a continuous progress, so it is ongoing progress. Next, please. So this one, it will take me to my end of my presentation, and we have a wisdom in Saudi. We call it that one hand does not clap, and we believe that innovation, it can't go in solo. Innovation, it goes in with collaboration, and one of the most important partner we have today is KAPST. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We are now extremely privileged to have a last conversation among top decision makers in the kingdom from MEWA and the Saudi Food and Drug Authority. How can we better mobilize stakeholders to bring together different initiatives across government, giga projects, investment, corporate startups, universities? How can we attract talent and unleash innovation in the agri-food, corporate and tech space in Saudi Arabia? To lead this privileged conversation, we are also extremely privileged to have Mr. Hatan Ahmed, Director of the Entrepreneurship Center at KAUST, as our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Hatan Ahmed, as well as the speakers for their conversation, His Excellency Dr. Abdulaziz Malik Al-Malik, MEWA Deputy Minister for Research and Innovation, Dr. Mohamed Al-Nasser, VP for Food Department at Saudi Food and Drug Authority, and Dr. Suleiman Al-Khatib, Assistant Deputy for Agriculture at MEWA. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Andamur, and thank you, audience, for being with us here today. So just a disclaimer before we start, this panel will be in Arabic language. For non-Arabic language speakers, there will be some devices right at the back, and maybe if we can help the listeners to hear for the live translation for this session. Thank you. السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافية وشكرا على وجودكم معنا في مساء هذا اليوم. اليوم كان حوارات جدا جميلة في أعماق جدا مختلفة على قطاعات مختلفة في الزراعة والمياه. اليوم إن شاء الله حيكون معنا تكملة للحوار اللي كان اليوم صاير مع أصحاب القرار والمسؤولين في القطاع هذا الحيوي. طبعا أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. مستقبل الزراعة والغذاء مليء بالتحديات والتغيرات السياسية والبيئية والاجتماعية اللي سلط الضوء على سؤال متكرر عبر العقود الماضية، واليوم سمعنا السؤال هذا برضو كثيرا: كيف نقدر نغطي الاحتياج العالمي والاحتياج المحلي بالتحديد من الغذاء والزراعة، بالأخص في المناطق الصحراوية. فإن شاء الله خلال النص ساعة القادمة حنتطرق للرؤية المستقبلية مع أصحاب القرار في هذا القطاع وما يحتويه من فرص ومبادرات لجذب أفضل العقول والتقنيات لخلق بيئة جاذبة في الابتكار والريادة. معنا في هذا الحوار إن شاء الله معالي الدكتور عبد العزيز المالك، وكيل وزارة الزراعة والمياه والبيئة للبحث والابتكار. حياك الله دكتور عبد العزيز. معنا معالي الدكتور محمد الناصر، نائب الرئيس التنفيذي للهيئة الوطنية للغذاء والدواء، والدكتور سليمان الخطيب، مساعد وكيل وزارة لشؤون الزراعة في وزارة البيئة والزراعة والمياه. وتحدثكم هتان أحمد، رئيس الشركات المحلية والعالمية بكاوست. تطوير منظومة الابتكار يتطلب مجموعة ومجهود تشاركي بين القطاع الخاص والعام والأكاديمي، وتحويلها إلى أثر اقتصادي ملموس في خلق فرص وصناعة أسواق جديدة في قطاع الزراعة والغذاء. دكتور عبد العزيز، من مرئياتكم ما هي احتياجات تحفيز التعاون الابتكاري بين المشترك بين القطاع الخاص والعام والأكاديمي في صناعة الزراعة
between the public and private sectors, and also in particular, what is the role of MEWA in enhancing this collaboration? Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Initially, I would like to thank you and thank the arrangements and the organizers and and the thoughts and notions that we have actually heard since the early sessions in this day. It was very great. There is no doubt actually that we have a great role throughout our representatives, our units, and in our ministry. Actually, we have a great role to play, and I believe we are potentially aiming to shed the light on the innovation sector, especially with the root traumatic and paradigm shift that happened, as well as we are talking about the innovative sector, especially here when we are national innovation system, we are creating and building. How do we, in order to enhance and activate this innovation in all sectors, especially at regions and provinces, we need to create a system that reacts and also goes with the same alignment with all the visions, exactly because we are measuring the impact. So since you are measuring the impact, you have to measure the outcomes. Therefore, we are from different entities and sectors. We are playing a great role in adopting policies that plays a great role in holistic and comprehensive approaches. And I believe that policies are starting from agreement, what are the visionary that based on us, as well as throughout our engaging the private sector, academic sector, and institutions, even the third sector, which is the non-profit sector, as for example, in the beginning of the steps, actually in designing and planning for these strategies, you cannot ignore any representatives. Any entities are really asked to collaborate and coordinate together. Therefore, we have to play as these public actually arms to provide the correct channels to integrate, and I do believe this is very important and crucial, and also throughout, conducting workshops, summits and conferences. These are very important approaches. Our ministry is actually aiming forward, and we have mentioned a lot of initiatives still under establishment. The alliance, the national alliance, especially, of course, with the agriculture sectors. We are aiming through this initiative to build a community from different entities and different, actually, collaborative sectors. The legislation, the regulator, the policymaker. We are aiming to serve our community and to invest, at least to come up with with an approach, holistic approach. And I do believe that throughout these channels, we are innovating, and we are actually activating and motivating the partnership and the participation. Even if we have not any support from any public sector, at least we are collaborating. And of course, as a public sector, of course, and public entity, we are aiming to have a crucial, important data, and that helps us a lot in empowering our decisions. And we are targeting as well to have a clear eyes from entities that are well aware about the projects and initiatives by the public sectors. In addition to that, many policies can be adopted, especially when it comes to subsidies and support policies. Inaccurately, we might be really financing directly, financing in towards certain projects by themselves. So what are the tools of innovative that we might use? We have to adapt such new innovative tools, as well as we found out that the other part, which is the private sectors, found out that they have initiate some projects, and the ministry is working on the same alignment to activate and approve such a project. We are trying to adopt. For example, there is a food valley for technology, which is an approach, and we are aiming that to engage many stakeholders to be activated in such, especially also we wanted to expand our geographic location and citation, and we are aiming that all the sectors and all entities will react accordingly. They're very good, very thoughtful. This alliance, we are looking forward to have it actually. It will be a great opportunity actually to build the participation, and we ask them to initiate and take steps forward and to put solutions actually for all these challenges we might face. Let me seize this opportunity actually. Thanks, Lord. We found great support from different sectors and different entities, more than 25 entities, and all of them are welcome in our alliance, and actually they have supported, and I'm just calling them from here. Please contact us and approach us, and we are here to help. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much. As for the pandemic, you know, pandemic has had a lot of disruptions in global and regional policies, and it cause of different actually impact, which is negative impact. Dr. Mohammed, any challenges, any things that have changed in different sectors? In your opinion, what are the incentives to enhance innovative sector, especially in agriculture, in order to reach to the self-sufficient? What are the strategies, the holistic approaches, and the whole visionary approaches? How could we really go with the same alignment that we are going to adopt the new policies or new strategies? What are the future technologies for that? Okay, peace be upon you all. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. And there is no doubt, actually, that projects, many projects have started to be having great awareness and attention of the high rank and high levels of authorities. Now we have a great consideration from our strategical plan, which is the fourth one, to support the research and development, and also our plan recently it's to develop the tracks and measurements and to support research R&D sectors, especially also the role of media. So these projects actually it will enhance and boost the innovation actually culture, especially in food and grain food, and it will help in developing the sustainability in food security, and to set actually the requirements and regulation and standards and criteria for food safety and food security, in order to collaborate also with different sectors, in order also to map and to conduct many studies. This strategical plan has also included the empowerment of the investors. We are empowering the investors and ventures through our different connections and communication through different channels, and also to define also the products and commodities are also targeted, especially by national targets. All of these are incentives. They are contributing in boosting and enhancing the self-sufficient to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed, and thank you for your input. Dr. Suleiman, to you now. You know, the opportunities are really great, especially now planting in desert. What are these opportunities, and how could you really go with the same alignment to increase the capacity for these plantation, and especially with the same in the same time there are great challenges by climate changes, and how are the great components are going to play a great role from your own perspectives? Thank you very much, Brother Hatan. Let me just first thank Kauster for arranging and organizing such an event, and also Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture for actually they take us away from the academic atmosphere that we have used. So talking actually about the challenges and opportunities, very vague and a lot to be said there. we are treating and actually addressing these challenges by transferring them into opportunities in agriculture. We are talking about the natural resources. We are talking about the lack of water resources, leakage in heating and global heating, very insufficient rain volume, and many challenges. There's a lot of challenges. It might be really a lot to carry. But more worse, to add it, also the climate changes that we are facing. As you all know that we are a fragile environment, very vulnerable. We are also objective and subjective to these climate changes. And we have one of the biggest challenges that we are facing, which is a great thing that happened. Actually, it is the consumption behavior, which is a behavior of consumers. We have sugar, for example, as a product. A large and vast numbers of consumptions. On average, more than 64% of people in Saudi Arabia are consuming sugar, and that's another issue, which is supposed to be the highest sugar average utilization in all the world. So, and also coffee, for example, and beans. It looks like we are really excellent in coffee and sugar. As well, the average of utilization is very high, more than 32 grams in a day, daily usage. That's a lot. So when we take another level, for example, the climate changes, lack of resources, and supply chains, and many actually restrictions, and high heat temperatures, and also production cost is very high. But by all of these changes, there is a great space to improve or to add, of course, value. And we are talking about here the technology. For example, in 2016, we used to 1.9 billions of cubic meter. Today we are using 2.9 billions of course, cubic meter of water. So there is a great opportunities in actually creating another methods by using the resources, and that is by using the technology. And of course, that water is the biggest challenges here in country, and also the whole. Mark Spencer, and earlier when he talked, so he says that there is no water, there is no authority. So we are actually consuming more than 10 billions of tons of water every year. So 17 billions to 18 billions of water cubic. So actually here we have modified and adopted the structure, so to fight and compact the drought. Therefore, if we are talking about the high sufficiency and the KPIs and the high levels of water consumptions, we're talking about the food, the independency of these resources. All of these need actually more research. It needs more innovation. It needs more approaches. For example, technologies that might get together with the high temperatures and some regenerative methods of agriculture. And so to seize these opportunities and to transfer them or to translate them in a way that could be means or methods that we are sensing the future for agriculture in usual. Of course, it requires a collaboration effort between different entities and companies and enterprises, and also the sector and the public sector and the private sector, as well as scientists and different institutions. Very well, great, well said. Actually, yes, I agree with you. Dr. Mattis talked about the grains, as Mr. Khalid from UK talked about the grains and the consumption of 3 types of grains globally. But there are more than 700 types of these grains around the world. If we give ourselves a chance, we might sense the future to see other options. And that might be also a great opportunities, an option to open new door for new market for these grains, new types and new models of these grains, to have a chance to test them. They don't even need lots of water to supply, and that might be transferred into business models and to develop another approach in the future. So we are talking about innovation, and that is like leading me to another question to Dr. Abdulaziz. Dr. Mu'tasim have highlighted about the vision, the ambition vision, and the importance of developing the R&D, which is the research. And we're talking about the research. Based on this, we are talking about the growth of to 5 times or 10 times for the coming years. This is very vision, but in the same time, we need to know what are the future plans from the ministry, in particular in research and development, to achieve our goals, national goals, of course, beside, and to know about the integration or also the participation of the private sector. Any strategies, it is to enhance and to boost the research in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in order to achieve the full alignment of our goal. Thank you very much. I think the growth are really ahead of us. Now we are aiming to reach 5 to 10 times actually, and we are expanding our efforts. And now this is a great opportunity, historical wise, to have a great ambition vision like this. About the global rate, what we need now, what might be required, we have to build the capacities in the human capacities, as well as we believe that we work together at the R&D. How could we have a waste system, and that goes with the same systematic approach? Actually, we need to talk about the financing, funding. And of course, these fundings need to be directed to certain projects. For example, if we specialize such financing, you might not have, a human capital, and the developer and the entrepreneurs, and the infrastructure needed for in creating the impact or a leverage. And actually, I know that many countries have suffered a lot, actually, if they don't have the proper, educational system and proper capability building capacity system. So infrastructure. So sometimes some of these countries actually are suffering from the financing because they're not directed to certain projects or initiatives. But from our perspective, from the ministries, especially at the agriculture and feed, we need to adopt some policies more holistic, more inclusive, more integrated, in order to from up to bottom approach, especially in terms of financing an approach that could be really directed to a certain initiative or project, and also to create more opportunities and to get more opportunities for the creativity and talented and the creative capacities and competent. And for example, we need to pave the way to them to deploy and to publish this actually creativity. From our perspective as a ministry, also we are really stuttering our efforts from the bottom, and we are directing the financing and the funding where exactly, and based on what, and also in which element of the value chain that could be also directed. And of course, we need to get more opportunities to look at the technologies that where are we going to develop and invest in these technologies in the future. And in the same time, we have designed certain categories in terms of financing, and based on our budgets in the future, of course, we need to direct this budget. As well, from the bottom to up, in the ministry, we have, as related to the human capital, we said We need to build the capacities of the human factor, increasing the abilities of engaging them. We have initiated, of course, we have initiated an initiative called the Exploratory Initiative. It aims actually to discover our human capital and human resources in order to know the talented and the competence and, of course, the need of skills needed to build their capacities and to design for them certain projects, and, of course, with the participation of the agency of the agriculture, as well as to utilize the infrastructure and also to honor the researchers and the creative aspects in this domain. And of course, we need to scale it up, as well as in terms of the entrepreneurs. We have Simpler program, which one of the initiative actually specialized that for agriculture, new methods. We are going to start with accelerators and motivators for agriculture, together with the partnership with our stakeholders as well, with different entities. And we will launch it and we will announce it soon for the final quarter of this year, and also with the Agriculture Fund to specialize certain financing funding actually category. And I think these types of holistic actually policies it aims to have a good benefits for all the sectors in terms of food security. Thank you very much. That was very good, balancing between two actually categories and the ecosystem as well. It's very important in order to achieve our goals. And now we have numbers of investors, number of ventures. They are looking forward and we are targeting them. So the ministry has its own vision. How does the ministry really attract these investors in order to invest in these sectors? No doubt, of course, we have a holistic approach. We are focusing in our ministry to actually, since we have been pushed or driven by the demand, maybe that's the best, because we have two policies of innovation. Some of them are executed by the authority, which is have a great impact on an economic actually pattern. But other part is the innovation that might build solution based on the existing challenges and obstacles, especially in terms of water. So there is no doubt we are focusing, as I've mentioned and Dr. Mu'taz mentioned, looking or targeting upon solutions semi-ready, not ready actually, but semi-ready. So maybe they are different. It has different circumstances, circumstantial, approaches. Therefore, might be deployed or functions and might be goes with the same alignment of our circumstances in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because these solutions need to have a real capacity. So, the ability of all kingdoms nation, the ability of succeeding in designing certain solution that goes with the same alignment and, targeted the problems that we are facing. That is just the aim. So the innovative sector, we have to draw the map actually to adopt, ready solutions and ready technologies and semi-ready technologies, and to deploy also long-term technologies in terms of that our solutions might be come up from our needs. To have the synergy, to see the challenges. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdulaziz. Well said. Dr. Muhammad, back to you. And the future of agriculture and food. It's a very long discussion. As we've seen today, from these technologies by alternative proteins and technobiobiotics and different algae and insects, plantation, and many other functions and projects. My question, through your authority, how do you feel that the sense of genome, is it going to be also a perspective of discussion by 2030, the future of genomes? As there is no doubt, it's very clear to everyone that the last years actually they are really affecting on the supply chains, especially in food supply chains. In terms of sustainabilities, we have started, many countries have started to look for alternative resources, natural resources. And, you know, after the COVID, it was a really pandemic that destructive everything, especially with food supply chains. So countries have started to pay attention in terms of finding other solutions. So we are included in our strategic plans a project which is focusing on biotechnologies throughout developing, you know, science empowerment, and to assure of safety, safety of this food type, as well as we set the criteria, standards and legislations and regulation in order to assure the safety of these products, and that is throughout evidence and indications. Scientific indications. It has, you know, its own scale, like for example, the risk scaling and etc. So, especially the manufactured meat and agriculture meat and biotechnology and different protein resources. So as you heard lately, the European Union have allowed with the 3 types of insects. We are still assessing actually this type of insects. One of these insects may be eatable, but yet as our role as a regulator of the Saudi Food Drugs and Saudi Food Authority, we need to make sure about these you know, new resources and the forms of these sources. And as this product actually, we need to know and like to investigate further. So all of these actually products are subjective to scientific researches as just to make sure of their safety to be consumed by human, as well as the collaboration is very important. Now our authority is leading more than 17 electronic actually platform, and this alliance with different 17 you know, authorities around the globe. This is a great opportunity. We aim to continue and to make sure the of safety of these products as well. This is very good. Thank you very much. Dr. Suleiman, I wanted to ask you, we have talked about the current challenges, but I think because of the pressure that faced by the supply chains, how could we decrease the distance between the farm to the table or to the dining table? So what is the role of your ministry to, you know, to face these challenges and as well as to mitigate or decrease the distance between the farm to the table? Yes, let me evaluate the topic from the root. If now today we are actually producing more than 10 million tons, so we are in the year we are talking about 30 million tons. Unfortunately, we are losing 33%. So we are losing the value of 1 kilo, around 4 riyals lost. So we are talking about 40 billion from the value, and this value goes to the waste. So if you are targeting any investor, so the investor will tell you, I'm not going to invest in anything new, but I'm going to invest in mitigating or reducing and the material. And I think this is the role of King Abdullah's University. So we need to, you know, launch new notions that might treat the problem. So if you are talking about the production or the consumption, starting by mitigating, you know, the loss in farms, treating the disease, and compacting this diseasing, and also the technologies that related to that, and in the end, the expirations date, and also the packages, the type of packages are being used. Many things that until now need to be researched, need to be launched, need to be discussed for the new researchers to dig on. So there is a great opportunity, the great market. The field is really rich. And I think that might boost and push the economy of the country. And if we are, from the other hand, talking about the supply chain, here we are talking about the logistics, the transportation, and also remember this atmosphere, the heat. So it might require for us, we have to have special vehicles, cooling system as well. And if we need to reach to 2 billion ton for vegetables production, that might be encountered to damage or be disruptions. So we need to have a clear technology for transportation, a new advanced technology for mobility. If we are talking about decreasing the production and from the producer, in order to reach to the consumer, we are talking about the cost as well. So in order to deliver all of these consumption, all of these products in a quality and in a good safety ways. Also, we need to have the treatment, for example, to check on the products. Checking on the products is very important, and of course we have to use this very simple actually technologies to make sure the safety of these products as well as the lost and the fast of the transportation and the speed of the transportation and the economy in general of these actually the products, how to deliver it in an appropriate way, in a safety way to the table. Thank you very much. Hopefully that we have talked all of this, and we hope to actually to participate with you in this alliance. We would like to work together with all our partners and also to support and to change and to face these challenges. This was very, very fruitful and informative discussion. Thank you very much. That was my time. Thank you, Dr. Abdulaziz. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, audience, for your patience. Thank you. See you later. شكرا جزيلا السيد أحمد هدان وأصحاب السعادة لهذا التطور حقيقة نحو أمن غذائي. السيدات الغذاء الآن هذه نهاية اليوم. أتمنى أن تكونوا قد حظيتم بمعلومات قيمة من هذه المعلومات. أتمنى أن نحصل جميعا على فرصة هنا في نتحدث عن النظرة الختامية وبعض المعتبرات الختامية مع سيد مارك تيستر، أيضا مع سعادة الدكتور عبد العزيز المالك وهو نائب الوزير. دعوني أستغل هذه الفرصة مرة ثانية لشكركم لتواجدكم معنا، وشكرا جزيلا للفريق حقيقة الرائع في أيضا فريق البحث والتطوير في كاوست. لا يمكن أن ننجح بدونكم وبدون جهودكم. أنا سعيدة جدا أن أكون معكم اليوم وأن ضميتم إلينا في هذا الحدث الرائع. نتمنى أن نكون حقيقة على مستوى واضح من الدعم والمساعدة. شكرا جزيلا لكم. شكرا جزيلا آن. شكرا لإعطاء الفرصة. حسنا، الآن نحن على مشارف الجلسة الختامية. شكرا مرة أخرى لرجوعكم مرة هنا. كان يوما رائعا، كان كثير من الأمور فيما يتعلق بالتغييرات المناخية، كيف الأمور التي نتعامل معها. حقيقة يجب أن نبحث حول تطبيق الحلول الناجحة حول المهارات اللازمة لموارد الغذاء والأمن، وكيف يمكن أن نجتمع مع بعضنا ونبتكر من خلال عمل تعاوني ومن خلال المشرعين والمنظمين وراسمين السياسات. ويجب أن نطور ونعيد التطوير والابتكار والتأهيل للمحفزات في المملكة العربية السعودية والدول الجوار، وأن تكون هناك توجهات. يجب أن نستثمر حقيقة في هذه النقاشات، ويجب أيضا أن نجمع المجتمع كله معنا. التغيير لن يحصل من خلال النظر من خلال مثلا القطاع العام أو القطاع الخاص بمفرده. لا يجب أن يكون نظرة شمولية لإدراج وإشراك القطاع الخاص والعام. هذا العمل يجب أن يكون على مستويات مختلفة، ليست على مستويات وزارية، إنما على مستويات المبادرات والبرامج التشريعية، وتكون لدينا قدرة مجتمعية على فهم التغير والتوجه. أيضا الكثير من الأمور الإدارية يمكن أن تكون واحدة من أهم الأمور التي يمكن أن نبني عليها، ولكن الأنظمة والتشريعات واللوائح في هذا القطاع يجب أن تعزز. مهم جدا أن يكون هناك سياسات تقودنا وتعجنا، وذلك من خلال التقنيات التكنولوجية، وهذه التقنيات
or development of greenhouses that are miserly with their fresh water. The development of crops that could grow on seawater or even on aquaculture wastewater. Fish farming has a huge growth potential here in Saudi Arabia. Let's use the wastewater from that. Lots of nutrients. And of course, we need to be able to enable this delivery through an educated, well-trained workforce here in the Kingdom. We cannot overemphasize the importance of this. We know that the water is the giant in the room. So a certain rhythm you can say for the next sentence I've got. It's just no water, no plants. I think that great Rastafarian philosopher Bob Marley said something along those lines, or it sounds like it to me. And of course, no plants, no food. Every drop of that food ultimately comes from plants. There are huge reservoirs of water underground. Saudi Arabia is very blessed with this. In fact, a lot of North Africa is blessed with massive underground reserves of water. This is ancient fossil water. And when we use it, it's a one-way journey. Once each drop of water is used, that's it. It's gone. This doesn't mean we don't use the water. I'm not suggesting that at all, but that could be one stance one could take. What I am urging us as a community to do is to use this prudently and efficiently and maximise the return to society for each drop of that water that's used. At the first level of analysis, this could simply be maximising the dollar's value of produce for each drop used. For example, we could grow high-value fresh fruits and vegetables rather than low-value wheat using this water. And we could grow those fresh fruits and vegetables in greenhouses, not open fields, to reduce the use of water even further. Using fresh fruits and vegetables locally makes sense because it massively reduces the carbon footprint of those fruits and vegetables, getting them on the shelves. They don't have to be flown in. They're not all flown in, but a lot are flown in from overseas. And our wheat, which is a low-value commodity, which can be very easily shipped in bulk and very easily stored for long periods of time, could easily be imported from diverse sources. And I emphasise the word diverse because the diversity of sourcing gives resilience and robustness to our system. And we here in Saudi Arabia could easily, with our resources, have the world's best storage facilities and importation management systems. Those are the sorts of things that I think we need to consider when we're considering how to use each drop of that water on its one-way journey from its underground reservoirs to the atmosphere. We need to meter water, price the energy being used to pump the water, subsidies and incentives to distort markets and inhibit the uptake of technological innovations. And again, I know this very much from my direct personal experience trying to introduce water-saving technologies in this environment. And of course, communicating these things to the wider public is very important. For example, I used this trick, I think it was last year. I held up a date. I was just looking for a date earlier. I held up a date and I asked the question, how many of you know that the production of a single date, one little date, takes 50 litres of water? That's 3 of those great big bottles of water for a single date. Now, with innovations and with agronomic practices and genetics and IoT and so on, we might be able to reduce that by half or even a third. But even so, most people don't know that even that first starting point, that one day it needs 50 litres of water. Perhaps we could introduce labelling. I heard this being mentioned earlier today. Perhaps we could introduce labelling that provides an indication of the environmental footprint of the water, of the food being purchased by the consumer. I think a lot of consumers, okay, most consumers are price sensitive, sure. But if consumers also had information, which is in giving them an ability to make a more intelligent choice when their hands reach out, that's going to be important. That will pressure the supermarkets, it will pressure the suppliers, we will then encourage the adoption of technologies to reduce the environmental footprint of the food production. We can look at the benefits technologies can also bring to reduce waste and improve traceability of the food arriving to our shores, to maximise efficiencies and quantify the environmental footprints of the provision of our food. I see these things being under serious consideration at NEOM, and that's fantastic. For example, we could quantitatively compare the respective real costs, economic, environmental and social, of air freighting perishables, such as tomatoes from our friends in the Netherlands, or blueberries from Peru, for goodness sake. Okay, Peru's the biggest grower of blueberries on the planet, so we really have to fly them from Peru to Saudi Arabia so we can eat them year-round. Let's have transparent calculations, communicated outputs of these calculations of the environmental footprint of that sort of activity versus, for example, sea freighting long shelf-life commodities such as wheat and barley all around the planet. The differences are orders of magnitude. I know. We also, of course, need to consider the impact of food on our health. We haven't discussed that perhaps enough today. Maybe we should do that next year. But this is a massive challenge in many parts of the developed world, including Saudi Arabia. I mean, researchers made huge progresses on ways to prevent chronic diseases such as diabetes and obesity. And many startups offer technical solutions and apps on personalised nutrition. But we need to ensure also greater awareness through education and other consumer measures. And we need to make these apps and softwares and technologies appropriate for our environment here in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. And these technologies are also highly relevant for reducing waste, another huge issue in the food system. These discussions will continue through a variety of mechanisms over the coming weeks, months and years as we grapple with the complexities of this very important topic. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has recently announced a new strategic plan for KAUST, and the implementation of this plan includes the replacement of existing research centres with centres of excellence to be focused very much on delivering research innovations to the Kingdom. We are proposing to the University a Centre of Excellence for Sustainable Food Security, and we seek partners in the Kingdom, in all sectors in the Kingdom, university, industry, government, to join us in this initiative, to have an opportunity to influence research directions, be early adopters of innovations. So do please contact us, contact me, if you would be interested in this. And of course, we will be following up with all of you as well. We thank you again today for coming, and we wish us all good luck as we continue to work to find, implement and finance solutions to help the Kingdom address its Vision 2030 aspirations, its COP26 commitments, the Saudi Green Initiative's goals of delivering net zero by 2060. So it is my pleasure now to introduce His Excellency Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Malik, Deputy Minister for Research and Innovation for the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, to make his concluding remarks and introduce some of his plans for the next steps into the future. Thank you all very much.
So, esteemed guests, so as the day draws to close, I am compelled to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to the organizing team at KAUST, NEOM, and the countless other contributors who labor tirelessly to bring the vision of today's workshop to life. So the Saudi Food Future is not just an event. It's a unique platform that serves as a magnetic force, pulling together the brightest minds across the food and agricultural ecosystem. So today we have witnessed how this platform serves as a sacred ground for the exchange of visionary ideas, forging collaborative solutions, and propelling us towards our shared objectives. It's this spirit of unity, the spirit that envelops this very room, which has brought us together today. It's a spirit that unites us in our shared mission to address our kingdom's most pressing challenges surrounding food security. Days like today are without question a testament to the boundless ambition that defines our ecosystem. As the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, we take immense pride in hosting such exceptional intellects under our roof and standing side by side with you in this collaborative discourse and collective action. We consider everyone in this room not as mere attendees, but as esteemed partners, reliable allies, and invaluable guides on our journey. We firmly hold the belief that multi-stakeholder collaborative platforms, such as Saudi Food Futures, will play an instrumental role in addressing the challenges and seizing the opportunities that lie ahead of us. I wholeheartedly commend each one of you for going above and beyond to foster connections with your peers, absorb wisdom from one another, and co-author the pathways to our common future. Our underlying conviction is that radical collaboration will shape a new narrative around innovation in the kingdom's food and agricultural sector. Today beautifully exemplifies how we will embrace this new paradigm of multi-stakeholder collaboration. Our guiding star is to establish more sustainable and robust food and agricultural system for our nation, a system capable of nurturing our population, preserving our environment, and offering economic opportunities for all. With continued coordination, collaboration, and pooled resources of everyone present in this room, I possess unwavering faith that together we can achieve this vision. So I thank you once again for gracing us with your presence today. I am genuinely excited about the prospect of partnering with each and every one of you as we endeavor to build a more interconnected and collaborative food and agricultural ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
I thought I had already said goodbye to you all, but this is now truly the end. Thank you so much again for being with us today, and we wish you all the best. And as we would say in France, my country, this is an au revoir, not a farewell. Thank you.